Chapter 313, Bing Yuxia's Strength. While the group that consisted of Zhu Huangwu, Ba Xia, and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian wanted to surround and kill Li Qie, a voice like the hymns of immortals appeared. Fellow Taoist, makes a lot of sense. A woman drifted by. Her gentle arrival was like a goddess descending from the heavens. With her divine presence, she was someone who was unstained by the mundanity of this mortal world. Strange images began to appear with her arrival. Lotus flowers fell down from the sky while golden springs oozed from the earth, just like the appearance of a true immortal. Goddess Mei Suyao, the representative of the Eternal River School. Both her background and herself were worthy of apprehension and respect. She had the qualifications to become a legend of the contemporary era. She then spoke to everyone after drifting by like a fairy. The timeless portal had always been in the Academy's possession. As its owner, the Academy itself is willing to share with the rest of the world. Which qualifications or virtues allows certain sects to steal from others? Even virtuous masters and wise sages during our contemporary era do not have the rights to steal from others. All existences are equal without superiors nor inferiors, so if the Academy is willing to open its doors, then everyone should be blessed with the portal's wealth. Great sects, powerful countries, or minor sects and vagabond cultivators all have the rights to reap this benefit. Those from more humble backgrounds immediately cheered. Goddess Mei put it so well. Even though everyone agreed with Li Qie's words as well, very few cheered for him. In the end, he was alone with no backing, so although everyone acknowledged his stance, they couldn't show it openly due to a lack of strength. Goddess Mei Suyao was different. She herself was unfathomable, not to mention that the Eternal River School behind her was quite frightening. Both the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom and Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom were far from being comparable to the Eternal River School. Zhu Huangwu's tone sank as he spoke. Goddess words are logical, but a few people who harbor evil intentions should be exiled. We cannot let him stay at the Eastern 100 Cities to continue his treacherous rift-creating intentions. He was glaring straight at Li Qie while uttering these words. A clear laughter resounded, followed by these words. Since when did your Brilliance Ancient Kingdom speak for the entire Eastern 100 Cities? Bing Yuxia slowly approached with her male-styled dress. There were city-toppling beauties to her right and left, giving her the appearance of a suave young master. Even before so many people, Bing Yuxia still did as she pleased and embraced beauties without a care. She came forward and smilingly said, "The Eastern 100 Cities belongs to the human race and all the inhabitants of this world. The human race's wise sages built this vast land so that any human could freely stay in this place. Who gave your Brilliance Ancient Kingdom the right to expel human disciples? The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom and the Furious Immortal Saint Country. What is so remarkable about these two existences? If you want to monopolize the timeless portal, then just frankly say it. Do not make excuses and use the tiger's skin as your banner. This is only a disgrace to the honor of your ancestors. If you have any grievances with Li Qie, then directly fight and kill him instead of simply waving the banner of justice. What is this about questioning the virtuous master's decision? Why don't your virtuous masters show themselves so that everyone can see these great people and whether they are worthy of the virtuous master title or not? As a man, your way of conducting business is cowardly. Saying one thing but meaning another, such a hypocrite. How can you call yourself a genius with such a personality and dare to talk about competing for the heavens will in the future? People will lose their teeth from laughing at you. Compared to the elegant and graceful words from Mei Suyao, Bing Yuxia's remark was much more arrogant and rude. It was filled with a hot temperament. However, her style really satisfied the cultivators with humble beginnings. They didn't dare to offend the two powerful countries, but they couldn't help but cheer in their minds, for they thought that Bing Yuxia's scolding was very appropriate. Little girl, your words just now really resembled Immortal Emperor Bing Yu's style. Li Qie clapped his hands and said, "I'm beginning to like you more and more." Bing Yuxia glanced at Li Qie and said, "Forget it, I only like pretty girls, I have zero interest in men." Her uninhibited manner caused many people to be speechless. She was such a supreme beauty, yet she favored other pretty girls. This was not a secret in the eastern 100 cities. The group of Zhu Huangwu, Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, and Ba Xia became quite annoyed. Goddess Mei Suyao was still polite, but Bing Yuxia's words spared no room for cordial pretension. Zhu Huangwu then slowly retorted, "And you're saying the Ice Feather Palace can represent the eastern 100 cities?" With a surging sacred aura, Zhu Huangwu solemnly stood out. His body emitted the songs of wise sages. As an expert, the moment he began to speak, it created a suppressive aura that rendered others in fear and awe. Bing Yuxia glared at him and let go of the beauty in her hand as she closed her paper fan. She then straightened herself and freely smiled. "Zhu Huangwu, who are you trying to scare in my presence? Who the hell are you? A person with the arts of 2 emperors, right? Now, let me try the dual emperor arts of yours. What is so great about your fame as a genius? This uncle has always looked down on geniuses." The moment she finished speaking, an explosion erupted and 9 fate palaces appeared on top of her head. Seeing the 9 fate palaces, everyone exclaimed in shock, "A 9-palace ancient saint, a pinnacle saint." A pinnacle saint could look down in disdain on all the other ancient saints. Even a heavenly sovereign coming into being would lose their colors before this supreme genius. How could this be? All the experts, both young geniuses and ancient saints of the previous generations, all changed their expressions before Bing Yuxia's 9 fate palaces. What are these geniuses worth? Bing Yuxia was a woman, but she was very arrogant. She then coldly proclaimed, "I hate geniuses the most." No one thought that her domineering words were baseless. A 9-palace ancient saint at her young age warranted her arrogance no matter the location. This little girl is truly just like immortal Emperor Bingyu. Looking at Bing Yuxia's proud arrogance, Li Qiye clapped his hands together and lamented. At this second, it was as if he was witnessing immortal Emperor Bingyu during her youth again. Zhu Huangwu and his crowd's expressions dimmed down. 9-palace ancient saints were indeed great. To all cultivators, 9 palaces would be a limit, and as for the legendary 10 palaces, they could be counted with one's fingers. Since Bing Yuxia was so young, maybe she could even open the 10th palace in the future. In just a moment, Bing Yuxia arrogantly challenged Zhu Huangwu, and the 2 lineages were on the verge of battle. This time, we all gathered here for the fortunes inside the timeless portal, not to kill each other. The Heavenly Tao Academy agreed to share the portal with the rest of the world, so no sects have the rights to deprive others of this privilege. At this time, Mei Suyao opened her mouth and exuded immortal words that were accompanied by beautiful hymns. She emitted an indescribable charm that was able to calm the listeners. I agree with Goddess Mei's words. The speaker descended from the sky with a myriad of laws as his followers. He became one with the Grand Tao with each taken step, the sole sovereign of this world. Suddenly, the sun and moon lost their brilliance as he walked on his solitary path, shaking the mountains and rivers. All existences shivered where he trod as if he was a god from the 9 heavens. Someone shouted after seeing this young man descending from the sky, "Deity Jikong Wudi." Deity Jikong Wudi, the descendant of the Space Trample Mountain and great-grandchild of immortal Emperor Ta Kong after 6 generations. In the contemporary times, regardless of one's fame or talents, no prodigies could compare to deity Jikong Wudi. All existences were eclipsed by his greatness. Jikong Wudi was the only student in the present generation of the Emperor Era Hall. Rumor has it that he obtained an unbelievable harvest within the hall. The Emperor Era Hall was the hall with the highest requirements, and since the beginning of time, its students could be counted on one's fingers. Even Jikong Wudi's ancestor, immortal Emperor Ta Kong, was not eligible to join this hall when he was younger. In this generation, Jikong Wudi joining the Emperor Era Hall, according to hearsay, was not only to compete with immortal Emperor Hao Hai when he was young, but also to make up for immortal Emperor Ta Kong's regret from not being accepted. People also said that goddess Mei Suyao was qualified to join the Emperor Era Hall, but she chose not to. Mei Suyao's status was very special. She was neither a student nor a teacher at the academy. Naturally, she was very knowledgeable since she once debated the Grand Tao with the academy's hall masters. Deity Jikong Wudi, in all of his invincible presence, began to speak. The fortunes in the timeless portal are up to the fate of each individual. If friends here consider yourselves as contemporary prodigies, then go forward and take the lead. Why the need to be apprehensive towards competition? The fortunes are meant for the faithful, so friends do not need to exclude others. Whether one will obtain the fortunes inside the portal or not, it will depend on their own skills. Jikong Wudi's domineering tone was brimming with confidence because he was simply not afraid of competition. Goddess Mei and deity said it really well. All existences are equal, and the fortunes inside the portal are meant for the faithful. Everyone will have a share. All of a sudden, the cultivators from the weaker sects loudly resonated in agreement and applauded the two. Chapter 314, Forced Marriage. This boy stole young noble's limelight. A voice suddenly resounded next to Wuxia. Before anyone knew it, a dark-skinned youth was sitting next to Wuxia. With a glance, Wuxia was able to tell that it was Xikong Taotian. Limelight is nothing. Wuxia didn't care and he smilingly replied, if others like it, then let them have it. I prefer killing more so than attention. After having said this, Wuxia ominously licked his lips. Xikong Taotian got a chill after seeing Wuxia's actions. He had seen many winds and waves and he even snuck into the ancestral grounds of the great sects. It could be said that not many things could scare him. However, Wuxia licking his lips sent a chill deep down his spine. At this moment, he had a vision in which there were rivers of blood and mountains made from bones. Wuxia was like a devil licking his lips stained with blood as if he had not had his fill. Xikong Taotian was horrified because he could already faintly smell the bloody stench. The group of Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian became speechless. With the new development, even the monstrous existences behind them couldn't exclude other people. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom wished to clear the way in order to have the best development in the future, but it was no longer possible to chase outsiders away. In the end, this so-called meeting amounted to nothing. The plan concocted by Zhu Huangwu and the other great powers was aborted, and the meeting became a mere farce. It failed to reach an agreement and was temporarily abandoned. At the time of departure, Wuxia couldn't help but sigh with regret. It is a pity. Wuxia couldn't accomplish his goal because of Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi's interference. Of course, Wuxia being there at the meeting was not because he wanted to participate in the establishment of the rules or the order to enter. He was worried about not having a trigger in order for him to start a massacre to force those hidden old undyings out. What is a pity? Bing Wuxia followed after him. She gave him a glance and asked. Wuxia leisurely smiled and replied, nothing, I simply wanted to stain my hands with blood in order to conveniently pick the roses. I merely intended to cause a storm of blood and paint the ground red, but alas, my play was spoiled. These words of carnage carried a poetic sense when uttered by Wuxia, resulting in Bing Wuxia glaring at him. After going back to their place, Bing Wuxia gazed at Wuxia as if she wanted to see through him. What do you want to do? Wuxia looked at her and answered, nothing, I only want to kill, cause trouble, then pick up the treasures. It's as simple as this and nothing else. Everyone will do these things, all the cultivators have gathered here for this one and only reason. This lady is not interested in killing. Bing Wuxia spread her fan and leisurely said, find me after the portal opens. Regarding the matters of killing, you can play by yourself, I am too busy meeting with the missus. Wuxia glared at her and said, stop embracing girls left and right all day long. Be good and act like a proper lady. What does it have to do with you? Bing Wuxia snappily glared at him and retorted, this lady will do as she wishes, you don't need to worry about it. Don't be so nosy about my business. Pop. Wuxia hit her bottom, causing her to become startled as she jumped up. She then angrily warned him, little demon, if you still dare to take advantage of this lady. Watch it or I'll chop off your hands. Wuxia clapped his hands together, where one still lingered with the previous sensation, and leisurely spoke, little sister, if you are a man, then I wouldn't be taking advantage of you now, would I? Be a good girl. Gritting her teeth in anger, she eventually scowled and turned around to leave while ignoring Wuxia. Although the meeting amounted to nothing, all those who entered the academy were reluctant to leave. This included both the powerful and weaker sections. They all knew that staying inside the academy was the most beneficial decision. The great powers were also trying to bring their great armies inside. Of course, such a thing amplified the pressure felt by the weaker sections. The big armies were a direct threat to them. Meanwhile, as the host, the Heavenly Tao Academy was completely silent with its eyes closed. It completely ignored all matters, foregoing all involvements. This attitude made many people realize that the academy was truly in big trouble this time. It was as if it couldn't fend for itself. The great calamity was approaching, and the academy itself had no solution, so how could it have the time to worry about other matters? Especially when the academy's earth was splitting even more violently, allowing others to realize that the academy was really succumbing to an imminent disaster. Having thought to this point, their greed took over as their eyes became red and they started to uncontrollably salivate. After thinking about it, the academy had been accumulating treasures for millions of years, so how many great immortal and divine treasures did it have? They became impatient and started to sneak around. Some tried to secretly penetrate the academy's ancestral ground, delving into its innermost depths. The Lion's Roar Gate did not evacuate since they initially came to lend the academy a hand. It quietly watched the ongoing changes to see where this storm would lead them. The next day, Qi Xiaodao suddenly rushed in while Wuxia was meditating in his room. Qi Xiaodao treated Wuxia as if he was his savior and urgently said, "Brotherly, it's not looking too good. You have to quickly come and save my sister." Wuxia stood up and asked with a frown, "What is the matter?" Wuxia's impression of Qi Xiaodao was someone who would not cause trouble. Qi Xiaodao was extremely furious and exclaimed, "The furious immortal saint country came to our door, wanting to force this marriage." His face was reddened from anger. He hated the fact that he couldn't soar out to kill because he was not a match for the saint country. Forced marriage? Wuxia inquired further, "The furious immortal saint country is shameless to this point? Your sister clearly said that she didn't wish to marry Sima Longyun, yet they still came to force this marriage?" Qi Xiaodao angrily replied, "It is so. The first prince, Wuxia, of the saint country led many people to my royal father's dwelling to force this marriage. They want my sister to marry that animal, Sima Longyun." Wuxia touched his chin and said, "It is not so easy for a powerful country to be shameless to this point. This requires a certain level of talent." This is nothing surprising. At this time, Sikong Taotian was grinning. He was standing by the door as he said, "By chance, I came by some news on the streets. Sima Longyun's dream was to marry Miss Qi, but this is only secondary to the saint country. Their goal is the Qi clan's immortal physique law and Miss Qi's recently cultivated thousand martial divine gaze Dao. Both of these arts are no weaker than Supreme Emperor laws. Marrying her would be akin to owning both of these supreme arts. No dowry from the saint country could be more precious than the benefits they would gain from this marriage." Qi Xiaodao's expression was extremely hard to look at after hearing Sikong Taotian's explanation. "My Qi clan will absolutely not allow these animals to succeed," Qi Xiaodao bitterly said. "I also have some other information." Sikong Taotian smiled and said, "Wuxia, indeed, has an incomplete immortal physique law. Although it was continually reinforced and researched, it remained imperfect. I heard that Ba Xia recently wanted to undergo his minor physique tribulation, but his physique devil was too fierce and his inner physique was too impure. Even if he could surpass this tribulation, he would not be able to completely get rid of the imperfection. A hidden backlash will remain for his future grand physique tribulation. Ba Xia is very anxious and really wants to complete the Saint country's immortal physique law. He heard that your Qi clan's immortal physique law was actually passed down from the old desolate era and was not created by your ancestor. This is a complete immortal physique law, so Ba Xia wants to look at it and see if it could make up for his own physique law's failed points. At this point, Xikong Taotian sucked in some air and smilingly said while looking at Qi Xiaodao, in fact, it is not just one great power in the eastern 100 cities craving for your Qi clan's physique law. This is the reason why no one is taking action. For example, if the furious immortal Saint country destroys your Lion's Roar Gate to steal the immortal physique law, then another great power will use this excuse to launch a crusade against it. At that point, maybe everyone will have a copy of the Qi clan's physique law. Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but clench his fists. The truth was that he had never seen the Qi clan's physique law, only his grandfather knew of it. It was not strange for others to covet this physique law. In the end, this thing was more valuable than emperor laws and was even comparable to Heaven's Will secret laws. If it wasn't for the Qi ancestor, the Lion's Roar Heavenly King still being alive while having great relationships with the Academy's Hall Masters, then someone would have already taken action against the Lion's Roar Gate. However, for many great powers, it would still not be too late to make a move now. At this moment, the Academy couldn't even guarantee its own survival, so it would not have the time to help the Lion's Roar Gate. Amidst such chaos with forged alliances, when would the Saint country seize the Qi clan's physique law if not now? Chapter 315, Kill Without Mercy, Brotherly, Hurry and Come, Ba Xia is already at our door. Qi Xiaodao anxiously urged Li Qia. Li Qia couldn't help but smile. He nodded his head and said, "Fine, they're just in time. Since they came to our place to seek their deaths, it would be a sin if I didn't kill them." Seeing Li Qia's bright smile, Xikong Taotian, with chills down his spine, felt that a fierce, bloodthirsty beast was opening its jaws. He simply wanted to escape right away. "Where are you going?" Li Qia slowly spoke. "It is time for you to contribute, otherwise, how could I trust you?" The Xikong Taotian who wanted to run froze up after hearing this, and he quickly replied, "Nowhere, I'm not going anywhere. On your command, I shall traverse any treacherous path." Li Qia nodded his head with seriousness and said without any jest, "Very well, prepare for a great massacre then." Xikong Taotian frowned and followed along. Fighting directly was not his style, but he didn't have any other choice right now. Ba Xia, along with Sima Longyun, came for the marriage proposal with an aggressive momentum. They were determined to achieve victory. After a rejection, and especially when the lady in question maintained her position, other people would not be thick-skinned enough to come again. But this time, Ba Xia and Sima Longyun boldly came without any hesitation. Their attitudes made it clear that Qi Xiaodai could not reject this marriage. Ba Xia courteously spoke, "Royal Lord Qi, 3 virtuous paragon true treasures are included in the dowry for Miss Qi. I think this sufficiently demonstrates our goodwill." 3 of these treasures were indeed heaven-shaking no matter the location because they were monstrous, priceless items. If it was another minor sect, then they would be quite honored in the face of such a dowry. Meanwhile, the Lion's Roar Royal Lord had an exasperated expression while Qi Xiaodai was shivering in anger with sparks in her eyes. The Royal Lord coldly said, "Nephew, please return. The Saint country is a contemporary world power, my Lion's Roar Gate does not deserve to climb up so high." Ba Xia boldly came not to propose, but to force a marriage regardless of Qi Xiaodia's opinion. As her father, how could the Royal Lord accept this? It was too humiliating. Ba Xia's gaze turned sharp and oppressive as he spoke, "Royal Lord Qi, do not make a mistake. My junior brother is a contemporary prodigy. Regarding looks, talents, and personalities, he and Miss Qi are a match made by the heavens. My royal father will personally preside over their marriage that will be blessed by our ancestor. This is a grand occasion, and I trust that this marriage will be wonderful. My saint country will not mistreat Miss Qi, and this is also a great honor to the Lion's Roar Gate's ancestors. Great honor to the Lion's Roar Gate's ancestors? A lazy voice came about, even the furious immortal saint country's progenitor is nothing. How can one even dare to compare him against the Qi clan's ancestor, the 100 Battles God King? When your progenitor was alive, he was only worthy of carrying the God King's shoes. Li Qie. Having heard this voice, Sima Longyun suddenly jumped as if he had been stung by a scorpion and screamed. Li Qie leisurely strolled forward, he simply glanced at Ba Xia once, and then he didn't put him in his eyes again. Ba Xia's sharp gaze exuded an aura as torrential as a flood. He took a step forward, shaking the mountains and rivers. His surging blood energy rendered others breathless. Qi Xiaodai breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Li Qie. She was quite assured with his presence, even if the sky fell down, Li Qie would shoulder the burden. Ba Xia also sneered after seeing Li Qie's arrival. Likewise, he also didn't take Li Qie into consideration. He then gravely spoke to the royal lord once more, "Royal Lord Qi, don't throw your Lion's Roar Gate, this long-standing heritage, into the abyss just because of an outsider. If you still possess any foresight, then you should chase a certain someone out of the Lion's Roar Gate, lest he brings about a disaster to your sect." Another voice rang out, "Ba Xia is completely right." Hu Yu of the Tiger's Howl School also rushed in, the Lion's Roar disciples couldn't stop him. His powerful advance portrayed him as an arrogant dragon soaring in an empty sky, no one was able to hinder his steps. The royal lord was quite displeased to see Hu Yu's blatant intrusion. His actions didn't give the Lion's Roar Gate any respect. Hu Yu stepped inside and looked around, then he smilingly added, "I also feel that Brother Sima and Miss Qi are a match made in heaven. Miss Qi being able to marry into the saint country is all due to the grace of her ancestors. Brother Ba Xia, instead of choosing a day, why not just get them married today? You." At this point, the Qi family was furious. Qi Xiaodao stood out and angrily shouted, "Your Tiger's Howl School shouldn't push people too far." Too far? Hu Yu looked at Qi Xiaodao with contempt and said, "Qi Xiaodao, heed my warning, do not follow this little bratly. In the future, if you still dare to appear around the Baoyun clan, then I will personally cut off your limbs and destroy your cultivation so that you will be a cripple for the rest of your life. Brother Yun, go and greet your father-in-law." Ba Xia sneered and said. The ecstatic Sima Longyun quickly stepped forward to bow towards the royal lord. However, he was only met with blood-vomiting anger from the royal lord and Qi Xiaodai. His greeting was also blocked by Li Qie, who was standing in front of the royal lord. Li Qie then quipped, You wish to bow down to your grandfather? Unfortunately, I do not have such an unfilial grandson like you." A surge of rage overcame Sima Longyun. At this moment, he finally lost his mind from anger. However, he had the support of Ba Xia and the saint country, so he was no longer afraid of Li Qie. "Little animal, I've had enough of you." He roared and rushed forward like a maddened ox. His golden ox physique came forward with its most powerful stance, wanting to slam Li Qie away. Boom! Li Qie didn't try to dodge. Instead, he stretched out his hand and seized the approaching Sima Longyun. Although Sima Longyun's golden ox physique could collapse a high mountain, it couldn't move Li Qie one bit. Li Qie's technique resembled a myriad of hands, he was like a true god descending to the mortal world. Each of these hands could shoulder a separate world as 9 great spheres appeared behind his back. At this point, Sima Longyun was caught by Li Qie's 4 hands as Li Qie was about to tear him apart. Li Qie's 4 hands appeared to be cast from unbreakable, divine gold. Sima Longyun was completely trapped. Although he was a royal noble equipped with the golden ox physique, he could not hinder Li Qie in the slightest. A minor completion immortal physique, the 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds technique, plus Li Qie's current royal noble cultivation, Sima Longyun was not his match. The 1,000 hands technique was the myriad images true gods defining treasure. It could shake the 9 heavens above and sink the underworld below. It was capable of slaying immortals and supporting this world. Sima Longyun's physique was absolutely nothing compared to the true god's technique. Ba Xia stepped forward with surging energy like a storm. Li Qie, if you dare to touch even a strand of hair on my junior brother, then don't even dream about leaving this place alive. Hu Yu also came forward and snorted, Li, be smart and accept your fate. No one will be able to save you. We'll then show you a fate that is worse than death. Hu Yu and Ba Xia trapped Li Qie with a pincer formation. Both of them took action as they wanted to kill him in one blow. Today, they came well prepared not only for the matter of marriage but also to kill Li Qie. Before obtaining the Lion's Roar supreme immortal physique and accomplishing their goal, they must slay Li Qie and eradicate this pebble that blocked their path. You still dare to threaten me with just the 2 of you insects? Li Qie, with his 1,000 hands technique, looked at Hu Yu and Ba Xia before he smilingly said, not to mention you 2 insects, even if your ancestors crawled out of their graves, I would still personally take care of them if they angered me. After these words, Li Qie strengthened his grip on Sima Longyun. No! Sima Longyun miserably bellowed. After a popping sound, he was torn apart by Li Qie. His true fate couldn't escape either and was crushed by another hand. In the blink of an eye, Sima Longyun could not resist being torn apart alive by Li Qie. Even before his death, he couldn't believe that Li Qie still dared to kill him despite his senior brother backing him up. You're courting death. Ba Xia and Hu Yu both became furious and instantly struck with blows that were capable of sinking the heaven and earth. An amazing energy blade slashed straight towards Li Qie, wanting to finish him off in one blow. Scram! At this time, the hell-suppressing godly physique broke out. Its power swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His 1,000 hands held up 3,000 small worlds and his back carried the 9 grand worlds. The oppressive descent of the 1,000 hands was as if the 3,000 small worlds were crushing the firmaments. Even the 18 layers of hell would collapse from such might. Royal noble power, minor completion immortal physique, and a true god's defining technique, the 3 of these combined would even easily defeat an ancient saint. All of these things were not just empty names. Boom! A deafening noise filled the air as the Lion's Roar gate's camp cracked under this blow. Hu Yu and Ba Xia's combined effort did not amount to anything. They were struck flying away by the 1,000 hands into the Lion's Roar gate's camp. Chapter 316, Only using one's hand versus 2 experts. At this moment, the Lion's Roar royal lord was sent into a daze. Even Qi Xiaodao, who was mentally prepared, became shocked. Only Qi Xiaodai remained calm and took a deep breath. On the other hand, Xikong Taotian felt that this was the natural flow of events. He was very fearful of Li Qie and thought that Ba Xia and Hu Yu were suicidal maniacs. The royal lord stood there, speechless. He heard his daughter telling him that Li Qie was extremely powerful, but he felt that no matter how powerful he was, the enlightened being realm was his limit. However, after seeing Li Qie blow away the 2 geniuses today, he wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Rumble! 2 explosions roared from beneath the flat ground. Hu Yu and Ba Xia were like 2 falling stars as they were knocked away by Li Qie from the Lion's Roar gate, eventually creating 2 huge pits. What happened? This sudden event caused many cultivators from the nearby camps to rush out of their dwellings and look around to find out what was going on. Many people were left aghast after seeing Hu Yu and Ba Xia getting pounded away. Especially, the younger generation, they were rendered in disbelief. Someone lost their calm and shouted as they noticed Li Qie exit from the collapsing Lion's Roar Gate camp. Li Qie. Suddenly, everyone turned their gazes towards him. The younger ones couldn't sit still inside, all of them ran out to watch, including the students from the academy. Ba Xia and Hu Yu were the most excellent geniuses in the eastern 100 cities of today. Ba Xia had the natural tyrannical physique, one of the 24 king physiques, and he cultivated the saint country's defining lower tyrannical immortal physique law. Rumor has it that he made some progress with his physique, so others were very wary of his skills. With Ba Xia's cultivation, if his physique was at minor completion, then he could massacre ancient saints as easily as flipping one's palm. If this wasn't the case, then people wouldn't praise a grand completion immortal physique as something that could stop even immortal emperors. Hu Yu was no weaker than Ba Xia. Rumor has it that he became a 5 celestials enlightened being a long time ago. The extremely mysterious blood of the tiger god also flowed within his body. At this point, their setback, caused by Li Qie, created a huge commotion and no one could bear to miss this spectacle. All the devilish geniuses from the Sacred Era Hall also poured out, including the Crouching Dragon Cliff's descendant and the Saint Child of the Rampaging Divine Mountain. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian also came to observe Li Qie from afar with an emotionless pair of eyes while being shrouded in an azure mist. Last time, at the evil-infested ridge, he lost and almost died to Li Qie. After several years, he became a lot stronger than before, but the humiliation still haunted him. Rumble. Hu Yu and Ba Xia soared into the sky. In an instant, one went to block Li Qie from the front while the other went to his back. Although they were sent flying away, it was only a minor injury, far from being fatal. A thunderous noise boomed. Ba Xia and Hu Yu's blood energy crazily surged as their life wheels appeared, emitting a monstrous source of power. Qi Xiaodao became slightly worried and asked, "They are about to unleash their killing moves, will Brotherly be fine fighting the both of them alone?" "Don't worry." Xikong Taotian shook his head and said, "You do not know of his past conquests. If you found out about his battles inside the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, then you would not be able to sleep for 3 days, and you surely wouldn't have the guts to call him a brother." Ba Xia and Hu Yu, they are nothing. Even if the saint country's ancestor personally came, he himself wouldn't know the reasons for his inevitable demise. Qi Xiaodao was quite astonished to hear these words. Even the Lion's Roar Royal Lord felt that Xikong Taotian's words were underestimating the two contemporary geniuses, Hu Yu and Ba Xia, too much. Only Qi Xiaodai remained silent, for she knew Li Qie's terrifyingness more than her father and brother. Even an ancestral character like old Daoist Peng was apprehensive of him, so one could only imagine his true might. Xikong Taotian then continued to murmur to himself, "No matter where or when, I wouldn't be afraid of fighting against that little brat, Jikong Wudi. Only young noble Li, the first person to instill fear inside me, the first person that I could not fathom, would be someone I would never cross. Even the son of a god would die if they provoked him." "What did you say?" Qi Xiaodao couldn't hear him clearly, so he had to ask. Xikong Taotian shook his head and looked up, then he smilingly answered, "Nothing, just wait and see. Someone will die a very, very miserable death, but the fault lies with them for provoking someone they couldn't afford to." The atmosphere became tense as Ba Xia and Hu Yu summoned their life wheels. The longevity blood poured into the wheel, creating a torrential storm. Clouds of worldly essence as dense as fog focused on their bodies. At this moment, they were quite mighty. Ba Xia aggressively declared, "Li, you shouldn't have messed with me today. Even if you are an ancient saint, only death will await you." At this time, after mustering his power, Ba Xia's body emitted a bright brilliance as a divine flame surrounded his body. His blood energy, that was as vast as an ocean, floated above his head and enshrouded the sky itself. Boom! His blood energy rose one level as a magnificent ring appeared around his body, giving him quite a transcendent appearance. Seeing this divine ring developing around his body, someone shouted in horror, "Heavenly Sovereign, could it be that he has reached this realm?" Although Heavenly Sovereign was only one realm above Ancient Saint, one couldn't fathom just how much more frightening a sovereign was compared to an ancient saint. Reaching this level meant that one reached the Grand Tao, and one would be able to recreate its profoundness. If a heavenly king was a ruler of this world that reigned over millions of existences, then a heavenly sovereign was the Grand Tao leading to the Golden Throne. To most cultivators, Ancient Saint was the end of the path and Heavenly Sovereign was the sublime pinnacle, the starting point to reach the Grand Tao to become enlightened. They would no longer be confined to the limits of their previous path and would begin to develop their own Tao. The Heavenly Sovereign realm was where the foundation for becoming an invincible virtuous paragon gets laid, and it was the first step towards the heaven's will. If all the realms before Heavenly Sovereign were part of the heaven and earth's path, then being a Heavenly Sovereign meant that one had finally entered the great palace of the heaven and earth. One Heavenly Sovereign could easily subdue an ancient saint, since they have already escaped the boundary of an ordinary Grand Tao and touched upon the heaven and earth's Grand Tao. Without their presence, ancient saints and royal nobles would be in charge of worldly affairs. However, upon the arrival of but a single Heavenly Sovereign, said two realms couldn't reach the apex. No, it is the furious immortal tyrannical physique. A devilish genius from Sacred Era Hall said with gravity while wearing a serious expression. After hearing this name, many people took a cold breath. One person murmured, "Furious immortal tyrannical physique, could this physique be at minor completion?" A predecessor cultivator said with a shocked expression, "This physique increases one's battle prowess as their cultivation temporarily goes up by one level. If Ba Xia is an ancient saint, then he will have the power to challenge a heavenly sovereign." Many people lost their colors after seeing the divine ring floating around Ba Xia, including the devilish geniuses from the Sacred Era Hall. If it was indeed a minor completion immortal physique, then it was truly terrifying. Even though no one knew Ba Xia's exact cultivation, but if he was an ancient saint, then he could slay a heavenly sovereign with a minor completion immortal physique. The coveted furious immortal tyrannical physique could crazily increase a cultivator's blood energy and temporarily unleash an endless potential, giving them 10 times more battle power. Those with even more untapped potential could have their strength increase by 100-fold without any side effects. Ba Xia was a natural tyrannical king physique and cultivated the defining physique law of the saint country, so one could only imagine his great potential. Little demon, today, I will show you what people call a fate worse than death. After Ba Xia unleashed his physique, Hu Yu did not falter behind. Suddenly, his blood energy roared like a divine tiger as Hu Yu's fate palace opened. A pagoda made of gold appeared with flames surrounding it. It was Hu Yu's true fate weapon, and it was created by a powerful heaven's will true stone. At this time, 7 stars emerged to carry the pagoda. Then, this tower suddenly lit up and a loud boom resounded. The pagoda opened up as if it was the entrance to the realm of the deities. Dragon cries and phoenix hymns, accompanied with a black tortoise's roar, spewed forth. Then, an azure dragon flew out of the pagoda, followed by a vermilion bird while a black tortoise shouldered the ocean. Hu Yu's blood energy turned into a white tiger with a divine presence that filled the sky. At this second, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise gathered around to protect the white tiger. Seeing the 7 stars supporting the pagoda, the Eastern 100 cities' inhabitants were quite shocked. 7 celestials enlightened being. He is already a 7 celestials. I only heard that he was a 5 celestials before. So he was hiding his strength. This is not the most scary matter. An old cultivator who knew about the Tiger's Howl school emotionally said, "His heaven's will true treasure is the most terrifying part." This 4 divine beasts pagoda was created from a heaven's will true stone with 4 daos. A younger cultivator asked in confusion, even though a 4 daos heaven's will true stone is precious, but with Hu Yu's gifts, he should have a better stone. I feel, at the very least, that it should be 7 daos. No. His royal lord then corrected him, the value of a heavens will true stone does not lie in its dao quantity, the more is not necessarily better. The truth is that it is difficult to discern the power and advantages of these stones. We refer to them by the daos inside them only for the sake of classification. Chapter 317, Thousand Hands Against the 9 Worlds. A heavens will true stone was the foundation of a cultivator's true treasure, it was quintessential in the creation process. For cultivators, a true treasure connected directly to their true fate, along with their Tao. It was the real method for cultivators to exert their true strength and potential. These stones were created by the heaven and earth, so very few people knew their true origin. Since time immemorial, most assumed that they were divine stones born from the inception of this world. Due to this theory, it also explained the reason why the heaven and earth's Tao might also be found within these stones. Each of the Tao found within were different and were still in their original forms. Only through the refinement of cultivators would these Tao become even stronger. The Tao encompassed within these stones were named heavenly accumulation, so a stone with 1 heavenly accumulation was also referred to as a 1 Tao heavens will true stone. If there were 2 heavenly accumulations inside, then the stone was called a 2 Tao heavens will true stone, and so on and so forth. For beasts divine pagoda. A sacred era genius exclaimed. The sacred era's group of disciples didn't dare to underestimate Hu Yu's true treasure, and one of them whispered, the tiger god's blood flows within Hu Yu's body, so this pagoda is too fitting for him. Inside the treasure's 4 heavenly accumulations, the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, and the white tiger all worship his tiger god's bloodline. As a result, the white tiger is the leader of the 4 beasts and gets protected by the other 3. With the help of the tiger god's bloodline, he can actually exert the power of the stone to its utmost limit. A true treasure at the same rank cannot compare to this synergy. Another sacred era student took a cold breath and uttered. Hu Yu's luck was great, he managed to obtain a true stone with 4 beast heavenly accumulations while having the tiger god's bloodline. This allowed him to use the stone to its utmost potential as he refined it into his own true treasure by using his true fate. Although this true treasure was only at the same level as him, a 7 celestials enlightened being true treasure, it could fight evenly against a heavenly sovereign. Other enlightened beings using a heavenly king true treasure would still be at a disadvantage when fighting against Hu Yu's pagoda. The majority of cultivators could only use 30 to 40% of a life treasure or true treasure from someone else. This also applied to emperor-level weapons. However, one's own true treasure combined with their fate was different. One could utilize its full strength, or even greatly exceed it. This was the reason why each cultivator had to refine their own true treasures. For heavenly accumulations led by the white tiger, using the tiger god's bloodline to control them, this is using the heavenly accumulations to their maximum potential, seeing the 4 divine beasts, that were led by the white tiger, soaring in the sky that caused the heaven and earth to tremble. An enlightened being of the previous generation couldn't help but become emotional. Although there were no clear distinctions or ranks regarding the amount of heavenly accumulations within a heavens will true stone, but to most cultivators, the more the better. For heavenly accumulations was better than 3, in the end, it was an extra Tao. For example, if Hu Yu's pagoda only had 3 heavenly accumulations, then it would only have the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. The most important thing for cultivators was to find a suitable one, the priority did not lie with the amount of heavenly accumulations inside. Like Hu Yu, his 4 divine beast pagoda was the most fitting for him since his bloodline allowed him to unleash its endless potential. If it was a different true stone, then even with 7 heavenly accumulations, compared to this pagoda, it wouldn't necessarily be stronger after refinement for Hu Yu. At this time, Ba Xia and Hu Yu roared at the same time, kill. Ba Xia didn't have a weapon nor technique, instead, he rushed forward with his strongest stance. His immortal physique furiously exploded like an angry immortal that wanted to destroy the heaven and earth along with all the other gods. The sweep of his hand was enough to defeat all things as well as flush out the clouds and rain. Meanwhile, Huyu's pagoda, along with the four beasts, soared together in the sky with their endless Tao power. The white tiger roared, the azure dragon glided in the sky, the vermilion bird attacked from above, and the black tortoise raised the ocean. In this second, the four beasts arrived as if they were about to destroy the heavens. The roar of the white tiger destroyed all spirits like a wave made out of a myriad of swords that rushed up high above. Once these swords plunged down, all would be massacred. The azure dragon fluttered around. To a dragon, its gigantic body was its most powerful weapon. Under its impact, a giant mountain was no different than a piece of paper. The vermilion bird swooped down to the ground. Its unblockable sharp wings could tear the grand beginning as well as the primordial chaos. At this second, the vast earth became nothingness under the blows from Huyu and Wuxia. The spectators, both young and old, were lamenting, so strong. Wuxia and Huyu's attacks were nothing like those from inexperienced youths. An ancient saint unleashing his life's strongest attack would not be much more potent than this. Such an invincible and dominating strike actually came from two young men. Boom! The earth shook after a deafening explosion as cracks began to appear. With several clanks, the universal laws, in the shape of divine lotus vines, held the shattered earth together. If this earth was not strengthened by the Academy's Emperor Foundation, then it would have completely collapsed from that earlier strike. At this time, the place where Wuxia once stood was now replaced by a giant crater. That strike could have rendered him into ashes. Is it over? Many people were awestruck by that strike and murmured. Furious immortal tyrannical physique. Even a devilish genius from the Sacred Era Hall had to sigh in lamentation. They feared this immortal physique. Once it appeared, it was as if a furious immortal took over Wuxia's body, allowing him to push down all things. Before his hand, all merit laws and treasures couldn't reach the apex. For Divine Beast's pagoda, such a powerful true treasure. No wonder why the wise sages once said that no stone is better or worse, there is only the most suitable true stone. Legend has it that immortal Emperor Bujan's spear was created from a one Tao true stone, but this one heavenly accumulation was still enough to become invincible in his era. After the events of today, it seems that the wise sages did not lie to me. An older cultivator couldn't help but emotionally comment. Is it really over? A person from afar looked at the crater and wanted to know whether Wuxia was alive or not. Some students who were close to Wuxia and Huyu sneered and said with disdain, how could it not be over? This little demon Li had the courage to fight solo versus two prodigies. He didn't know how to write the word suicide. This is your strongest blow? Suddenly, a lazy voice came about. Wuxia stepped out from the crater. He was as majestic as a towering and immovable mountain. The students who were jeering at Wuxia couldn't finish their mockery before having to stop with their faces flushed red from embarrassment. Impossible. At this moment, an older ancient saint who was watching from the distance jumped up and shouted with a cracked voice. Even an ancient saint couldn't escape unscathed from the blow of those two, but Wuxia was completely unharmed. This was such an unbelievable matter. Wuxia and Huyu both changed their expressions because they were extremely confident in their previous attack. Even if it couldn't kill Wuxia, it should have severely wounded him. But the fact remained, Wuxia was without harm. Too weak, you can't even kill me when I'm not dodging. At this point, Wuxia then slowly activated his 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds as if he was actually the myriad images true God. Once these hands came together, they turned into a solid steel wall. Wuxia then calmly smiled and said, "My turn." The moment these words came out, a boom erupted. The 6 Tao were affected along with the screams of a myriad of laws. At this time, Wuxia's entire body was encompassed by a divine light. His invincible physique erupted with power, giving Wuxia the appearance of a god. At this time, the gods, the devils, and even the myriad of laws of the heaven and earth, all were below Wuxia's feet, all were suppressed by his solitary physique. One physique to rule over the gods and devils. The hell-suppressing godly physique. Minor completion immortal physique. At this moment, even a heavenly sovereign hiding behind some curtains suddenly turned aghast, he couldn't help but shout inside his shroud. Minor completion immortal physique, this one phrase alone shocked everyone present. It was common knowledge that immortal physiques were extremely difficult to cultivate. This was not only due to its high requirements, but one must also possess an immortal physique law. Since time immemorial, many people cultivated immortal physiques, but not even mentioning grand completion immortal physiques, very few managed to reach minor completion despite dedicating their entire lives. Once someone reached minor completion, it was more likely that they had also reached the heavenly king realm, or even the virtuous paragon realm. However, Wuxia, at such a young age, was able to reach minor completion. This was an unfathomable matter. This also meant that he had a great chance of reaching grand completion in the future. Once this scripture was unleashed, an immortal arrow descended right into the bow. Clang! The string that was pulled and tense was now readied with an arrow as great as the mountains, and then a true mantra arrow was shot out. This arrow pierced through the sky and destroyed a myriad of firmaments. This one bow carried the heaven's power. 9 words true arrow, 9 words to form a mantra. Soldiers and fighters, all of you arrange yourselves and proceed forward, this was the #1 mantra in this world. This majestic and grand arrow made out of the word soldier, with its immense strength, could pierce through all things in this world. Impossible. Seeing this scene, even royal lords and sect masters stood up. The power of just a single arrow was capable of piercing a true treasure and killing heavenly accumulations, it was really too strong. True word treasure. Seeing Wuxia wielding his bow and the open scripture beside him, many experts were shivering in astonishment. They didn't know how many true words Wuxia's bow had, but some speculated that it must have at least 6 words. Otherwise, it couldn't turn into a scripture. Too many people were envious and jealous of Wuxia. A treasure created from refining treasure metal that had 9 runes still couldn't compare to a true word treasure, especially those made with 6 or more words. Boom! At this time, the 1,000 hands technique unleashed the power akin to a true god and lifted a myriad of worlds. When the 1,000 hands came down, suppressing all existences, the wounded Huyu and Wuxia mustered all of their destructive laws. However, they still could not escape from Wuxia's grasp. Finally, under the hell-suppressing godly physique, bone-breaking sounds began to appear. No matter how tough they were, the blood of Wuxia and Huyu was still shed, they were on the verge of dying. Then, Wuxia picked them up with his 1,000 hands. Everyone was completely transfixed on watching this scene in shock. Devilish geniuses and experts of the previous generation all lost their minds. Wuxia and Huyu were amongst the strongest geniuses in the eastern 100 cities, but Wuxia alone absolutely conquered them. No one could believe it. The person who sneered at Wuxia earlier was shivering in fear, his legs lost their strength as he collapsed to the ground while urinating uncontrollably. Even Huyu and Wuxia lost in Wuxia's hands, so if Wuxia wanted to take care of him, what could he do besides die? The furious immortal Saint Country and the Tiger's Howl School aren't shit. With me, your father, protecting the Lion's Roar Gate, you all still dare to come to our door and force a marriage? Wuxia calmly declared while gripping Wuxia and Huyu with his 1,000 hands. You really think your father is such a nice guy? Everyone held their breaths at this point and none of them dared to sneer at Wuxia any longer. No matter what, the defeat of Wuxia and Huyu was undeniable. Once everyone calmed down, an angry shout appeared, "Junior, let go of young lord." Thousands of experts descended from the sky. Named heroes, royal nobles, enlightened beings, and ancient saints from the Saint country in Tiger's Howl School rushed forward and surrounded Li Qie. They wanted to save Ba Xia and Hu Yu. At this point, even named heroes and royal nobles could only stand at the perimeter of the circle because they were insufficient and could only stand there to cheer. These powers were deserving of their reputation, especially a powerful country like the Saint country. The heavenly god sect back in the Grand Middle Territory could not compare to it. Their true reserve was very deep, and they could mobilize thousands of royal nobles and named heroes, and even enlightened beings and ancient saints. All of these were major characters in the contemporary times. You wish to bully me with numbers? Li Qie squinted his eyes and smilingly said while looking at the mass that encircled him. Not good, we have to help Brother Li. Seeing Li Qie being surrounded, Qi Xiaodao was in dismay and exclaimed. The lion's roar royal lord's expression also dimmed down. No matter how powerful Li Qie was, he couldn't stop the offense from so many people. No, it is time for me to step onto the stage. Sikong Taotian stopped Qi Xiaodao and revealed a smile. This is my moment to contribute, don't compete with me. Amongst the crowd of several thousand experts that trapped Li Qie, a peak Grand Saint said in a grave tone, Junior, if you let go of our young lords, we will forget everything that happened today. Chapter 323, Jingwei's Azure Sun. Something appeared to be moving inside Heavenly Prince Qing Xian's life wheel as everyone witnessed it turn into a boundless azure fog. At this time, the initially majestic life wheel that towered like a mountain had turned into a small azure sun. It had the sensation of being the most oppressive sun in this world as it spewed out an endless amount of azure energy. After a loud chirp, an azure bird started to fly around it as if it was nibbling on the life wheel. There was a sun in the sky along with the celestials, but all was shadowed under this supreme azure fog. Inside Zhu Huangwu's life wheel was a giant mountain. The moment the life wheel opened, it was as if a new world was established as an endless, blinding light illuminated the back of his neck. At this time, his life wheel had turned into something mystical, and everyone could see the giant mountain inside. The giant mountain was as black as iron with immense weight. It was as if it was suppressing countless gods and devils inside the life wheel. His longevity blood flowed around the mountain while his blood energy was stained with an indescribable evil presence. In just a second, this sky-flooding blood energy turned heavy. It was capable of piercing the heavens and crushing the earth as each strand of blood became incomparably powerful. An older cultivator from the Grand Middle Territory looked at the longevity treasure inside the Heavenly Prince's life wheel and exclaimed in astonishment, Jingwei's Azure Sun. Meanwhile, the Lion's Roar Royal Lord saw Zhu Huangwu's life wheel and murmured, could it be that this is the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom's evil subduing mountain that had always been passed down? Jingwei's Azure Sun and evil subduing mountain, all who knew their identities were startled. Although the role of longevity treasures was not as great as life or true weapons, they still had a power that could not be ignored. Jingwei's Azure Sun is a longevity treasure that was once used by the legendary immortal Emperor Qing Xian. It was created from the life ring of a divine Jingwei, and it helped immortal Emperor Qing Xian sweep through the world during his youth. Later on, after accomplishing his grand Tao, immortal Emperor Qing Xian abandoned it. The evil subduing mountain also had a remarkable history. Cultivators in this world knew that longevity treasures were usually refined from the life rings of the life wheel, but rumor has it that immortal Emperor Fu Mo of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom refined a mountain into a life wheel. This treasure had always been inside the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. This is the true power of ancient kingdoms. An older cultivator couldn't help but sigh with envy. Immortal Emperor items were things that could only be obtained by a stroke of great fortune. Even heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings would have an arduous time in obtaining immortal Emperor items. These two, at such a young age, already had immortal Emperor longevity treasures, so how could others not be jealous of them? With a buzzing sound, it was as if the heavens was synchronized. As the heaven and earth's grand Tao began to awaken, everyone felt the heavenly power. At this very second, it was as if the heavenly grand Tao was being channeled as an endless stream of power appeared inside a divine light that basked Zhu Huangwu and the heavenly prince. This divine light that surrounded the two appeared to be creating its own heaven and earth with circulating stars as many existences were being created. The illusion of a whole new universe coming into being appeared inside the body of Zhu Huangwu and the heavenly prince. They took control of these worlds, and the heavens opened its path for them. The heavens was within their grasps. In this instance, their strength. Outside of their personal powerful cultivation that instilled endless fear into others, no one else knew their true methods. Maybe they could have brought along virtuous paragon life treasures, or even true treasures. Unfortunately, I really don't care for heavenly sovereigns. Just an ordinary little sovereign is nothing. Maybe an era sovereign would be able to do something, but you? You too are nothing. Li Qiye laughed and said. How foolish. As different laws were transforming in his eyes, the mortal king said in a dignified manner without any anger, do you think that you can leave this place alive? Even if you have immeasurable abilities, if you dare to harm my son today, then do not even dream about leaving alive. Li Qiye laughed so hard. Then, he said as he squinted eyes, so, your saint country brought even more than just a heavenly sovereign like you? Is it an era sovereign? A heavenly king? Or is it those old undyings and ancestors hiding in their coffins? If you already know the situation, then hurry and let go of my son. The mortal king did not answer Li Qiye's question and instead coldly proclaimed, even if you are a heavenly king, you have no chance of escaping this place. However, this was already an implicit answer. At this time, many people, especially the smaller sects, vagabond cultivators, and humble students, turned pale. This meant that the saint country brought even more powerful people. Maybe it was not just the saint country, the other great powers might have commanded even stronger experts here. A couple of days before, these monsters, like the saint country, the Tiger's Howl School, the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, and others were in the same camp. This was enough to indicate one thing, they wanted sole hegemony of the portal. A few devilish sacred era geniuses thought about it even further, especially those who came from the other territories. Although their sect's experts and armies had not arrived in time, they still knew a thing or two more than others. Maybe these grand characters came not only just for the portal, but to scheme for something else, like the Heavenly Tao Academy. In just a second, many thoughts ran astray inside the heads of these geniuses. But at this moment, everyone still wanted to see Li Qiye's decision. The mortal king's words were clear. The saint country didn't have only one heavenly sovereign, there were even more powerful figures present. Under such a situation, anyone smart would know what to choose. Defeating Hu Yu and Ba Xia was already a great achievement to a youth. It was enough for one to smile proudly around the eastern 100 cities and become one of the strongest young geniuses. They could bask in all the fame, fortune, and glory. Regardless of Li Qiye's origin, this was already more than enough, so why the need to create a life-or-death feud against the Saint Country and Tiger's Howl School? If he let Ba Xia and Hu Yu go, then not only would he have obtained the prestige and honor from beating them, but he could also safely retreat. To many people, this was the clear choice. Young noble Li, take a step back to take in the height of the sky and vastness of the sea. At this time, the lion's roar royal lord couldn't help but shout loudly. He was very worried for Li Qiye. Although Li Qiye single-handedly defeated Ba Xia and Hu Yu and showed his might, but under an irreconcilable blood feud with the Saint Country and Tiger's Howl School, there was only a path towards death. Qi Shaodai stopped her father from trying to persuade Li Qiye and gently shook her head before murmuring, "He is not going to back down, even if a heavenly king comes in person." Senior Li, this is correct, take a step back to take in the height of the sky and vastness of the sea. You have already won. The Grand Era disciples also couldn't stop themselves from providing Li Qie with an easy way out. Chapter 320. Watching the enemy's destruction with a smile, Li Qie easily overcame the joint effort of Hu Yu and Ba Xia, earning the Grand Era Hall a great deal of honor. So many of its students were very elated, and they certainly did not wish to see Li Qie die here. Young noble Li is already so formidable, so please show kindness and spare your opponents. At this point, many girls were encouraging Li Qie, trying to get him to step down without losing face. Many of them were sisters of Qi Shaodai, while the others had a humble background. These girls thought of Li Qie as one of their own. A wise man should know what to choose. The Tiger King deepened his tone. If you let them go, then we can forget about today. Meanwhile, Ba Xia and Hu Yu were quite behaved, their necks were still being gripped by Li Qie. These two were the heaven's proud sons, always arrogant and boastful. Today, due to suffering a crushing defeat from Li Qie, resulting in their necks being gripped by the victor, they were extremely ashamed. After hearing the demands from the Tiger King and Mortal King, Li Qie laughed and said, I am a person who has this bad habit where my hand would shake if other people threatened me. And if my hand shakes, then it might accidentally kill someone. Don't you dare! The Mortal King and the Tiger King were jolted and immediately exclaimed. They were afraid of hurting Ba Xia and Hu Yu, whose fates were in Li Qie's hands. They couldn't attack, but they also couldn't just sit still and do nothing. Li Qie leisurely watched the two and said with a smile, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are not many things I don't dare to do. If you dare to kill my son, there will be no asylum for you even at the edges of this world. Our saint country swears that we will never let this go until we extinguish your 9 clans. Extinguish my 9 clans? Li Qie's eyes narrowed as he said, I'm so scared, I guess I'll just have to wait for it. Having said that, his 1,000 hands closed shut. In just the blink of an eye, it shattered the 9 worlds and crushed the heaven and earth. No, the Mortal King and the Tiger King uttered a cry, but it was all too late. Ah, miserable screams bellowed forth. In front of everyone and the pressure of 2 heavenly sovereigns, Ba Xia and Hu Yu were crushed by Li Qie into a bloody mist. Suddenly, the heaven and earth became silent as everyone stood frozen in place. Even with the threat of 2 heavenly sovereigns, Li Qie still killed Ba Xia and Hu Yu without a care. Many people could not believe their eyes. Li Qie dared to kill those 2? From now on, Li Qie would not be able to share the same sky with the Tiger's Howl School and the Saint Country. There would only be an irreconcilable outcome for both sides where either the fish will die or the net will rip. At this point, the royal nobles and ancient saints from the school and Saint Country crazily cried out and went to kill Li Qie in a craze. Wait, there is still me. Sikong Taotian emerged and uttered a long cry. No one saw what Sikong Taotian did, but he unleashed so many treasures like a goddess scattering beautiful flowers. Flying bell, underworld umbrella, cloud-shattering sword, inflammation cauldron, and many other terrifying items. The emergence of these treasures collapsed the sky and cracked the earth as if it wanted to destroy this land. The lion's roar royal lord couldn't help but become startled. He quickly exclaimed after a brief moment, we should help them now. Qi Shaodai stopped her father and gently nodded her head to say, no need to steal Sikong Taotian's moment. Like he said earlier, this is his time to contribute. Otherwise, young noble would have already taken action. Boom! 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 Sikong Taotian personally fought against thousands by himself and unleashed countless treasures as if he had an endless supply of them. All were bedazzled by the spectacle, for they had never seen someone with so many treasures like this. Sikong Taotian continued to throw out more than dozens of treasures as if they were just trash. There were a lot of geniuses present, some were from the grand sects and powerful countries, and a few were from the emperor lineages, but no one here was as luxurious as Sikong Taotian, who was capable of throwing out so many treasures. This was a case of beating people to death with treasures. He had enough to slay one person with one treasure. Seeing so many treasures surrounding Sikong Taotian, Qi Xiaodao angrily exclaimed, "Motherfucker, this thief has such a scary fortune, yet he still tricked me for my little bit of medicines. Is there no justice in this world? How is this different from a tycoon stealing a beggar's cold grub?" Meanwhile, Li Qiye stood there, watching Sikong Taotian as he fought against the crowd. "Use your finishing move already, how long do you want to fight for?" Li Qiye eventually slowly spoke. "Oh grandma, I can't hold on much longer." Against the continuous attack of several thousand royal nobles and ancient saints, despite his numerous treasures, he was just one person. Eventually, he shouted, "I'm about to do it." Boom! A loud bang exploded. Sikong Taotian took out several puppets and spewed blood on their bodies. The moment these puppets landed, they turned into generals. Kill! These puppets were as powerful as Sikong Taotian. They accepted treasures from Taotian's hands and rushed out to kill the several thousand troops before them. This is a bit too much. Are there 72 of them? He created 72 copies of himself in one go? Qi Xiaodao watched Sikong Taotian take out these puppets and became astonished. It was as if each of these puppets was the embodiment of Sikong Taotian. This boss-killing move is also coming. The mud cannon opened a giant black hole, and then Little Autumn screamed, "Taste my invincible grand zero-dimension banishment." Boom! The cannon shot out and dimensional black holes appeared in the sky. The Tiger King that was initially evading was now locked up by these black holes. No, when all of the black holes came together, the Tiger King could escape no longer and was suddenly devoured. Before dying, he miserably screamed one last time. Chapter 321, The battle begins. After his scream, the Tiger King disappeared just like that. Many people became astonished after seeing this. This was a 9 rings heavenly sovereign, yet he was killed by a fat worm. It was too unbelievable and no one would believe such a thing if they were told. "Your grandmother, daring to oppose my young noble, what suicidal fools!" Little Autumn boldly shouted, then it immediately aimed his mud cannon towards the royal nobles and ancient saints from the Saint Country and Tiger's Hull School. Bang, 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 right afterward, Little Autumn shot out blast after blast. Once struck by his cannon, royal nobles and ancient saints would immediately disappear. This scene instilled a creepy sensation to all the spectators. This was even more frightening than dying due to a direct physical blow. Anywhere where Little Autumn pointed his cannon, the opponents would run around crazily like chickens with their heads cut off. They simply didn't dare to block his shots. Kill! Sikong Taotian also went mad from killing. The wooden puppets that looked exactly like him began their massacre. They possessed the same power as the controller, he was no less than any other devilish genius. At this moment, each of the wooden puppets were given several divine treasures so one could only imagine their battle prowess. In just a short amount of time, the experts of the Saint Country and the Tiger's Howl School started to miserably scream as they fell one after another. In just a flash, the sky was filled with a bloody rain that was amplified by shrill bellows across the plains. Little Autumn and Sikong Taotian, alone, took care of the several thousand experts from the two powers. Li Qiye essentially didn't do anything at all, he simply stood there and calmly observed. This scene caused everyone to turn pale as they held their breaths. This was a bit too heaven-defying. At this moment, the people present understood why Li Qiye dared to challenge the two powers. This guy already had an ace card up his sleeve. Humph! Amidst the bloody battle, in the highest reaches of the sky, an incomparable gaze that was hidden inside an invisible fog, eluding all eyes, appeared as if a prehistoric beast was awakening. In the depths of this mysterious place, a towering despotic air drowned the surroundings. "Don't, this is not the time." Right when this person wanted to take action, another emotionless voice appeared in this hiding place. This brat is pushing us too far. The old undying that wanted to take action had a hard time swallowing this anger. There will be someone else to take care of him. Our time has yet to come. Keep on watching the Heavenly Tao Academy's land as it continues to split. Be patient a bit more, they will not be able to hold on much longer. Compared to the timeless Emperor Foundation of the Academy, a few several thousand disciples are nothing. The cold voice resounded again in the darkness. Finally, the eager old undying managed to calm down and closed his brilliant eyes. In the middle of the battlefield, Wuxia stared towards the horizon and couldn't help but smirk. A few people truly had a very good tolerance, and he wanted to see just how much longer they could endure. Wuxia, do you want to kill until nobody remains? At this time, a steady and strong voice appeared. Utilizing his blazing divine light, the speaker joined the battlefield with one step and left it with another step. The one who appeared was Zhu Huangwu. His divine light protected his body like wise sages protecting their treasure. This brilliance extended for 10,000 miles, giving him an unbeatable presence. The natural stone bone on his forehead that was as smooth as jade enhanced his charm even more. Wuxia slowly looked at him with one eye and said, "You got something to say? Whether I show mercy or not is my business, not yours. The Heavenly Tao Academy is a place for learning, not a place where evil rampages." Zhu Huangwu calmly and powerfully enunciated each word. "Today, you massacred several thousand cultivators. This is you wanting to stain the academy with blood. An evil like you should be eliminated. Even the academy cannot protect a barbarian like you, or they would be going against justice." Many people disagreed with Zhu Huangwu's rhetoric. Which cultivators' hands were not stained with blood? This was a world where the weak were the prey for the strong, and this was the natural order of things. Killing happened every day in the eastern 100 cities. Everyone also knew about the long-standing grievance between Wuxia and the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom because Wuxia killed Guifushu. As his martial senior, it was understandable that Zhu Huangwu wanted revenge. Wuxia then smiled in response, "If I feel like killing someone, then I'll kill them. What does it have to do with the academy? Let's take a step back and assume that even if the academy chooses to protect me, then what? What does it have to do with you?" Wuxia's words left many people secretly shaking their heads. These words were not wise because it was common knowledge that, right now, the academy was having a hard time taking care of itself, yet he was diverging even more attention to the academy. It was impossible for the academy to protect him at this moment. Maybe he would even be expelled. It sounds like you are very confident. Do you really think that because the academy is protecting you, you can do whatever you want and perpetrate violence? At this time, a different speaker came along and continued on, allowing such a villain to commit atrocious deeds. The academy needs to give everyone an explanation. The speaker was none other than Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, who was shrouded in a mysterious, azure radiance. However, his deep eyes were quite terrifying. It was as if they were capable of stealing the souls of others. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian also stepped forward to descend into the battlefield, suddenly causing the atmosphere to become quite eerie. The spectators couldn't help but to glance at those next to them. Zhu Huangwu represented the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, and the Heavenly Prince represented the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. These two were both one sect, two emperor lineages with unfathomable resources. How many people would actually dare to provoke ancient kingdoms with two emperors? Especially when the two joined forces, this had a completely different implication. In the entire mortal emperor world, the alliance of two ancient kingdoms could shake everyone with fear. Such a monstrous alliance could sweep through this entire world. Yes, this evil cannot be left untouched. If we let him go, then he will absolutely cause harm to the eastern 100 cities. When that time comes, how many innocent people would suffer? The academy will not allow such an evil wretch to exist. At this time, a prince from an eastern 100 cities country also shouted. Disciples from the other powers also added, the academy should destroy this person. They definitely cannot protect him. Please give everyone an explanation. Others in the crowd echoed this sentiment. This is how it should be, the academy must immediately suppress such a murderer. Suddenly, many people were stirred up and demanded for the academy to take action. The more wily and experienced cultivators smelled something strange in the air, while some devilish geniuses who knew the inside stories had quickened heartbeats. The wind suddenly changed. Although it seemed that there was a demand to punish Wuxia on the outside, it was actually pointed at the academy. Those not privy to certain information, especially the humble Grand Era students, were incensed from the injustice. One of them couldn't help but say, only your grand sects and countries are allowed to kill people and others are not allowed to protect themselves. For these students, Wuxia was the pride of the Grand Era Hall and themselves. Naturally, they wanted to see him soar higher and higher. What? Could it be that you are on the same side as this madman, Wuxia? Committing murder everywhere, massacring the innocent, someone like this deserves to be hunted down by all. Could it be that you also want to become enemies with the rest of the world like Wuxia? To be hated by the rest of the world? To the side, a grand sect's disciple glanced at this discontent student and coldly spoke. This Grand Era disciple's expression greatly changed with rage. This grand sect's disciple blatantly threatened him. He was enraged to the point of shivering. Puff. However, the moment this grand sect's disciple finished his words, a huge palm descended down. After a scream, this disciple was killed without a chance to defend himself. Become enemies with the world? Wuxia was the killer. He glared and then sneered, who dares to oppose me? I shall annihilate them. Grand sects, so what? And what if the academy protects me? Your father is standing right here, those who are unconvinced can come right now. I will challenge the world to see if all of you are actually so extraordinary. These despotic words filled the sky, causing the blood of the listeners to boil. Many Grand Era students immediately applauded and shouted, brotherly, kill them all. Only the great powers are allowed to kill us? Humph, where is the heaven's justice in this? To them, their fists represent justice, so we have to play by the same rule. Many of them could endure no longer and their solidarity started to show, yes. Brotherly, use your fists to crush them. Bah, what is so innocent about them? Little brother, try your best, defeat the grand sects and ancient kingdoms. Many girls started to scream cheers for Wuxia, especially Qi Xiaodia's group of sisters. A Grand Era female student was even more bold and excitedly urged, little brotherly, kill the great powers, then I will warm your bed tonight. Ha, brotherly, did you hear that? Defeat them and make us proud, we all support you. Even a sister wants to warm your bed tonight. In just a short period of time, all the Grand Era students were shouting and clamoring. The situation suddenly became chaotic. A few predecessors were quite smart and didn't want to become involved in this. The young cultivators suddenly became divided into two camps. The students from the great powers were on one side while the more average disciples banded together, setting a new precedence to support Wuxia. Humph. At this time, Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian both snorted. So? Not convinced? Wuxia glanced at them and said without a care in the world. Chapter 322, Sweeping Through. Even if the Academy wants to protect you, all the sects in the Eastern 100 cities will not allow for a villain like you to rampage unchecked. Today, I will eradicate the evil that is you in the Academy's stead. The divine brilliance around Zhu Huangwu intensified around his head. He seemed to be a child of the heaven, creating a suppressive sacred aura. Meanwhile, the great battle ended and Little Autumn, along with Sikong Taotian, had killed the majority of the army despite the cries of anguish. Not many royal nobles and ancient saints were able to escape. Bah, who do you think you are? I will take care of you. Little Autumn came back to help Wuxia and angrily said. Let me. Wuxia slightly shook his head, then he looked at Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian before calmly saying, since you all want to take action under the guise of justice, then I want to see your great power's so-called justice. Today, I will personally erase this sense of justice. Both of you can come together, I shall tear you apart. Ancient kingdom? One sect, two emperors? They are nothing in my eyes. Such a big tone. Zhu Huangwu's expression changed from being angered by Wuxia. In the eastern 100 cities, outside of Mei Suyao, who could oppose him? Brother Huangwu, if he wants to die a naive death, then we'll lend him a hand. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian took a step forward and slowly said. The Heavenly Prince had seen Wuxia's fiend-like actions before, so when Wuxia wanted to take both of them on alone, he was happy to satisfy him. Come together, I will quickly take care of you. Then, I can take care of bigger matters. Wuxia freely smiled and said. Truly insane. Many people shook their heads after hearing Wuxia's declaration. Amongst the older cultivators, including the neutral ones, they all gently shook their heads and said, this is underestimating the enemy too much. The youths these days are too hot-headed. Zhu Huangwu isn't someone that Wuxia and who you could compare to. Even the Grand Era students who supported Wuxia became alarmed. They also felt that he was too confident by taking on the two by himself alone. These were princes of ancient kingdoms, and both of them had the supreme arts of two emperors. If it was one-on-one, then the students had faith in him, but 1 versus 2 made them very worried. Senior Li can definitely do it. Some of them cheered for Wuxia, but it was also to motivate themselves since their hearts were not assured. Does he really think that he is unbeatable amongst the younger generation just by defeating Hu Yu and Wuxia? He actually dares to fight 2 heavenly princes by himself. I'm afraid he will not know how he is about to die. The disciples of the great powers in the same camp as Zhu Huangwu coldly sneered. In their eyes, Wuxia was suicidal for wanting to fight 1 versus 2. In a brief moment, the atmosphere was strained to the extreme. A knowledgeable ancient saint softly sighed and lamented, being overly rigid is easy to break. Wuxia is definitely extraordinary, but he picked the wrong opponent. Zhu Huangwu brought along an immortal emperor's life treasure. Immortal emperor's life treasure. Upon hearing this, those next to this ancient saint couldn't help but become startled. An immortal emperor's life treasure was absolutely an item that could render others breathless. Suppress. At this very second, Heavenly Prince Qing Xian and Zhu Huangwu both opened their fate palaces and revealed their true fates. Their Tao foundations exuded frightening emperor's powers as if an immortal emperor was about to appear from within. After feeling their Tao foundations, everyone became aghast. An immortal emperor's fate law. Using an immortal emperor's fate law to create a Tao foundation was a privilege reserved to immortal emperor lineages. At this point, the Heavenly Prince and Zhu Huangwu were completely different. Although they both used an emperor law, their styles were very distinct. Zhu Huangwu's body was covered in a blinding divine light. It was as if he was the light itself. With his extreme speed, it was as if even time would decay in his palm. On the other hand, Heavenly Prince Qing Xian was wrapped in an azure radiance. When he took action, an azure fog enveloped the world. Inside this azure fog, a scene of a true dragon being born appeared. It ferociously roared and shattered the heaven and earth. A surging emperor's breath appeared as if an immortal emperor was arriving while riding the beast, trampling on all things and forcing even the gods to submit in prostration. The two exuded the style of young immortal emperors with their far-reaching auras, instilling fear and deference to all spectators. Even Wuxia's supporters lost their colors. An emperor's power was something that could not be resisted because everyone in the world knew that immortal emperors were invincible throughout the ages. Only these two trivial emperor laws are insufficient. Facing the pressure from two emperor laws, Wuxia boldly laughed and said. At this time, he unleashed his 1,000 hands as 3,000 small worlds were created in each of his palms. At this time, the 9 worlds rose right behind Wuxia. Gathering the protection of all the living creatures in the 9 worlds, it was as if the essence of the 9 worlds heaven and earth was channeled into Wuxia's body, and he could use their power as he pleased. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the sky shattered. Wuxia alone blocked the attack from Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. The remnant emperor's power swept through and destroyed the surrounding area. Scram! Wuxia laughed and exclaimed. He swatted down his 1,000 hands. In just the blink of an eye, it was as if all 3,000 small worlds were instantly annihilated, and then came the suppressive force of the 9 worlds, majestic and boundless. Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian both became startled. In a flash, they both put on immortal armor and protected their bodies with many different laws in order to repel Wuxia's offense. At this second, they looked like true gods that were capable of stopping the sky. Bang! After another loud explosion, a myriad of worlds was destroyed and the sky shattered. In just a second, thousands of miles of the sky was broken into pieces like shattered glass, resulting in an extremely spectacular scene. The prince and Zhu Huangwu were struck by the annihilating strike from the 3,000 small worlds, so they were shot flying away as they uncontrollably spun in the air. However, it had to be said that they were quite powerful, for they were able to withstand this attack. Impossible! This occurrence shocked everyone, especially the disciples from the great powers. They felt as if their chests were just ruthlessly smashed by a hammer. Many enlightened beings and ancient saints from the last generation of the great powers couldn't believe their eyes. How could this be? Wuxia is clearly only a royal noble. A very old demon monarch gently sighed and said, "This is the monstrous characteristic of an immortal physique. Once one reaches minor completion, a wave of one's hand would have a divine power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Even though they could not activate the inner physique, the body itself would have been successfully tempered with a frightening divine trait. If a saint physique was 100 times, or 1,000 times stronger than a common physique, then one could say that an immortal physique was 100 times stronger than a saint physique, or maybe even more. He cultivates the hell-suppressing godly physique. This is the heaviest one amongst the 12. His physique had been recast, and even without using its inner physique, one strike with pure strength alone has the power of 10 million pounds. Reaching minor completion at such a young age. This is still rare throughout history. Even if he is only a royal noble, he could still easily shake ancient saints. The demon monarch lamented and was very envious of Wuxia. And not only him, many others were envious of Wuxia as well. Who on this earth didn't want to cultivate an immortal physique law? Who didn't want to have one? However, they were rarer than emperor laws and even more difficult to cultivate. Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince couldn't cultivate an immortal physique even though they came from ancient kingdoms. Although there were rumors that these ancient kingdoms also had immortal physique laws, there was no news of someone successfully cultivating them. This meant that even though the ancient kingdom possessed these laws, they were incomplete. After seeing Wuxia obtaining the upper hand with his 1,000 hands, someone was curious and asked, "I know about the hell-suppressing godly physique, but what is Wuxia's technique?" Such a technique was no weaker than emperor laws. In fact, the 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds was not only on par with emperor laws, it was the defining technique of the myriad images true God. Only heaven's will secret laws could compare to it, and ordinary emperor laws simply could not be a match. Ordinary emperor laws won't do. Wuxia smiled and shook his head, then he leisurely said, "Let me see your heavens will secret laws." Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian looked at each other, then they finally released their life wheels. Boom! After a thunderous explosion, waves of blood filled the sky as blood energies rained down. At this moment, the two of them were awakened dragons. Their blood energies were strong and domineering, majestically increasing to an infinite volume like waves striking the shore, alerting the stars in the sky. Amongst the raging, bloody storm, even the stars started to fall down. It is nice to be young. An old undying hiding in the darkness couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. It could be said that their blood energies were far from being as strong as a heavenly sovereign or a heavenly king, but they were like the still rising sun while already being comparable to the sun at the high noon. One could only imagine how powerful their blood energies would be once they reached their middle ages. At this time, their life wheels appeared right behind their heads as if they were carrying two worlds. Like an ocean, their blood energies raised their life wheels. The inside contained longevity blood that was tempered by an immeasurable amount of energy that flowed like a river. One drop longevity blood gave 10,000 years of life. This single drop of longevity blood seemed to be tempered by 10,000 drops of blood energy. Other people saw an illusion of there were coiling dragons resting inside their life wheels. Chapter 323, Jingwei's Azure Sun. Something appeared to be moving inside Heavenly Prince Qing Xian's life wheel as everyone witnessed it turn into a boundless azure fog. At this time, the initially majestic life wheel that towered like a mountain had turned into a small azure sun. It had the sensation of being the most oppressive sun in this world as it spewed out an endless amount of azure energy. After a loud chirp, an azure bird started to fly around it as if it was nibbling on the life wheel. There was a sun in the sky along with the celestials, but all was shadowed under this supreme azure fog. Inside Zhu Huangwu's life wheel was a giant mountain. The moment the life wheel opened, it was as if a new world was established as an endless, blinding light illuminated the back of his neck. At this time, his life wheel had turned into something mystical, and everyone could see the giant mountain inside. The giant mountain was as black as iron with immense weight. It was as if it was suppressing countless gods and devils inside the life wheel. His longevity blood flowed around the mountain while his blood energy was stained with an indescribable evil presence. In just a second, this sky-flooding blood energy turned heavy. It was capable of piercing the heavens and crushing the earth as each strand of blood became incomparably powerful. An older cultivator from the Grand Middle Territory looked at the longevity treasure inside the Heavenly Prince's life wheel and exclaimed in astonishment, "Jingwei's Azure Sun." For any cultivator, to inherit a true treasure from people who tread the Tao before you would indeed give them a great power, especially low-ranked cultivators who inherited Heavenly Sovereign, Heavenly King, or even virtuous paragon weapons. However, what belonged to another will never be one's own. Inherited true treasures could only exert 20 to 30% of their true power. For someone like Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince, they could attack ancient saints without borrowing anyone's true treasure. However, only with their own true treasures would they be able to unleash the strongest attack from their dual emperor arts, or these emperor weapons themselves. Kill! Zhu Huangwu roared like a qilin coming into being, tyrannical and ferocious, like a hungry tiger leaving the mountain. Everyone's hearts started to beat faster while their legs quivered. The attack of the dual rods collapsed both yin and yang. The Heavenly Prince did not say a thing and directly slashed his saber. An emotionless sharpness that was capable of cutting everything in this world, including the heads of gods. If Zhu Huangwu's style was full of ferocity, then Heavenly Prince Qing Xian's was a severe and heartless style of killing. The saber glint suddenly flashed, rendering all horrified as if this blade was aimed at them. Kill! Wuxia also cried a battle roar as his inner physique moved. At this time, the hell-suppressing godly physique in the sky was capable of crushing all things. All laws were suppressed beneath his feet. His 1,000 hands raised up 3,000 small worlds that were surrounding and protecting the 9 worlds. The boundless energies from all existences poured into Wuxia's body. Bang, bang, bang. The three of them collided recklessly in just a split moment. All spectators lost their minds. This was finally a battle between geniuses. All other geniuses started to breathe faster. They thought that if it was them in this battle, they wouldn't be able to handle any of the three. Poof! This terrifying battle consisted of domineering rods and an emotionless saber, while Wuxia used his body to block them, so he was at a great disadvantage. No matter how tough his godly physique was, the divine saber still managed to slash a wound that was deep to the bone. Although Zhu Huangwu's dual rods were not as sharp as the divine blades, they still managed to stop the thousand hands in the most tyrannical manner. Bang! Wuxia was knocked flying away after using his body as a shield against two divine weapons. The Heavenly Prince and Zhu Huangwu did not let Wuxia go and immediately soared after him, using an invincible momentum to strike him once more. Boom! Wuxia was struck again, and he slammed straight into the ground. The earth cracked and was stained with blood. Not good. Seeing this scene, the group of Qi Shaodai became horrified and screamed. Just a trivial matter, don't worry. Little Autumn shook his head and said, young noble has not yet used his killing moves. The Grand Era students also turned pale and shouted after seeing Wuxia fall. Meanwhile, the disciples of the great powers happily applauded. Haha, he alone dared to challenge two heavenly princes? Foolish thing, this is his fate. Rumble. With debris and sand scattered away, Wuxia soared up high before he landed on the ground. His blood-stained body consisted of some bone-deep wounds, but he was still full of vitality and had spirited eyes. It is indeed an immortal physique. He's actually capable of sustaining such blows. Even though the hell-suppressing godly physique is not as impervious as the indestructible diamond physique, it is still very tough. Someone exclaimed after seeing how Wuxia didn't suffer any grave injury after such a beating. Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince looked at Wuxia in shock. Even their heavens will secret laws couldn't kill Wuxia, his physique was too terrifying. Immortal physiques were indeed physiques coveted by even immortal emperors. Legend has it that a virtuous paragon with a grand completion immortal physique could challenge immortal emperors. Today, it seemed that this was not a completely baseless rumor, it could very well be the truth. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people wanting to cultivate it since the start of time. It is a shame that my cultivation is still so shallow. This body cannot completely stop heaven's will secret laws. Wuxia smiled and slowly said, who will let me borrow a sword and a saber? Senior Li, take them. One Grand Era disciple immediately threw a sword and saber at Wuxia. Both of them were quite exceptional weapons. Wuxia accepted the weapons. His right hand wielded the saber while his left held the sword. Then, Wuxia mobilized his 1,000 hands as well. I also have a heavens will secret law. He grinned and said. Boom! A divine light descended down from the heavens, and this blinding radiance landed on Wuxia's body as it exuded an endless amount of flames. At this time, the stars became circles of light that surrounded Wuxia as the boundless, torrential power of the heaven and earth crazily entered his body. Chapter 324, Invincible Sword and Saber, Daylight Sky Immortal Secret. This is Immortal Emperor Min Ren's secret law, the person who started the Emperor's era, the very first emperor of his era. A person emotionally sighed after seeing the divine flames soaring around Wuxia. Although the cleansing incense ancient sect no longer had any fame, Immortal Emperor Min Ren's prestige still rang like thunder next to one's ear. Many people were moved from seeing the daylight sky immortal secret. Open! Wuxia's scream was followed by a loud explosion. The 3,000 small worlds and the 9 worlds that were supported by his 1,000 hands behind him suddenly opened. Wuxia, at this moment, was like a true god, accepting the worship from billions of existences. The blood energy of his followers was for his usage, and their belief strengthened his body. After becoming a true god, his cold gaze looked at the far distance and everything within his vision became supreme universal laws. As the myriad images true God's defining technique, the thousand hands were not a joke. Wuxia exuded the air of a true God and freely accepted the veneration from a myriad of beings. At this moment, Wuxia's godly physique ramped up to its maximum potential as his inner physique exuded an immortal light as if it was opening up a mythical world. All were shocked from Wuxia using his heaven's will secret law along with the heaven's power to open the mysterious treasure of his inner physique. What was even more terrifying was that Wuxia had pushed his thousand hands to a whole new level. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian and Zhu Huangwu looked at each other, and their killing intent became even stronger. Wuxia's immortal physique alone was already abhorrent enough, not to mention his mysterious true God technique. Since they considered Wuxia to be their lifelong rival, they understood that since Wuxia had shown his heaven's will secret law, if they didn't kill him now, then they would never have a carefree day again. Kill! Both of them screamed and soared forward to kill. Zhu Huangwu utilized the arts of immortal Emperor Fu Ma and immortal Emperor Yao Guang with increasing mastery, one hand Yao Guang and the other Fu Ma. Fu Ma was able to suppress all things while Yao Guang putrefied all existences. The dual rods came together, breaking yin and yang and reversing the six Tao. The two heavens' will secret laws appeared to be so simple in the hands of Zhu Huangwu. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, with his murderous intent, caused spectators to shudder when he activated Qing Xian's secret law that appeared to be an endless world. San Dao's secret law became a sharp brilliance and combined with an actual divine blade that assumed the form of a life and death blade. One blade to slash down, turning everything into nothingness, even true gods would be decapitated. Much better. Wuxia crazily laughed and said while he stood proudly against two geniuses with dual emperor arts. He raised his sword and saber. Suddenly, the sword turned white and saber turned black. In this instant, the gods were created, one black and one white in harmony. They generated an endless amount of life energy like a lotus in a muddy pond. Under the creation of the two gods, endless existences were created and formed a grand world. One sword creating one world, this was one of Wuxia's Trinity swords, the mortal sword. Once this world, that was formed from the sword, lined up with the thousand hands 9 worlds, they became a perfect and complete 10 worlds. Under the 10 worlds, all became insignificant as the 10 worlds surrounded the offensive path of Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. Dual Imperial Summon. Wuxia's attack shocked Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince, so both of them screamed out as they exerted the maximum power their secret laws could unleash. Boom! After a loud explosion, it was as if 4 immortal emperors had graced the world with their presence. Immortal Emperor Fu Ma and Immortal Emperor Yao Guang stood by Zhu Huangwu's shoulders. Immortal Emperor Qing Xian placed his hands on Heavenly Prince Qing Xian's shoulders and used his invincible immortal power to protect him. As for Immortal Emperor San Dao, he personally wielded his divine saber to open the way for the prince. Countless legs turned weak with the appearance of 4 immortal emperors. Royal nobles and enlightened beings were shivering uncontrollably with a primal fear since the aura of the emperors suppressed their ability to breathe. How could there be immortal emperors here? This scene was too shocking. The appearance of 4 immortal emperors frightened even devilish geniuses. No, they are only illusions created by the secret laws. They are not even immortal emperor wills. Although they were only illusions, their divine powers still exceeded the 3,000 worlds and suppressed the 6 Tao. Wuxia's 10 worlds could not suppress the 4 immortal emperors, but he gave a wide smile and declared, "Unfortunately, you all are mere illusions." Clang clank. In just a second, an extremely heavy lock made from refined sunfire fell onto Wuxia's body. The moment this sunfire locked Wuxia's body, 9 suns rose behind the 9 worlds to his back, the sunlight illuminated the 9 heavens and boiled the oceans. Rumble. The real sun in the sky poured down an endless stream of refined sun fire. This extremely refined sunfire could incinerate all things and scorch the earth. The 9 suns behind Wuxia devoured this endless sunfire. The moment they absorbed enough, they started to float around Wuxia's body. 9 Sun Locking Heaven Law, a supreme technique that was considered to be one of the strongest offensive techniques, and its true potential was revealed in the hands of Wuxia. Seeing Wuxia's momentum becoming more and more powerful, the Heavenly Prince and Zhu Huangwu shouted, "Go!" Their radiant life wheels and longevity treasures pushed their blood energies much higher as their arts became increasingly formidable. Boom! The 2 of them rushed out of Wuxia's 10 worlds. You want to run? There is no door for you to escape from. The hovering 9 suns and 9 worlds were parallel and intertwined together. The power of the 9 worlds and the endlessly refined sunfire entered Wuxia's body, causing his cultivation to soar. Boom! 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 After 3 loud blasts, Wuxia's cultivation went from royal noble to enlightened being, then ancient saint, and finally heavenly sovereign. At this moment, a divine ring only found around heavenly sovereigns appeared around Wuxia's body. The 9 Sun Locking Heaven Law caused Wuxia to temporarily enter the heavenly sovereign realm. Wuxia slashed down his long sword like a descending meteor, an emotionless sword with unsparing murderous intent. One of the Trinity swords, the heavenly sword. This unsympathetic sword pierced straight towards the heavenly prince. Then, the hymn of a saber filled the sky as a saber slashed horizontally. This saber slash gave birth to 8 intents, and the 8 intents turned into 1 Tao, and 1 Tao turned into 8 Tao that all appeared at the same time. Heaven, earth, true gods, all existences. Everything appeared in this single blade. The heaven-traversing 8 saber was given to Chen Baojiao by Wuxia. However, she had questions for him before, so he also conveniently practiced it. Rumor has it that the martial ancestor created the heaven-traversing 8 saber technique, an unbeatable saber technique from the martial ancestors' era. However, the truth was that it had a different origin. It shared the same origin as the tyrannical immortal saber. Kang, the heaven-traversing 8 saber and the Trinity sword sliced down together. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian used the protection of the 2 immortal emperors and brought forth his strongest blade technique to stop Wuxia's supreme blow. Meanwhile, Wuxia used his 1,000 hands to pull the 9 words true bow. Buzz! An arrow with the word fighter shot out. This arrow was a bow of the heaven and earth, and it carried the heavenly Tao alongside its trajectory. Universal laws began to form in front of the arrow tip. This arrow was surely unblockable. Wuxia spread out a different palm and small green grass quickly grew from his palm all the way up to the sky. These leaves quickly thrived into giant stars that were capable of shouldering the firmament, and they finally turned into a sword that slashed horizontally forward. Countless stars from the sky fell down as this severing sword headed straight for Zhu Huangwu. Grass sword attacking immortal law. This technique came from Immortal Dao City and was traded inside the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. Su Pei had it and had studied it with Wuxia as he taught her its mysteries. Today, this art was performed by Wuxia. 1 grass sword capable of annihilating the stars and the sky, extremely devastating. The word fighter traveled in the front while the grass sword followed at the back. Both were aimed at Zhu Huangwu. Zhu Huangwu didn't dare to be careless. He used his dual rods to protect his face. 2 immortal emperors, like an impenetrable fortress, blocked the world-destroying grass sword and the fighter arrow. Everyone was sent into a daze as they watched this spectacle. Wuxia, with his 1,000 hands, were able to display many amazing skills while still maintaining their power. This was simply too hard to believe. However, they were also impressed by the dual emperor arts of Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. Even under the crackdown of Wuxia's multiple great arts, those 2 were still able to hold on. If it was someone else, they surely would have been killed already. Rumble. In a short period of time, both sides recklessly competed in might. The Heavenly Prince, with his two immortal emperors' protection, used the best saber skill with his divine saber to stop the Trinity Sword and Heaven-traversing Eight Saber. Zhu Huangwu swung his dual rods while his two emperors sealed yin and yang like a fortress to stop the Grass Sword and the Fighter Arrow. 1 vs 2. Li Qiye used the Daylight Sky Immortal Secret and the Nine Sun Locking Heaven Law to repress his two opponents. They were not easy foes with their dual emperor arts. Although Li Qiye's offense was fierce, Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince fought on. They were in a stalemate, and no side managed to take it a step further. However, at this moment, an unbelievable thing happened. Li Qiye's inner physique suddenly moved. Amongst all the explosions and dazzling lights, the inner physique left his body and suddenly flashed. Boom, boom. The horizon shook twice. The inner physique, with its ultimate speed, bumped against the air and unleashed two instantaneous blows. Miserable screams resounded as Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian were slammed away. A terrifying bloody hole appeared on their chests. The two of them didn't expect that at the most crucial moment, Li Qiye's inner physique would activate and use an invincible momentum to shatter their defenses. Their dual emperor arts were occupied by Li Qiye's four supreme arts, so his inner physique was free to pierce through their chests. Since their chest cavities were penetrated, the two of them retreated while their blood crazily spurted about. This is too scary. Seeing this scene, countless people were shivering in fear. Li Qiye was originally fighting against the two strong geniuses in a stalemate, but at the most opportune moment, his inner physique managed to break through. An immortal physique is too formidable. A pale, old royal lord murmured, a person with an immortal physique, along with several supreme arts, is too frightening. Even dual emperor arts geniuses are still at a disadvantage. Chapter 325, Emperor Weapons appearing. The two flew in the sky while their blood dyed the blue sky. All the spectators were quite shocked and speechless, including devilish geniuses and previous generation experts. These two were the contemporary heaven's proud sons. Coming from ancient kingdoms with dual emperor arts, countless people thought very highly of them. Some even thought that they could open their own heavenly Tao to eventually aspire for the heaven's will. But today, their combined efforts were still no match for this boy. Good strike. The applause of the Grand Era students erupted like a raging geyser. At this moment, they felt quite proud. Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian were amongst the strongest in the Sacred Era Hall. Even other devilish geniuses would feel pressured when in their presence. But today, both of them were constantly being suppressed by Li Qiye. This was a great honor and glory for the Grand Era Hall. Ho! They exhaled. Even though Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince suffered a severe blow, they quickly soared back in a flash. With a sizzling sound, their pierced chests started to recover at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, the hole in their chests disappeared. If it wasn't for the tattered and bloody spots on their robes, no one would believe that their chests were completely penetrated just a moment ago. Truly dual emperor arts wielders, it is like they are unkillable. Spectators took a deep breath after seeing this scene. Once a cultivator reached the heaven's primal realm, they could refine their true fates into a heaven's will primal soul, allowing their true fates to escape from their bodies. This way, even if their bodies get destroyed, they could still build a new one. However, the actual application of this was very difficult. Royal nobles and ancient saints would have a hard time repairing their destroyed bodies. This was even truer for Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince since their chests were pierced by an inner physique. This could be considered a mortal wound since the divine power of an immortal physique would leave behind permanent damage to the body. Yet, the penetrated chests of these two were able to completely heal as if they were never hurt in the first place. If it was someone else who was wounded by an immortal physique, then not only would their body be hurt, their true fate would also not remain unscathed. Everything ends now. At this point, Zhu Huangwu crazily cried out like a furious dragon. This battle was extremely shameful to both of them. They were the heaven's proud sons, the highest existences amongst geniuses. Today, despite their joint efforts, they were still trampled by Wuxia, so what face was left for them? There would be no place in this world for them to stand unless they killed Wuxia. Rumble. At this moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook as all existences prostrated themselves on the ground. Countless experts were suppressed, and even ancient saints couldn't stand straight. An emperor's weapon. An ancient saint that had lived for more than 10,000 years exclaimed with a horrified and pale expression. Royal nobles and named heroes soon bowed on the ground due to the invincible emperor's aura. Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian both took out immortal emperor life treasures. Zhu Huangwu had a battle rod that was capable of sweeping through everything in this world. The moment he swung it, the cry of a black tortoise resounded like a divine beast. The battle rod turned into a black tortoise, and then it seemed as if immortal Emperor Fu Ma was sitting on top of this tortoise to suppress all gods and demon kings in this world. Black Tortoise Rod. This was the life treasure left behind by immortal Emperor Fu Ma for the Brilliant's ancient kingdom. Rumor has it that he went into an immortal ground and slayed a divine beast, the Black Tortoise. Then, he used its Dao bone to craft this imperial rod. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, on the other hand, took out a very familiar weapon that had once appeared in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, the Imperial Violet Hammer. The appearance of the 2 emperor weapons brought everything back to the primordial chaos. Open! Wuxia screamed and unleashed all of his supreme arts to their utmost limit. At this moment, Wuxia's life wheel exploded with an endless ocean of blood. There was a sanguine moon and a golden sun in the middle, spinning around like the taijutsu. In the end, it was not his cultivation that lost to Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. Instead, he was killed by emperor weapons. Ha 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 ha. He was just an ant, yet he still dared to challenge the Tiger's Howl School. What a foolish thing, an insignificant mayfly that tried to shake a giant tree. Look, this is your hero, this is all that he could do. A prince from a powerful country laughed and mocked the Grand Era students. The Grand Era students could only glance at each other, holding on to their anger. Before the invincible aura of emperor weapons, all was powerless and they simply could not resist. It is all over. Zhu Huangwu said with a deep tone. Both Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince heaved a sigh of relief. Wuxia's existence caused them to feel a great amount of pressure and unease. But now, after killing him, they were finally able to relax with the weight off their backs. Over? This is only the beginning. At a time when everyone thought the matter was settled, all of a sudden, a calm voice filled with an influential charm appeared. Rumble. Wuxia got up from the ground. He was covered in blood with his flesh torn apart. He was like a broken vase with cracks everywhere. It was as if his body would instantly shatter into small pieces from just a slight touch. There was a terrifying crack on his head. However, he was still alive. Clank. The inner physique in Wuxia's chest once again exuded an immortal radiance. Divine chains, that appeared to be like needles, started to sew together the cracks on his body. Eventually, after a ding sound, the giant lock made from refined flames once again covered Wuxia's entire body as these strings of universal laws wrapped around his wounds. The Kunpeng inside his Tao foundation spread its wings as the heavenly essence entered his body and treated his wounds. The ocean of blood in his life will poured longevity blood back inside as well to accelerate the healing process. An immortal light that was connected to the heavens will descended from the sky, and it illuminated his entire body without any signs of dimming. The daylight sky secret law was able to communicate with the heavenly Grand Tao, and he used its power to heal his wounds. Although this physique is not as invincible as the indestructible diamond physique, it can still endure this much. Healing one's body is not something limited to people with dual emperor arts. Wuxia calmly spoke with confidence. Unfortunately, your cultivations are too shallow. If you both actually had the power of heavenly sovereigns or were able to use 20% of the emperor weapons, then it might have been possible to defeat me. Only 10% of the weapon's power is not enough to kill me. The immortal physique. At this point, both Zhu Huangwu and the heavenly prince lost their colors as they took a step back. With the emperor weapons, as long as they could unleash 10 to 20% of its power, they could massacre all things. All fate laws, longevity laws, techniques. Everything became insignificant in the presence of emperor weapons. 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds, 9 sun locking heaven law, heaven traversing 8 saber. In the end, all of these arts could not stop an attack from the emperor weapons and were rendered into dust. Chapter 326, Stealing Emperor Weapons. However, at the last minute, Wuxia still managed to survive. The minor completion immortal physique. At this time, no matter who they were, they could only mumble this in astonishment. The immortal physique had become a nightmare for all the spectators. It was truly the most dreadful technique. Without forming one's own heavenly Tao, who in the younger generation could compete against his minor completion immortal physique? Even royal lords and sect masters from the great powers were astounded. Today, they all finally learned just how terrifying an immortal physique was. Until now, the world had always preached the horrifying properties of immortal physiques, but very few people saw it with their own eyes. Today, everyone personally spectated its horrifying nature. Yes. Come on, brotherly. Defeat them. Tonight, all the girls will warm your bed. At this moment, an unknown student from the Grand Era Hall loudly shouted. Yes. This is my brotherly. Suddenly, the Grand Era students erupted with applause. They came from humble origins, and since they were also part of the Grand Era Hall, Wuxia's time of honor was also theirs, and same with his moments of disgrace. Yeah. Brotherly, defeat them. Then, you can pick any sister in the academy tonight. No, you can pick 8 or 10 of them. The Grand Era students were roaring with cheers. Meanwhile, those from the Sacred Era Hall and Zenith Era Hall were silent, especially the Zenith Era students from the great powers who were just shouting at the top of their lungs. Those who showed great arrogance were now as pale as paper. After suppressing the Zenith Era student smugness, the Grand Era students finally heaved a sigh of relief and let go of the exasperation in their hearts. It's great that he is okay, truly wonderful, Qi Xiaodai cried from happiness as her eyes were filled with tears. The group of Qi Xiaodao was also at ease. Wuxia actually managed to perform a miracle and survived the attack of 2 emperor weapons. Even a minor completion immortal physique is destined to perish today. Zhu Huangwu took a deep breath and solemnly declared. Even a great divine immortal would not be able to save you today. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian added with a cold intonation. At this point, the two, once again, took out their emperor weapons with a serious expression. Once basked in the emperor's aura, they became invincible gods. Oh mother, they are about to attack with emperor weapons again, run. A great character from a powerful country realized that both sides were about to go at it again, so he suddenly had a bad feeling and left with his disciples. Everyone understood that both sides were about to unleash their killing moves. Everyone was afraid of the 2 emperor weapons, so in just a moment, countless people escaped from the battleground and the academy to watch the fight from afar in order to avoid becoming collateral damage from the sky-shattering battle. Let us finish this. Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian roared with determination. Their life wheels rose as their emperor weapons exuded a blinding brilliance. The black tortoise rod unleashed a supreme and sacred black tortoise. It proudly stood on top of the earth, a beast that had once suppressed the devils and gods. The imperial violet hammer's purple energy filled the sky as runes began to move to form a sacred scripture. The immortal hymns opened an entrance to an immortal world, and it was about to use the power of this world to destroy its enemy. At this moment, the two weapons frantically sucked on the blood energy from Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince. They turned pale and felt their strength being sapped from them. Immortal Emperor life treasures were much more powerful than Emperor possessions. Life treasures were also called Emperor weapons. Although they were not as powerful as true treasures, but outside of true treasures, there was nothing else in this world more powerful than them. Both life treasures and true treasures were everlasting, they could be used and passed down for many generations. However, controlling a life treasure was not an easy matter. In order to unleash a strike with Emperor power, one must expend a great amount of blood energy, so ordinary people couldn't control immortal Emperor life treasures. This ends now. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian screamed. They even spewed out their most valuable longevity blood without a care in order to channel the most powerful strike from their weapons. Boom! A blow descended, one that was much more powerful than the earlier attack. Countless universal laws rushed up from the Academy's ground, but they were destroyed by this attack as this piece of earth was completely annihilated. Countless people started to quiver in the eastern 100 cities. Are they trying to sink the Academy? An old undying stared at the Academy from afar and murmured. Things began to quiet down on the battlefield, but all the spectators who were watching from the horizon were still holding on to their breaths. Their eyes opened wide in disbelief since they could no longer trust the scene displayed before them. Eventually, a person rubbed his eyes and incredulously murmured, "This is impossible." At this moment, everyone witnessed an incredible sight. The two Emperor weapons' descent had been stopped. Wuxia was holding a stone box. Once he opened this box, an immortal light filled the sky, and it stopped the imperial violet hammer and the black tortoise rod. This stone box was the great treasure of the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom, a supreme treasure that he traded for and obtained from the hands of Middle Continent Princess. Even Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian greatly changed their expressions. Two Emperor weapons were stopped completely. What kind of treasure was this? My turn. Wuxia loudly laughed and said, "Just like you said, it is time for this to end." A treasure then flew out from the stone box. It was a mirror. It was not bronze nor gold, not silver nor steel, the material was unknown. One half yin and one half yang, and this yin and yang combined together into two yin-yang fish that were swimming around non-stop. It was an immortal light that was shot from these fishes' eyes that stopped the two Emperor weapons. Go! Wuxia was not conservative with his longevity blood as he spewed it into the mirror. The yin-yang fish flew out from the mirror with an aura capable of sweeping through the heaven and earth. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred. Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince, while wielding their Emperor weapons, were struck flying away as their bones shattered. Both of them sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Another unbelievable thing happened. The yin-yang fish turned into a yin-yang whirlpool and sucked up the imperial violet hammer and the black tortoise rod. In an instant, the two treasures fell into Wuxia's hands, changing owners. In the deepest darkness in the sky, an old undying exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. This is a treasure that had been lost for millions of years. How could it be in the hand of this little demon? The yin-yang refining immortal mirror. The bulwark treasure of the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom." Even some old undyings who had always been hiding in the darkness took a deep breath and said in amazement. Today, there were not only old undyings from the Alliance who wanted to seize the Academy, there were also a few undyings hiding outside just to spectate. To them, Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian taking out Emperor weapons was nothing surprising because they had seen many storms and waves before. However, when Wuxia took out the yin-yang refining immortal mirror, they were met with shock. This mirror had an extremely mysterious origin, and no one knew the exact details. It was the bulwark treasure of the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom, one of the strongest ancient kingdoms during the Desolace expansion era. There was a saying during this era, if there were immortals in the heavens, then the mirror shall refine them. So one could already imagine how frightening this mirror was. Unfortunately, during the era of immortal Emperor Tian II, he destroyed the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom. Ever since then, the mirror was lost. Immortal Emperor Tian II himself had always been searching for this mirror during his era. Return. Seeing Li Qie snatch away the two emperor weapons, the gravely wounded Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian were horrified. They then spouted out mantras in order to call them back. They used a supreme chant in order to summon the immortal emperor life treasures in order to seize them back. The hammer and rod were vibrating as they struggled to fly out from Li Qie's hands. Li Qie's expression sank as he used a great technique to suppress the two emperor weapons as the yin-yang refining immortal mirror floated above his head. Poof! The yin-yang fish's eyes shot out immortal lights, one yin and one yang, into the two weapons and suddenly locked them. Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince couldn't summon the weapons back because their treasures were completely sealed. Now that they have fallen into my hands, don't even think about resummoning them. Li Qie slowly spoke after he finished suppressing the two weapons. Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian were both furious and aghast. They couldn't believe that Li Qie's mirror could suppress immortal emperor life treasures. Unless it was an immortal emperor true treasure, nothing else in this world could suppress immortal emperor life treasures. Could it be that Li Qie's mirror was comparable to an immortal emperor true treasure? Even if you took them, it will only be temporary. Emperor weapons have emperor locks. Even if the imperial violet hammer is in your grasp, you are still unable to use it. Every emperor weapon had an emperor lock. This meant that the weapon was tied down to the immortal emperor's bloodline, their descendants. Outside of the emperor's offspring or inheritor, no one else could use the weapon even if they had it in their grasp unless they had a heaven-defying method of bypassing the emperor lock, or if this emperor's heritage was destroyed. Otherwise, they were nothing more than scrap metal in the hands of outsiders. An emperor lock cannot cause trouble for me. Li Qie revealed a cheerful smile and said. All of a sudden, he solemnly took out a bottle, then he dripped 2 drops of longevity blood onto the hammer and rod. Snap! At this moment, everyone heard the opening of a lock. The immortal emperor universal laws that were used to lock the weapons were suddenly released. The 2 emperor weapons emitted a bright light in Li Qie's hands as their emperor power became even more powerful. Chapter 327, Great Calamity, Dumb. At this time, the imperial violet hammer and the black tortoise rod rang in resonance in Li Qie's hands. Their emperor power surged higher and higher. They were even more powerful than when Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian poured in their longevity blood. Preposterous. Seeing this scene, Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian became frightened and shouted. Not good. An old undying hiding in the darkness in the sky lost his colors and exclaimed. The group of undyings was alarmed when the 2 emperor weapons fell into Li Qie's hands. Initially, the emperor locks would have allowed for them to take the weapons back from Li Qie whenever they wished. However, the situation had changed. Li Qie was able to unlock the seals. This meant that the connection between the weapons and the emperor's descendants and lineages was severed. An emperor lock served to tie the weapons to their respective lineages. As long as the lineages continued to exist, then no matter where the weapons went, there was a chance for the lineages to get it back. However, once the lock was released, this meant that from then on, the weapon belonged to someone else, and the lineages and descendants were no longer able to control them. The evacuees from the academy, who were spectating from a faraway location, exclaimed in shock, "Impossible. Even a virtuous paragon would not be able to open an emperor lock, let alone a junior like Li Qie using only his longevity blood. This was simply a fantasy, an impossible thing. However, this impossible thing happened right before everyone's eyes. Li Qie used 2 drops of longevity blood to open 2 emperor locks and easily took over the imperial violet hammer and the black tortoise rod. Amidst the crowd's astonishment and horror, they didn't know that there was something hidden in the 2 drops of longevity blood. The 2 drops appeared to just be Li Qie's blood, but a bit before he took action, he used a sliver of myriad star water and mixed it with his blood. It was just a little amount, not even a drop. However, a single drop of myriad star water was a thing that even immortal emperors craved, thus it was not a difficult matter for it to unlock the seals when combined with Li Qie's 2 drops of longevity blood. The result flabbergasted everyone present. Like you said, it is time to end this. Li Qie pointed his unsealed weapons toward Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince recovered from their daze and quickly turned around to run in horror after seeing Li Qie's pose. Boom! A vast amount of emperor power from the 2 weapons slashed down. Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian used all of their merit laws and treasures, but they couldn't stop the onslaught. Junior, you dare! At this moment, an enraged roar descended from the sky. A monstrous hand reached down, giving shivers to all the spectating cultivators. They felt like they were ants under its might. One could only imagine how frightening and powerful this hand's owner must be. Boom! This monstrous hand that slammed down could not reach the academy because multiple defensive layers rose to stop this hand in the sky. Ah! Miserable screams suddenly bellowed. They were from Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince. They were very unwilling to accept their fate of being rendered into ashes by the Emperor weapons since they had no chance of blocking this attack. This result was outside of everyone's predictions. Zhu Huangwu and Qing Xian were proud geniuses of this generation with dual emperor arts, but they actually died to their own weapons. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook, followed by a collapsing sound. The Academy's vast territory started to crack as the mountains and rivers began to split apart. The divine halls and ancient temples began to fall. In just a split second, it was as if a cataclysm had befallen this place. Is this due to the attack from the Emperor weapons? The spectators, who were perplexed due to the deaths of Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, suddenly screamed in fear. No, the Academy's catastrophe is approaching. Everything finally split apart. It is time. In the deepest and darkest part of the horizon, an ancient and cold voice declared. Boom! The sky suddenly split apart as an invincible aura approached. It was as if true gods were tearing the firmaments apart in order to descend to the mortal world, to put an end to the Academy. Your Heavenly Tao Academy ignored the students, allowing them to kill and steal the immortal emperor life treasures of others. What is this offense? An ancient and authoritative voice came from the sky. The cultivators who escaped outside of the Academy heard the thumping of their hearts. Many older cultivators glanced at each other and knew that this declaration was only an excuse. The catastrophe has arrived, and many people were finally tempted to maneuver in order to seize the Academy. Having heard this, many Grand Era students felt indignant. Everyone saw, with their own eyes, that Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian wanted to kill Li Qie, but this character in the sky was now twisting black and white. Gentlemen and fellow Taoists, please go back to where you came from. At this point, the Sacred Era Hall Master appeared and said in a serious manner, the Academy will handle its own matters. Handle? This is your way of handling things? The voice from the sky rang again. If your Academy does not give an acceptable explanation today, then this matter will not be waived. If fellow Taoists do not leave, then don't blame our Academy for raising our blades. The Sacred Era Hall Master gravely replied. In the Eastern 100 cities, the Academy's status was no less than that of the Eternal River School. It had surpassed countless winds and waves, since when had it ever been threatened by others? So your heavenly Tao Academy has indeed succumbed to the evil path. An emotionless and vindictive voice spoke, "Today, we will erase this evil for the Eastern 100 cities." Boom! At this moment, the sky was torn apart. A divine altar appeared above the heavenly Tao Academy. It was extremely mystical and blocked even the heavenly divination. Even the strongest experts who opened their heavenly eyes could only faintly see people standing above the altar, and it was not just one person. The most terrifying thing was that they were all wielding invincible weapons with the most murderous kind of air. Emperor weapons. Even though the divine altar eluded the heaven's eyes, they couldn't completely hide their auras when all the old powerful undyings held invincible weapons. No, there are not only Emperor weapons but also immortal Emperor true treasures. The escapees turned pale as they all fled as far away as possible from this battlefield. Rumble. The divine altar unleashed an endless amount of sacred aura like the waves from the stomp of an immortal emperor. Slam. Slam. Boom. The defensive layers of the academy could not stop the sacred power from the divine altar and started to collapse. At this minute, even those far away were suppressed by the altar's invincible aura. Ancient saints, heavenly sovereigns, and even heavenly kings were oppressed down to the ground, for this unrivaled presence was unstoppable. Its power was explosive like the return of an immortal emperor or a true god. The Academy's defensive layers that had withstood numerous attacks in the past shattered like pieces of paper. Boom! In the end, one last attack fiercely slammed into the Academy's ground. 100,000 miles were instantly annihilated. Even countless gigantic universal laws and locks from the ground beneath the Academy were destroyed by this unbeatable attack. These attacks not only rendered the Academy helpless, but even the entire Eastern 100 cities were shaken. Under this peerless offense, the Eastern 100 cities was like a tiny boat amidst a torrential storm and could capsize at any second. Today, countless existences cowered in fear and prostrated on the ground. Several immortal emperor life treasures flew out, and not just one immortal emperor true treasure was summoned. This was a sign of the destruction of the heaven and earth. Is this the end of the heavenly Tao Academy? An undying in the Eastern 100 cities who was reluctant to enter these muddy waters exclaimed in horror with his eyes wide open. Not just one life treasure, and not just one true treasure. Seeing this scene, many cultivators that had pulled out of the academy were frightened into a stupor. This was too horrifying. One life treasure was already powerful enough, but true treasures were even more terrorizing. This was a fate weapon capable of exerting an immortal emperor's battle prowess. However, these weapons had always been the sect-protecting treasures of immortal emperor lineages. They would not be easily summoned. Today, there was more than one here, clearly indicating that someone wanted to destroy the academy. A door opened on the altar that was floating in the sky as shadows jumped down into the academy. These shadows hid from the heavens' divination so no one could see their true appearances nor backgrounds. When they descended to the ground, they immediately ran to the deepest corners of the academy where the greatest amount of treasures and manuals were hidden. Defend. The elders, high elders, and the hall masters that had been keeping silent suddenly appeared to protect the divine halls of the academy's ancestral ground. Boom! 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 Explosions came in waves as the halls that contained the most precious manuals and treasures of the academy erected their own defensive lines and universal laws to seal the sky. Chapter 328, Blood Stains the Academy, Kill. Many elders, protectors, and high elders began to fight against the shadows from the sky in order to protect the academy's treasures. In just an instant, blood splashed in the air along with shrill screams. Treasures flew around in the air to slay their enemies, blood stained the ground red as corpses fell from the sky. It's the same as with the cleansing incense ancient sect. Seeing this scene, the escaping cultivators quietly whispered. In the past, when the cleansing incense ancient sect was defeated by the heavenly god sect, outside of the rumors of its own decline, there were signs that other immortal emperor lineages had a hand in this matter. Rumor has it that at that time, someone covered the heavens' divination so no one knew which immortal emperor lineages took part in the conquest of the cleansing incense ancient sect. I'm afraid the Academy will repeat the tragedy that the cleansing incense ancient sect experienced. Seeing this scene, someone couldn't help but lament with a sigh. Some people graduated from the Academy, but they couldn't do anything in this situation. Against the suppression of several immortal emperor life treasures and more than one true treasure, and not to mention the numerous old undyings hiding in the shadows, even if a heavenly king were to rush in, it would be equivalent to suicide. Stop struggling with your last breath. An ancient voice came from the divine altar. Suddenly, an emperor light slashed down and destroyed the defense of one of the divine halls. Boom! Dozens of protectors and even the Grand Era Hall Master, who were protecting the divine hall, died on the spot. Hall Master. Seeing as how the Hall Master was instantly killed, many Grand Era students cried out with grief and hatred. The Grand Era Hall Master was very friendly, he taught the Tao and dispelled all of their questions, but today, he died in the hands of the enemy. Some students hated themselves for not being able to pounce forward to exact their vengeance. Under the suppression of the floating divine altar, those with a weak cultivation like them could not even stand up. They were completely immobilized by its invincible aura. Boom! The divine altar slashed down with another supreme blow to a sacred peak, revealing an old temple. The ancient desolate temple. It truly is here. Seeing this old temple, a gigantic hand reached out from the divine altar, wanting to grab it. The divine altar consisted of more than just one life and true treasure, and it was personally controlled by a group of undyings. Another supreme slash soared out from the altar towards the Academy's peak. Inside this peak, a tiger that towered more than 100 meters jumped out. It was a beast protector tasked to guard the Academy's treasures. Grow! This gigantic tiger jumped out with a roar as it pounced towards the divine altar. However, the blow from the altar came down and immediately killed the tiger after it let out a miserable scream. The crack in the peak revealed a mine that exuded blinding divine lights. This was a divine steel ore, extremely precious. It could even be considered priceless. Cloud immortal steel, take all of it. The command came from the altar. Then, more shadows jumped down from the sky to rush to the ore in order to steal the items. Boom! A true treasure attacked a huge river. A flood dragon rushed up, but it was still killed. This huge river was split apart, and inside was an ancient sacred monolith. I'll fight till my last breath. The elders and protectors from the Academy defended their ancestral ground with determination, but they still could not stop the altar from above. Who knew how many old undyings, with their emperor weapons, were inside? At this moment, the Academy could not hold back the enemy's offense. In a short period of time, the Academy's force kept on retreating deeper and deeper inside. The enemy, with their divine altar opening the way, had many shadows running out to seize treasures. Don't go too far. While the elders of the Academy were retreating, a roar emanated from the deepest part of the Academy. An old man trod on the air as his body was surrounded by lightning. Thunderous crackles appeared as these lightning bolts intertwined together. It was as if he was the god of thunder. The cultivators who stood outside, with hearts that yearned to help the Academy but were powerless, became ecstatic when they saw this old man. Ancestor lay. His wooden puppets crazily rushed into the group of enemies without any fear. While the trio was massacring indiscriminately, the divine altar shot out many invincible emperor weapons that could cross time itself and annihilated all things. No one could stop its advance, and a voice came from above, "Junior, don't be arrogant." Boom! A deafening explosion appeared. Wuxia used his two emperor weapons to block the strike, but he was still blown away while spraying out blood. An immortal emperor life treasure. Li Qia's eyes narrowed as he gazed towards the altar, slowly uttering these words. Junior, surrender the emperor weapons and all of your techniques, including the immortal physique law. Only then shall your life be spared. A voice descended from the altar. Go! Li Qia called out the Tetrawar bronze chariot and escaped with Little Autumn and Sikong Taotian. There is no place for you to hide even at the ends of the earth. A chill-inducing voice came from the altar. Then, an invincible immortal emperor life treasure flew forward with an unstoppable momentum. Activate! Li Qia screamed. The two emperor weapons blocked the front of Li Qia to ward off the life treasure, but they couldn't stop him from spurting out even more blood. Senior Li. The Grand Era students who already withdrew couldn't help but gasp and scream after seeing this scene. The more capable ones wanted to rush up to help, but the academy was already sealed by the divine altar, outsiders could not enter. Junior, be smart. It is not too late to surrender. Otherwise, you will suffer a fate worse than death. The voice from the altar emanated across the entire academy. The opponent did not wish to instantly kill Li Qia since they desired his secret techniques. No one knew how many life and true treasures there were. Outside of the one that suppressed Li Qia, another one swept across the academy and pushed towards the deepest part of its ancestral ground. Li Qia wielded his emperor weapons and activated his techniques to fight while retreating at the same time. In just the blink of an eye, Li Qia retreated to the academy's entrance where the stone tablet that was engraved with the names of countless wise sages was located. This was the stone tablet that symbolized the academy's glory. All the powerful existences who graduated from the academy left their names on this tablet. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, the Martial God, Lion Monarch Ba Xian. Li Qia fled to this tablet and then suddenly stopped. Although he was bloody, his spirit remained radiant with high hopes. After seeing the divine altar reaching the deepest part of the academy, Li Qia smirked and slowly said, "Old farts, it is time for me to massacre all of you." Strong words. Junior, I shall ruin you first and then take your techniques. Although the altar was very deep into the academy's ground, this distance to them was still within reach. It is time to close the gate to beat the dogs. Li Qia loudly screamed. At this moment, waves of immortal light shot out from the academy's deepest area. Each of these immortal light streaks was like a divine sword that was capable of slaying the heavens itself. They were filled with murderous breath. The moment these lights turned into swords, others felt that this was a grisly scene. It was as if these immortal swords had once drunk the blood of immortals. The hymn of these swords resounded to the 9 heavens. In this second, a monstrous sword formation appeared inside the deepest area, and it sealed the ancestral ground's core. Even the altar that was powerfully forcing its way in was trapped by this sword formation. The God-punishing formation. You all still have this formation. An emotional cry came out from the altar. Then, a different emotionless voice appeared as well. Even the God-punishing formation is not enough. Boom! One moment later, the 7 immortal emperor life treasures and 2 true treasures combined together into one unit in an instant. Chapter 329, A Scheme to Bury All Enemies. 2 true treasures and 7 life treasures. In a split moment, everyone knew exactly how many emperor weapons the enemies on the altar brought. Once these weapons combined their power into one, countless strange images appeared in the sky. There was an immortal emperor punishing the heavens and true gods breaking the universal laws, causing the heavens to fall. The appearances of these images caused the mortal emperor world to tremble. Many old undyings opened their eyes inside their coffins, even the sealed ones were stirred awake. Is this the end of the Heavenly Tao Academy? After sensing this invincible power, an old undying that had lived for many years couldn't help but murmur. Could the Academy actually withstand such an attack? No matter how powerful it was, surely it would become ashes after this strike. There were more than 10 undyings with 2 true treasures and 7 life treasures. This was an unbeatable offense, so what could actually stop this? Clang clank clank. The sword hymns resonated throughout the entire sky as the god-punishing formation unleashed its maximum potential. One sword swept by and rendered countless stars into dust. The opening of this sword formation could even refine the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Before this formation, any expert, no matter how powerful they were, would still be wiped out. Rumble. The two sides collided as the Emperor Power tried to shake the sword formation that took the form of one sword. The towering sword began to dim down. Even though it was an incomparably powerful formation, it could not garner any advantage against the offense of so many Emperor weapons. The Heavenly Tao Academy is not a place for all of you to trespass as you please. While the Divine Altar side, with the Emperor weapons, was winning, a loud cry came from the sky. Near the 9 firmaments, everything suddenly turned red by the Academy as if the heavens itself was being boiled. In the deepest part of the Academy's ancestral ground, an extremely gigantic whirlpool appeared and immediately incinerated the sky. At this time, everyone clearly saw 7 old men appear on the horizon. These old men were extremely withered and old. It was apparent with a single glance that they were ancestors who were sealed for many years. Their lifespan had already dried out, and they were on the verge of death. But even so, their remaining blood energy was still enough for them to traverse this world. They were able to chase after the mysterious underworld below and the jade heaven above. Each of these old men had the ability to catch the stars, refine the 6 Tao, and rule over the 8 Desolaces. The 7 old men all held onto a gigantic cauldron that was capable of refining the heaven and earth. The moment this cauldron opened its mouth, not to mention all existences, but even time and space were refined. Under the control of the 7 ancestors, the cauldron emitted a boundless amount of divine power. Even true gods would have to retreat against such might. 7 ancient ancestors, shouldn't you all be trapped by the realm god? Seeing these old men, a decrepit voice exclaimed from the altar. Refine. However, the 7 old men ignored this inquiry. The great cauldron poured down an endless stream of divine flames to refine the altar. These flames even suppressed the combined might of the Emperor weapons. Clank. Once the divine altar was suppressed, the god-punishing formation's sword light became brighter and more powerful, and it went on to counterattack the altar. Chaos Cauldron. It was not just the mysterious opponents on the altar, even several old undyings who were hiding in the darkness to spectate were left aghast the moment they saw the cauldron that was controlled by the 7 old men. Chaos Cauldron. Many old undyings buried beneath the eastern 100 cities woke up and escaped from their seal after feeling the divine power of the endless flames. One of them emotionally said, "Rumor has it that the Academy had lost the Chaos Cauldron many generations ago." The Chaos Cauldron was the sect-protecting treasure of the Academy, and its origin was very primitive and mysterious. Some guessed that it came from the legendary era and it held an unfathomable power. In the mortal Emperor world, during the darkest and most arduous era, the Chaos Cauldron was the reason why the Academy managed to persevere. But later on, there were reports stating that the Academy had lost the cauldron. Since then, it never appeared again and the world no longer witnessed its shadow. Today, the Chaos Cauldron suddenly appeared once more. The Undyings, whether they were participating in this battle or not, all felt an uneasy sensation. 7 ancient ancestors, this is a trap. A spectating old undying coldly said. The Heavenly Tao Academy had many older generations, like Ancestor Lei, someone who was an old undying of the same era as immortal Emperor Ta Kong. However, existences like him were not the most frightening ancestors of the Academy. Legends say that the Academy sealed 7 extremely terrifying existences. Their lifespan had depleted and they could die at any moment. They were known as the 7 ancient ancestors. Before the Academy faces absolute destruction, they would not appear due to their depleted lifespan. It was very likely that they would meet their ends. Not long ago, the old Undyings in the Anti-Academy Alliance had spied on the Academy. They found that the Academy was splitting apart because of the Realm God turning mad. In order to stabilize the Realm God, all 7 ancient ancestors couldn't afford not to appear. However, not only did they fail, they also became trapped by the Realm God in a different dimension. Because of this, the Alliance then mustered up the courage to take action the moment the Academy had finally split in order to destroy and steal the Academy's resources. However, after seeing the 7 ancestors' appearance today, along with the long-lost Chaos Cauldron, even the most foolish person would understand that this was a trap planned by Academy to bring in those with malice. Old man Zhongli, you tricked us. The hoarse voice appeared once again from the divine altar, and it was angrily directed at Zhongli, one of the 7 ancient ancestors. Go! Another voice shouted. The divine altar was no longer dominant against the god-punishing formation and the Chaos Cauldron. Because of the heaven's ancestral vein of the Academy along with its extremely dense worldly essence fueling the god-punishing formation and the cauldron, the divine altar was now at a disadvantage. Bang! The 7 life treasures and 2 true treasures, with their combined power, no longer attacked the depths of the Academy. Instead, they tried to escape. At this point, they ignored those who were dressed in black, the ones who were trapped in the sword formation. Boom! Once the 9 Emperor weapons that were controlled by the old Undyings wanted to escape, even the god-punishing formation could not stop them. It was just a matter of time. Since you have arrived, don't even think about leaving. Seeing the divine altar breaking the formation to escape, Li Qiye's words suddenly appeared. Pluff pluff pluff. At this moment, an endless amount of sacred light covered the entire Academy like a shell encompassing the world. At this time, an unbelievable thing happened. Li Qiye carried a huge tablet behind him. At the Academy's entrance, there was a huge stone tablet engraved with the names of many wise sages. Graduates from the Academy, once renowned throughout the world, would come back to leave behind their names. This stone tablet was the symbol of the Academy's glory. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, the Martial God, Lion Monarch Ba Xian. All of these names reverberated throughout the world, and a few names were too ancient to even be traced. For generations, many cultivators only knew that this stone tablet was a symbol of glory, but today, an extremely strange matter occurred. The stone tablet that was carried on Li Qiye's back exuded an endless amount of sacred light that contained a marvelous holiness that repelled all laws. This sacred light then caged the Academy. However, this was not the most shocking and horrifying part. The ancient names on the tablet emerged one after another, and figures came out from these names. Each of these figures stepped out with a proud presence that contained an eternity of invincibility. Everyone saw an illusion of a heavenly dragon, the sea god, Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, and many others. They were now standing in the Academy's sky. At this moment, these immemorial gods came back to life to protect the Academy. Once these figures stood in the Academy's sky, its defensive line became firm. This defense was capable of blocking a myriad of heavenly armies and trapping all the demons and devils. No matter the type of offense, none would be able to pierce the defensive line created by these figures. This was an extremely ancient defense, one that was capable of stopping both external and internal attacks. Impossible. Needless to say about the dazed outsiders, even the elders and protectors of the Academy were dumbfounded. They never knew that this stone tablet had such an effect. Until recently, they only thought that it was just a glorious symbol. However, today, everyone realized that this tablet was not so simple. All of these invincible beings did not only leave behind their names, but also their marks and universal laws. Chapter 330, Perimeter of the Wise Sages. At this moment, countless people prostrated on the ground, including those who were not suppressed because they saw some of their ancestors amongst the figures. Seeing their shadows, they were lost in the glory of their ancestors. Witnessing the figure with lion-like golden hair, the lions roar royal lord, Qi Shaodai and Qi Shaodao, and all the other disciples from the Qi clan and the lions roar gate prostrated on the ground as they emotionally cried out to their ancestor, great ancestor. Seeing their brave and noble appearances, anyone could imagine how invincible and majestic they used to be when they traversed the world while wearing a proud smile. Tears came out as so many of the spectators were excited from reminiscing of the past. The perimeter of the wise sages will end everything. Li Qiye carried the stone tablet while being surrounded by the sacred light. He then placed the tablet down and put his hands together to form a seal. Changing the heavens and moving the earth. Everything started to change. Boom! These invincible figures moved their hands and shrouded the sky. Whatever Li Qiye's seal pointed at, these huge invincible hands followed and suppressed that direction. Open! The old undyings on the divine altar roared. However, against these invincible hands, even when they sacrificed their longevity blood, they couldn't open a path. These monstrous hands represented the invincible will of these existences. Since the start of time, how many invincible characters came from the academy? Boom! The divine altar collapsed after a deafening explosion. The 7 life treasures and 2 true treasures showed up again, along with 11 old undyings. They were connected together via the divine altar as it concentrated all of their blood energies to condense the unbeatable power of the 9 emperor weapons. Now, the divine altar was broken, so the old undyings were no longer in unison. Boom! The 9 weapons, along with the 11 old undyings, were pushed back into the God-punishing formation and the refinement of the chaos cauldron. No! Unwilling screams resounded. Without the altar, they could no longer join together, so the power of the 9 weapons greatly decreased. The old undyings were trapped inside the formation that was fueled by the maximum power of the Emperor Foundation beneath the academy. In the sky, the chaos cauldron was also refining while the oppressive palms from the wise sages continued their assault. Even the weapons could not shield the old undyings any longer. In just a moment, they turned into a mist of blood all over the sky. Clank! The emperor weapons also cried out since they suffered a harsh attack as well. Inside the formation, cauldron, and the perimeter of the wise sages, old Daoist Peng came out from nowhere. Come here, my treasures. He took out a magical pouch and shouted, intending to take away the 7 immortal emperor life treasures. Lock! Li Qiye also loudly uttered. The yin-yang refining immortal mirror floated above Li Qiye's head while the yin-yang fish jumped around. 2 immortal lights, 1 yin and 1 yang, suppressed the 2 immortal emperor true treasures. Li Qiye also wanted to take in these 2 true treasures. True treasures were many times stronger than life treasures, for they were directly involved with one's fate and life. Plus, these were immortal emperor true treasures. Rumble. However, at this moment, the 2 true treasures suddenly exploded like the awakening of immortal emperors. The 2 opened up the heaven and earth and tore the fabric of space itself. The 2 true treasures carried along 4 life treasures and jumped through the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Qiye wanted to control them, but it was too late. He could only watch as the true treasures escaped with 4 life treasures. Crash! Old Daoist Peng was a lot luckier than Li Qiye. His magical pouch managed to grab 3 immortal emperor life treasures. This guy is too clever. Li Qiye revealed a forced smile and said. He was too greedy. If he used the mirror on the life treasures, then he could have taken 1 or 2 of them. However, it was not possible for the true treasures. True treasures were the fate weapons of immortal emperors, so they were 100 times more difficult to suppress. Next, the God-punishing formation disappeared, and the 7 ancient ancestors also disappeared with the chaos cauldron. Wuxia carried the stone tablet back to the academy's entrance and then placed it down with a shout. The figures then disappeared back into the names engraved on the tablet. At this moment, everyone was astounded. Who knew about the secret inside the tablet that contained the wills of these old invincible sages? Even the elders and protectors of the academy were astonished. They didn't know the secret, but a student from the Grand Era Hall did, and he also used it to defeat the enemy. Perimeter of the Wise Sages. Wuxia touched the tablet and reminiscing of the Dark Ages. Countless great sects and countries of the human race were destroyed, and many people retreated back to the Heavenly Tao Academy. During that war, Wuxia stood here, facing the legion of his enemy. This was a battle that reversed the tide. In that era, Wuxia stood right here and used the perimeter of the Wise Sages to stop the furious attacks from the enemies. The tablet was painted with blood in that battle, some from the generals under Wuxia, but there was also the blood from the ancient Ming. After so many years had passed, Wuxia once again used the perimeter today. Although this battle was far less impressive than the cruel war in the past, it still reminded him of that dark era, causing his mood to plummet with sadness. Seeing this tablet caused him to remember too many people that were lost inside his memories. Long live First Brother. After a long time, everyone came down to the earth again. The Grand Era students excitedly surrounded and cheered Wuxia on. Long live First Brother. They then threw him really high into the air. Me too, I am also a big contributor. Little Autumn couldn't handle being left out, so it rushed into the crowd and smilingly exclaimed. The group of students also threw Little Autumn up high in jubilation. Sikong Taotian, on the other hand, escaped right when the battle was concluded. His identity could not meet the light and he would rather not be recognized. This post-battle joy infected all the Grand Era students as they were lost in the excitement. Of course, some were not very happy, especially the students from the Sacred Era and Zenith Era halls. They could only force out some wry laughter. The battle had ended. The 11 old Undyings from the Alliance had all died, and all the men dressed in black that had entered the academy were also killed. No one managed to escape alive. The academy also suffered some serious losses, but it was a great victory nonetheless. They defeated the powerful Alliance and claimed 3 immortal Emperor life treasures. This news traveled far and wide and the entire Eastern 100 cities became silent. The younger generation and ordinary cultivators knew very little about the matter, but the old Undyings from the great powers knew a great deal. Some of them even participated in this battle. 2 true treasures, 7 life treasures, 11 old Undyings, such a force meant that there were at least 2 immortal emperor lineages in the Alliance. As for the amount of other powers in this scheme to take over the academy, no one knew the exact details. As the calamity descended upon the academy, many old Undyings secretly thought that such a powerful alliance would be able to take over the academy and then split up the heaven's ancestral vein. But in the end, their entire force was annihilated and they even lost 3 life treasures. All the participating great powers could only try to alleviate their pain by eating bitter yellow lotus leaves in silence, for they couldn't exactly cry about this loss. Now, those who took part in this conspiracy began to worry about the vengeance of the Heavenly Tao Academy. It is not without reason that the Academy had stood strong for so long throughout the ages. A few Undyings who didn't participate said with a tinge of emotion, the Academy did not fall during the Dark Era, so even if a calamity descended today, there would still be a chance that it would be fine. During the battle, some old Undyings were hiding to spectate, and this result greatly surprised them. Although they were neutral, they intended to fish in troubled waters to see if they could gain anything during the collapse of the academy. Now, the alliance was completely wiped out, causing these spectating Undyings to break out in cold sweat. They were glad for not participating, otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as the 11 Undyings on the divine altar. Plot, this is a blatant plot. Not only was there a scheme from the alliance, but the academy also had their own. The academy set this trap to bait the snake from its nest, then they closed the gate to beat the dogs. In the end, an old undying said with a pale face. Even though many people thought that the academy purposely baited this battle, no one dared to criticize it. If the alliance didn't intend on destroying the academy, then how would they have fallen into this trap? Some started to suspect whether the sundering of the academy was real or not as well. The academy could have released this fake piece of news in order to destroy all the enemies that were scheming against them in one fell swoop. In the aftermath, everyone noticed a character with a special role, Wuxia. At this time, everyone understood that Wuxia and the academy were on the same side. Wuxia acted in the light while the academy lingered in the darkness. Wuxia first killed Wuxia and Huyu, then Zhu Huangwu along with Heavenly Prince Qing Xian just to bait out the enemies in order to ignite the conflict. Chapter 331. Aftermath of the battle. Many people thought that Wuxia and the academy had plotted together to sweep through the entire alliance, but no one knew that this battle was actually conducted by Wuxia alone. This scheme of baiting and trapping them was single-handedly set up by Wuxia. The academy was indeed splitting apart, but the rumors about it completely sundering were naturally fake. This was deliberately spread by the academy in order to bait out the alliance. The alliance assumed that the academy was no longer able to bear the burden and would eventually turn into dust, thus they fell into the trap. Wuxia personally presided over this battle while the academy changed from defense to offense in order to kill all the old undyings, allowing them to reverse the tide and grasp the initiative. At this moment, even if the academy was completely divided, other people with schemes would have to think twice, lest they repeat the tragedy of the alliance. After the battle, the Lion's Roar royal lord was very respectful when he met Wuxia again. Before, he really wanted to recruit Wuxia, but afterward, there was only awe in his mind. At this very second, he understood why his daughter was willing to stay by Wuxia's side as a servant. He secretly felt a cold chill and praised his fortune that the Lion's Roar gate did not offend Wuxia. Otherwise, they would have suffered an untimely doom. He also recalled when his daughter told him to not provoke Wuxia, lest they wanted to end up with an unimaginable outcome. After the battle, Bing Wuxia came to him a while later and asked, "Little demon, this plan was probably concocted by you, wasn't it?" Wuxia scanned her up and down, then he said, "Little girl, it is midnight right now. You running here must be because you want to offer your body to me tonight, correct? However, your cross-dressing style is making me lose all interest. If you want to climb up my bed, then change to a ladylike style. Then, I might be in the mood for lovemaking." Having teased her, he revealed a devilish smirk. "Go to hell." Bing Wuxia suddenly turned red from anger and tried to kick Wuxia, but he easily dodged it, causing her to indignantly shiver. "Little girl, my disaster is approaching, but I don't know where to hide. Your loyalty will need to be tested, ya. Later on, if there are any matters that will result in benefits, I will consider about giving you a share." Wuxia ignored her flustered appearance and leisurely said, "Bah, what disaster? Even a fool can see that you are plotting against someone else. Only those knuckleheads think that they can handle everything. I'm not interested in joining your muddy waters." Bing Wuxia opened her fan and said in a cool manner, "Okay, little girl, if there is nothing else, then you may go." Wuxia nonchalantly replied, "Why do you want me gone so badly? Are you hiding girls here in your golden palace?" Bing Wuxia smilingly said, "Speaking of which, I will introduce you to someone. The princess of the Pure Lotus School, not bad, right? You are very famous right now, and I noticed that she is a bit interested in you. I will pull the strings for you. No need to thank me, just keep this matchmaker in mind when you get something good in the future." This battle was personally led by Wuxia. Old Daoist Peng had lived for so long, and the elders of the academy all lamented that this was a world for the younger generation. Against such a calamity, the elders of the academy wanted to avoid dealing with it as long as possible. For example, the 7 ancient ancestors normally would never actively attack, because once they did so, the price would be extremely heavy. However, Wuxia personally led the battle and went against all obstacles, allowing a good opportunity to emerge for the 7 ancient ancestors to take action. Although they suffered heavy losses, the elders of the academy couldn't not admit that they, at such an old age, lacked this courage and hot-blooded boldness. Wuxia took the old box, opened it, and carefully inspected the contents before closing and putting it away. He then slowly spoke, "There is always a price. Besides, this thing had stayed in your academy for too long. Rather than let it become moldy, it is better for me to take it away and actually utilize its true effect." "How do you intend to use it?" Old Daoist Peng couldn't help but ask since he was filled with curiosity. "It's a secret. Maybe you will find out later." Wuxia shook his head and said. This treasure affected too many matters, and Wuxia would not easily let others in on his plans. "Just like the secret of the stone tablet at the entrance?" Old Daoist Peng asked, "The wise sage's perimeter." Outside of existences on the same level as the 7 ancient ancestors, very few people knew the secret of the stone tablet. However, as an outsider, Wuxia knew about it and even went as far as actually activating it. This was too incredible. "Yes. That is also a secret." Wuxia looked at him with one eye and said. No one from the academy understood the wise sage's perimeter more than Wuxia. Although this perimeter was erected during the Desolate Era, it was improved several times in later generations. Especially after the bloody battles during the Dark Era, the perimeter was improved immensely and its power became even stronger. If it exerted its true power, then the defense of the academy would be extremely fortified. The improvement and fixes were ideas from Wuxia. He also oversaw its implementation. Old Daoist Peng only smiled and didn't inquire further. Wuxia was too mysterious, so even though the old Daoist wanted to get to the roots, he also knew that Wuxia had his boundary. Anyone who crossed this boundary would not have a good end. "There is one more thing, maybe you will be able to solve it," Old Daoist Peng eventually said. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and said, "The realm god, right?" Old Daoist Peng took a deep breath and seriously nodded his head, then he said, "Yes. The matter of the realm god." The situation became even more serious, and at this moment, we have no way of communicating with it. We lost contact with it after something happened to it. Its state is deteriorating, and if this continues, the academy will truly be destroyed. Chapter 332, Timeless Portal Secret. I would have to see it for myself. Wuxia touched his chin once before he continued, "Maybe there will be a solution." "Heh, that would be for the best." Old Daoist Peng smiled, hee, and said, "However, you shouldn't have to demand such a high fee again. In the end, we are returning customers. If you make us pay so much each time, our academy will eventually become bankrupt. I'll do it for free this time, okay?" Wuxia angrily glared at him and said. Old Daoist Peng became excited and rubbed his hands while he cheerfully smiled. Nothing would be better. After all, nothing in this world can be more tempting than a free lunch. Let's go and have a look. Wuxia was too lazy to care about old Daoist Peng, so he stood up and walked out. Before reaching the door, Little Autumn excitedly rushed in and shouted, "It is time, it is time." "What is it?" Wuxia narrowed his eyes and said, "Is it the portal?" "That's right. The portal is about to open right outside of the 5 grand halls. Hurry, hurry, we're ready to immediately set off as the vanguard. Ha ha ha. Maybe we will be the first to seize the void gate. It's finally here." Wuxia squinted his eyes and said in a serious manner. When it came to the Void Gate, even someone who had experienced countless things like Li Qie couldn't stay calm. The Void Gate, one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures, was coveted since time immemorial by even immortal emperors. The world assumed that it did not exist, but Li Qie was certain of its existence since he was aware of its details more than anyone else. Not too many inhabitants of this world had seen the Void Gate or even any of the 9 treasures for that matter. However, they surely would be driven mad at the mere sight of one. But, our matter, old Daoist Peng was quite startled after hearing the exchange between Little Autumn and Li Qie since the business of the Void Gate had never been a priority. To the Academy, the Realm God was more important. I will go see the Realm God. Finally, Li Qie spoke with a deep tone, then he uttered a command to Little Autumn, you go tell Sikong Totian's group to be ready. We will depart the moment I come back, I will wait for no one. Yes, sir. Little Autumn replied and immediately left in excitement. The Void Gate could be the place of its birth. So how could it not be excited given the chance to return and see the gate? The Academy was very vast, and its central area was gigantic. Rolling ancient halls and divine pavilions were deep inside, some were even floating in the sky. Not mentioning the students from the 5 halls, even the Academy disciples were not allowed in these places. It was a right reserved to experts of the Elder and Protector levels. The Academy possessed many secrets after having existed for so long, especially in its key underground grand vein in its deepest ground. Once one stepped into this place, they would feel that the worldly essence was extremely dense. Even a person with the worst talents would be able to feel its thickness. Being connected to the heaven and earth along with the Grand Tao, this was a wonderful sensation. You guys have kept this ancestral vein for too long. Li Qie stood here and felt the ground's magicalness. Such a place was indeed very rare in this world. He took a breath of this worldly essence and spoke, after having this ancestral vein for so long, it would be strange if others didn't covet it. Old Daoist Peng wryly smiled and said, we can't be blamed for occupying it for so long. This is because our ancestors had the foresight to build the Tao Foundation at this place. As their descendants, we can't just hand over such a treasure ground to someone else, right? That would be an unworthy deed to our ancestors. This is true. The Heavenly Tao Academy and the War God Temple, the ancestors of these great powers were indeed wise and astute. Across the ages, very few people could compare to them. The strength of an everlasting lineage was not just based on the effort of the descendants, it was also from the foresight of the forefathers. After tens of millions of years, countless heritages became ashes. Even a number of immortal emperor lineages disappeared in the midst of the river of time. However, these 2 existences continued on, and this had a lot to do with the locations chosen by their ancestors. Stepping into this ground, one could hear the chants of flood dragons and see sacred phoenixes dancing around along with wonderful fishes playing on the river's surface. Rare and precious herbs, along with strange animals, could all be found in this place. From this, one could see how amazing the Academy's hidden trove was. It had accumulated too many resources throughout the ages. Maybe, it is because your ancestors left behind too many things for you guys, allowing you all to idly eat without any worries. After so many years, the Academy and all of its ancestors still weren't able to cultivate an immortal emperor that belonged to just you. Li Qie couldn't help but comment after seeing this land of treasures. These words were hard to hear, but old Daoist Peng had to agree with a sigh, this might be the reason. Since the desolate era till now, the resources and secret strength of the Academy and the War God Temple were not any less than other heritages. Although the Academy trained many disciples and students into great, legendary characters, the strange part was that the Academy never groomed an immortal emperor. Immortal Emperor Hao Hai and Immortal Emperor Ta Kong did indeed graduate from the Academy, but to be more exact, they were not its true inheritors. Break then reform, this might be a good choice for your Academy. Li Qie said, there are two deadly flaws regarding your academy and the temple. First is the group of overly conservative old men. There is no desire to start from the beginning, no determination to kill until the heavens fall, no conviction to fight with two empty hands. You all have always picked your own world and trapped yourselves inside. Although you have been standing strong, you have lost the bravado and dominance that could pierce the sky, the courage to annihilate all worlds like back then in the desolate era. Secondly, even if you have more hidden resources, then what? There is a harsh saying, people who live in peaceful times will not have the fierceness to compete against the heavens for a bowl of rice. You and your descendants have been spoon-fed too many things. To put it differently, would you ever compete for the worldly treasures right before your eyes, even if it meant becoming enemies with the rest of the world? It's the same with the matter of the portal. You chose to take a step back and open the portal for self-preservation. This manner of doing business seems to be rational, but your academy does not want to push yourself into a desperate strait. To be more frank, you have no determination to push yourself to a dead end. These two deadly flaws are the same. Having too many things, this was something you all enjoyed from a young age. Once you became ancestors, you would rather make compromises regarding many matters because all of you did not lack anything. Without any risks, without bathing the world in blood, without any determination to go against all odds, how can one climb to the peak, accept the heaven's will, and become an immortal emperor? Since time immemorial, how many immortal emperors, step by step, trod forward in bloody battles and used countless bones to pave the way for their immortal emperor ascension? There are many competitions and an endless amount of slaughtering in this world. One could see the shadows of heritages like the azure mysterious ancient kingdom or the brilliance ancient kingdom behind these matters. Even if they were not directly involved, they definitely had their hands in the matter. However, it's very rare to see the shadows of your academy and the temple. Wuxia took his time speaking, not only for old Taoist Peng to hear, but also to let out his emotions. Could it be because our academy and the war god temple have a peace-loving tradition? Throughout the ages, we have always been protecting the human race. Old Taoist Peng couldn't help but say. Your words are correct, the human race having this peaceful, today, has a lot to do with your academy and the temple. You are successful because of this creed, but you will also lose because of it one day. Wuxia agreed with his sentence. The two of them walked into the depths of the academy. With a vast and magnificent scenery, this was the academy's most mysterious place that spanned for hundreds of thousands of miles. Even though the academy was splitting apart with many mountains and rivers destroyed and buildings shattered, that was only on the outside. Those destroyed locations were the places where the Emperor Foundation's influence was at its weakest. This place was the location with the most fortified foundation in the academy. Beneath the earth was an inerasable foundation, so the signs of the cataclysm were minuscule here. No matter who it was, their hearts would start beating fast after seeing such a beautiful location. The academy occupied a heavenly ancestral vein, and this was the reason for its beauty, along with the lust of many other heritages in this world. As he walked deeper into the ancestral ground, he suddenly stopped and gazed in one direction. This was an elegant peak with a tempting worldly essence that pillared through the clouds. A waterfall ran down from the 9 heavens above the peak like a swirling galaxy. A few old pine trees stood high near the waterfall. They were so ancient that they resembled dragons reaching for the sky. The bark of these trees was like dragon scales. They were basked in this treasure land for countless years. Before the waterfall and the pine trees was a floating pavilion. It was extremely ancient, making others feel a majestic and eternal sensation as if it could exist along with this heaven and earth for all eternity. There was nothing in this world that could shake this old pavilion. Chapter 333, Immortal Su Chong. The closed doors of this pavilion deterred others from approaching. People would not even dare to take half a step closer. The wind would become slow as it blew near this place. The flying birds would not dare to sing their songs as if they were afraid of disturbing the person sleeping within. Countless divine mountains and giant peaks surrounded this area with many old halls and treasure monasteries, but this pavilion caused this space to be tranquil as if it was a quiet night. The elders of the academy did not dare to come near, and the disciples were not eligible to access this area in the first place. They were afraid of disturbing the sleeping existence inside this pavilion. It was an extremely important location to the academy, and it could even be its biggest hope in the future. Wuxia stood there in a daze while he looked at the old pavilion. He was too familiar with it, and it had not changed after so many years. A long, long time ago, Wuxia had lived in this old pavilion as his occasional resting place. Later on, this old pavilion was transferred to the Heavenly Dao Academy. From that point on, he rarely returned to the Eastern 100 cities. And even if he did, he would stay in a different location for a brief moment before leaving in a hurry. Seeing Wuxia gazing at the old pavilion for a long time, old Daoist Peng started to speak. This is the place where our everlasting courtyard's matriarch sleeps. We call it the everlasting pavilion. The truth was that the everlasting branch didn't previously exist at the academy. Only after Magu came did it become a branch. Although the everlasting courtyard had just a single inheritor each generation, it was still one of the strongest branches in the academy, and its matriarch still lives to this day. Wuxia finally sighed with a tinge of emotion in his heart and asked, "How is Magu?" Old Daoist Peng gently shook his head and answered, "The truth is, I also don't know. I met the matriarch once when I was very young, and it was when I joined the everlasting courtyard. At that time, my master took me to pay respects to the matriarch. From my memories, that was the only time she was awake. Very few people in the academy have seen the great ancestor in an awakened state. Even the older people, like the 7 ancestors, very rarely see her. Someone told my master that unless someone destroys the academy and advances all the way to this area, it would be very hard to wake up the ancestor. Very few people knew about the matriarch of the everlasting courtyard, immortal Su Chong. Even the few that did were most likely dead by now. Since a long time ago, many people sealed themselves to survive from an ancient generation to the present, and they used blood-era stones to bury themselves. This was no different than dying, but there would be a day when they would be awakened, or come into being, as the world would call it. Immortal Su Chong was someone who didn't seal herself, yet managed to live to this day. The only thing she needed to do was to enter long periods of hibernation in order to not use the blood-era stone to withstand the withering of time, because she cultivated the eternal physique, the most difficult, the most time-consuming, and the most willpower-dependent physique out of all the immortal physiques. In fact, many elders of the academy understood very little about the everlasting matriarch, and some didn't even know Magu's Daoist title. The upper echelons simply knew that there was an extremely powerful ancestor sleeping in this place. Among them, some considered immortal Su Chong and the realm god to be the 2 gods of the academy, but no one knew who was stronger. "Do you want to see the matriarch?" In the end, old Daoist Peng couldn't help but pry further. He found it strange that an outsider would know not just the matriarch's title, but also her real name. In fact, Wuxia seemed to know of her in great detail. And this only further piqued the old Daoist's interest in Wuxia's origin. Wuxia finally withdrew his gaze and gently shook his head before saying, "No need." To him, it was better to not see her. Magu finally found her own path. She was no longer the young girl of that year, and she no longer needed her teacher's guidance. She could go on her own path, thus his responsibility was finished. Wuxia eventually asked, "To what level has your matriarch cultivated the eternal physique to?" Wuxia had always researched this physique and had attempted to train someone to reach grand completion, but all of it was to no avail. Magu, perhaps, was the exception. To be more accurate, Magu was not someone chosen by Wuxia. It was a case of inadvertently planting a willow tree that eventually became a forest. After millions of years, many determined people had tried, and they ultimately failed. It was understandable that the old Taoist couldn't persevere either. They eventually stepped into the deepest territory of the academy where the realm god was located. It was not strange for the world to not know of immortal Su Chong, but the fame of the realm god was spread throughout the 9 heavens. The mortal emperor world once had 2 great gods, the calamity god from the cleansing incense ancient sect, and the realm god of the heavenly Tao Academy. Although the 2 were not given the title through a formal investiture, the world had accepted the 2 as gods. They were true gods, not false gods claiming to be gods. The realm god had accompanied the academy through many trials and tribulations as its protector. Future generations even said that the realm god had the chance to accept the heaven's will and become an immortal emperor, but it couldn't bear to leave the academy. It chose to stay behind as the academy's protector, so it could not soar out into the world and become an immortal emperor. Before reaching the realm god's place, Wuxia saw more than 10 old men with pure white hair, controlling a gigantic Tao platform that created a grand formation. This dozen old men were busily chanting true words and immortal scriptures, causing the grand formation to send down sweet drops of dew. As the sweet dew descended, immortal sounds emanated from the inside of the grand formation, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Even a butcher would be forced to put down his knife and have the vicious thoughts in his heart washed away. Since the realm god was uneasy and was on the verge of going crazy, the elders tried their best to calm it down. They intended to wash away the evil in the realm god's heart, but the results were not clear. Old Taoist Peng went to these elders first, then he spoke to Wuxia, "You and I will go to see the realm god, but I'm afraid we won't be able to communicate with it." "No, I will go in myself," Wuxia said with a serious tone. Old Taoist Peng discussed this with the elders before nodding his head and replying, "But you have to be careful. With the realm god's current state like this, I cannot guarantee anything. Make sure to immediately leave once something bad happens." The realm god's dwelling was more than 1,000 miles wide. This place had not been so vast prior to it entering this problematic state. Because of its maddened rage, the academy had to vacate this area and seal the realm god in order to contain and minimize the damage caused by it. This was an extremely delicate situation for the academy. With something at the realm god's level, one sweep of the hand could destroy the heaven and earth. The academy managing to persevere for so long was not only due to the realm god trying its best to not descend into depravity but also because of the academy's indispensable efforts. Many sealed elders came out and built this great formation, and they used a supreme heart-calming technique to chase away the madness so that the realm god could calm down. A stream of hot air immediately smashed into his face the moment Wuxia stepped into this place. A burning atmosphere filled the entire sky. Keep in mind that the deepest area of the academy was an ancestral ground filled with the essence of this world. It was an extremely rare and sacred ancestral ground. However, the scene before Wuxia's eyes did not resemble a sacred ancestral ground at all. He could only see a barrenness that spanned for 1,000 miles with cracked earth and a lack of lush vegetation. The land before Wuxia was dead without the slightest signs of life. Chapter 334, Realm God. Wuxia took a deep breath. He clearly understood that this was not what this heaven and earth was initially. This should have been a vibrant place filled with life. There was no doubt that this world of death was caused by the realm god. Burning the sky and boiling the ocean was not a difficult matter once one reached the realm god's level. If it truly went mad, then it would absolutely destroy the entire academy. Treading on this barren land, it became hotter and hotter as the earth became even more damaged. Once Wuxia reached a certain place, the entire surroundings were fragmented as if a powerful force was tearing the earth apart. Wuxia saw the realm god, one of the 2 gods of the mortal emperor world, and something comparable to the calamity god. Both of them were more than powerful enough to be venerated by future generations. However, if you thought that the realm god was an invincible expert that looked down on this world and reigned over the 6 Tao, then you were completely wrong. The realm god was a pine tree, not a human. It was an extremely old and sacred pine tree. Legends say that this tree grew up in the Void Gate, and an ancestor of the academy later took it to the outside world. No outsiders knew whether this was the truth or not because the world also thought that the Void Gate did not exist and that it was only a baseless assertion. This was not Li Qia's first time meeting with the realm god. As the dark crow traveling everywhere, he had met the realm god several times. One could say that at that moment, the realm god's aura was peerless. Even when it maintained a regular pine tree form, everyone would know that it was a pine tree enlightened in the Tao. However, its appearance had changed from before by this meeting between the two. As a pine tree growing on this scorched earth, it was withered and was without any leaves on its broken and cracked branches. Li Qia carefully looked at the realm god and became startled the moment he saw its wound. The withering body was not important. The key was that there was half a branch that was burnt as if it was struck by lightning. This was a calamity brought down by the heavens. Li Qia could tell, with a single glance, whether or not it was damage caused by a tribulation. He meticulously looked at the location of the scorched wound on the pine tree. The area of this wound seemed to have lost all of its vitality as if it was cut off by the lightning strike. This was a fatal injury. Even an existence like the realm god would have a difficult time healing such a wound. After looking at the wound over and over again, he finally pulled out a black needle from the wound. There was a scintillating blackness as if it was devouring time, instilling fear straight into the hearts of others. It was more accurate to call it a black shimmer rather than a black needle. Time-space chaos glint. Seeing this black shimmer in his hand, Li Qia murmured in surprise. Little Autumn had once brought this black shimmer back, so Li Qia had seen it before and understood its significance. Is the world tree really about to appear? Li Qia uttered while looking at this black light in his hand. This blackness was involved in things unknown to man, but Li Qia knew that it had something to do with the realm god's origin. After a while, he put away the black light and quietly called out to the pine tree, realm god, can you feel it? Can you feel yourself being devoured? However, despite his calls, the realm god did not respond as if it had lost its vitality. It was like an ancient pine tree that was struck by a heavenly tribulation, awaiting death. Realm god. Realm god. Li Qia called out once again, but he was met with no response. However, Li Qia did not give up and continued to gently call out to the realm god. He knew that the realm god purposely suppressed itself into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, during Li Qia's trip to the depths of the academy, brilliant immortal lights suddenly covered the sky right outside of the 5 great halls. The encompassing radiance gave the academy the appearance of a land of immortals. The light floated around for a while before it eventually fell down and turned into an extremely ancient portal in the 5 great halls territory. The immortal lights then continuously created many great, shifting visuals. One could see a plethora of sceneries right through the portal, including majestic mountains towering to the sky along with deep valleys and rundown ancient temples. The timeless portal is opening. This astonishing piece of news spread throughout the academy and all of the eastern 100 cities in just a single day. An uproar from the excited multitude of cultivators emanated after the news propagated. People quickly rushed towards the academy since this was the reason why they traveled here from all 4 directions. Clank, clank, clank. Right when everyone was rushing towards the academy closed its door to block everyone off. Before, nearly everyone escaped from the academy while only the students remained, especially those from the Grand Era and Idle Era halls. The great powers withdrawing from the academy was understandable. The academy set up a trap and captured the alliance, so many great powers felt a chill in their hearts. The academy's method was too vicious, so those who were part of the scheme became even more frightened and quickly left the academy. They stood right outside just in case the academy became angry and decided to kill everyone. If it actually came down to that, then who would they cry to for help? What is the Heavenly Tao Academy trying to do? Many cultivators were discontent after the academy closed its doors to everyone. The timeless portal has opened. An academy elder with a bright appearance announced to everyone in a deep tone, outside of a few great powers that are on a ban list, others can enter the portal to find their own fortune. As long as one's age is below 300 years, all are eligible to enter without any distinction regarding one's origin nor sect. Why are only less than 300-year-old cultivators allowed? Many older cultivators were immediately dissatisfied after hearing this announcement. The academy elder explained, to leave the opportunities to the youth. If predecessors also went in, then how could the younger generation, especially those who are vagrant cultivators, compete against them? I agree. If the experts of the previous generation also go in, then we won't even have soup to eat. Many cultivators of the younger generation supported the academy's decision. Needless to say, older cultivators were more powerful and had more resources, the younger generation was at a complete disadvantage. Your academy is going back on your words. A dissatisfied cultivator spoke up. Before, your academy announced that everyone could enter the portal, but now you went back on your promise. The older generation can send their disciples in. The academy elder calmly dealt with the unhappy older crowd. Fairness is intrinsic to our academy's actions. I feel that the academy's choice is correct. Old people like us running rampant inside is no different from bullying the young. Many older cultivators from the small sects agreed. The academy's decision was very beneficial to the smaller sects and vagabonds. The older cultivators from the great powers were too powerful. At that time, not mentioning heavenly kings, but even some old undyings might come out. How could the weaker sects then compete for fortune against these great powers? The younger generation was different since their cultivation gap was not as great. Geniuses were indeed amazing, but they were only the minority. This decision from the academy was great for those of the younger generation with ordinary talents. Since they had direct gains from this, the group of minor sects and vagrant cultivators agreed with the academy's decision. Disciples from this list of great powers are not allowed to enter. The academy elder read a long list before he eventually redeclared this rule. The list was very long and included great powers and immortal emperor lineages. Even the brilliance and azure mysterious ancient kingdoms were no exceptions. Why are we not allowed to enter? Experts that were listed strongly protested by loudly clamoring, we can accept not allowing older cultivators so that there will be opportunities for the younger generation, but now, even our younger generation cannot enter? If your academy goes back on your words, just what do you think will happen to your reputation? The reputation and honor of our academy is only for our friends, allies, and even neutral powers, it's definitely not for our enemies. We're already being extremely merciful since our academy didn't use our victorious momentum to kill to the last man, yet you still want to enter our portal? In your dreams. The academy elder firmly spoke. Don't accuse us of such things. An expert from a great power loudly protested. Against such a retort, the academy elder calmly replied, since you have such confidence in your sect and can boldly pat your chest to say that it didn't attack the academy, then you can come inside the academy and identify the bodies to see if they belong to your sect or not. The elder's words greatly shocked the screaming experts from the great powers. Chapter 335. Keep in mind that the alliance was completely captured in the battle 2 days prior. All the men dressed in black were trapped in the god-punishing formation before being killed. Not even one managed to escape. Without a doubt, it was no secret to the academy regarding those who participated in this alliance. The bodies in the academy's possession were irrefutable evidence. So even if the academy decided to maneuver against these sects, righteousness was still on their side. Now, Since the evidence was in the hands of the Academy, it would be strange if it allowed these sects to enter the portal. The fact that they didn't outright attack their enemies was already kind enough. To any sect that has any objections about this list, our Academy welcomes you to speak up. The Academy elders' attitude was extremely tough. The Academy decided to change its policy and no longer chose to compromise. The disciples of the blacklisted powers were present, but they didn't dare to say a word at this moment. The Heavenly Tao Academy had the power to destroy the Alliance's plot, and it also had the ability to slaughter all of them at this moment. At this time, who would dare to touch the Academy's inverted scale? Or, let the Realm God return to the timeless portal. Who can move the Realm God? Outside of the Realm God itself, no one can move it. Plus, we have no way of communicating with it at the moment. An old man couldn't help but say with a wry smile. An existence as great as the Realm God had rooted itself inside the Academy's ancestral ground, so even an invincible character in this world would have difficulty moving it. It might be possible if there was someone strong enough to uproot both the ancestral vein and the Realm God, but such a powerful being most likely did not exist in this world. There is another way. Wuxia leisurely spoke. My little ancestor, please, just tell us. If you keep on scaring us like this, our old bones will not be able to handle it. An old man started to beg after seeing Wuxia's confident attitude. It's very easy, we just have to harmonize the two forces. I have a prescription. Wuxia smilingly continued, however, these two things are very rare, myriad star water and a young leaf from the world tree. 1 leaf, and 1 drop of water. Myriad star water? Old Taoist Peng pitifully smiled, impossible. We cannot find myriad star water in this world. Yes, I heard that since the beginning of time, whenever any myriad star water appeared, immortal emperors would personally take action. This is something that even immortal emperors lust for. The elders shook their heads in lamentation. Well, I have 1 drop of myriad star water. Wuxia said with a wide smile. After hearing such words, the elders and the old Taoist became spirited once more. The old Taoist immediately asked, Little ancestor, what do you want in exchange for the myriad star water? Please, do not be too cruel, or else our academy will be completely robbed by you. I can provide a drop of myriad star water, and I will not need anything from your academy. However, I want a promise from the Realm God. I can save it, but I need a promise from it. Wuxia calmly spoke. The elders were caught off guard, but having thought about it more carefully, this demand was not too unreasonable. In the end, although myriad star water was a priceless treasure, the Realm God was also an existence that could dominate the heavens above and hell below. A drop of myriad star water for a promise was not unfair. The old Taoist and the rest of the elders talked it over. It could be said that all of the most powerful old men from the academy were here. After their discussion, old Taoist Peng agreed, our academy can accept your condition on behalf of the Realm God. This is for the best. Wuxia smiled and said, one thing for sure is that the world tree will appear inside the portal in this generation. Plucking a young leaf from it is harder than reaching the heavens, but your academy has something that can accomplish such a task. I want this thing from the academy. What thing? Old Taoist Peng and the elders glanced at each other and asked. Old man, don't play dumb with me. Regarding the amount of hair the academy has, I'm definitely more knowledgeable than you. Don't tell me that Immortal Emperor Hao Hai didn't take this thing back from the world tree that year. Don't tell me that your academy didn't make a deal with Immortal Emperor Hao Hai that year. Without this thing that was brought back by him, it would be impossible to pluck a young leaf from the world tree. Wuxia looked at the old Taoist with one eye and said. Chapter 336, Ah, oh, oh. There seems to be, such a thing. Old Taoist Peng forced out an awkward laugh. Why did the 1,000 Emperors Gate have 4 emperors? How did they manage to have 4 emperors in a row? Your academy dares to say that you do not know? Li Qiye said with a smile, in the past, immortal Emperor Hao Hai once promised that as long as the 1,000 Emperors Gate existed, then it would continue to open a path for the academy. There is no need for me to tell you guys about this transaction, correct? The old Taoist could only awkwardly smile while the other elders started to sigh. Immortal Emperor Hao Hai graduated from the academy and created a miracle that would be difficult to surpass even for many eons. Unfortunately, the 1,000 Emperors Gate eventually met Empress Hong Tian. We'll give in to your demand. Finally, the elders reached an unprecedented consensus and said, as long as the realm god can be cured, we will do whatever it takes. Then we shall go and prepare. Li Qiye nodded his head. The timeless portal of the academy had always been around, and rumor has it that it was already there even before the academy's inception. The academy couldn't tell when the portal would open, but each time, it would surely bring about a storm that carried great opportunities. Numerous wise sages from the academy researched the thing that was known as the portal for millions of years, but they couldn't come up with a definite answer. People who had the chance to enter the portal would meet different fortunes. Some would get an ancient scroll or a divine stone while others would obtain immortal items. Of course, there were those who returned empty-handed, and this was the case for the majority. The specific circumstances were attributed to one's insight and luck. Each time the portal opened, everyone would be met by different things, but there would always be great adventures with rich rewards. Of course, the one who obtained the biggest fortune would be the biggest winner. Since time immemorial, those who obtained the greatest fortune inside the portal all became famous in the future, and the most famous person was immortal Emperor Hao Hai. Legends say that he was a student at the academy at that time, and he obtained something great from the portal, but no one knew the exact details. To sum it up, his treasure or adventure must have been extremely amazing. What happened after this event was known to all. Immortal Emperor Hao Hai accepted the heaven's will and became the ruler of the world. This was not the most illustrious deed. What was even more exceptional, above all else, was the creation of the 1,000 Emperors Gate, one sect with 4 continuous immortal emperors. This was a never-seen-before achievement and perhaps, it would never be repeated again. Regarding the 1,000 Emperors Gate's miracle, many people formulated many different hypotheses. Some said that immortal Emperor Hao Hai was so great that, with his supreme wisdom as deep as the sea, he erected an eternal foundation for the gate. Regardless of what others speculated, in short, each time the portal was opened, others would salivate from greed. This time, the academy relaxed its requirements. Outside of the great powers involved in the alliance, young disciples from any sect were allowed to enter the timeless portal. This piece of news caused countless cultivators and sects to become excited. All the young people carried a dream to enter the portal, and they all had a desire to become the second immortal Emperor Hao Hai. And naturally, the sects wished that their disciples could become the second Hao Hai. No matter if they had peerless talents or pitiful aptitudes, as long as they were young and on time, these sects would let them enter the portal instantly. To them, the more people, the better, since this would mean that they would have a better chance at gaining riches. After squeezing so many disciples into the portal, 1 or 2 of them must be able to get something good. Once these young disciples entered the portal, they started to stare in awe at the scene before them. The only things that met these yearning eyes were ruins. These ruins were extremely vast as they covered hundreds of thousands of miles. Despite their age of countless years, they still continued to exist with many collapsed walls and broken tiles. Although these ruins were tattered beyond words, one could still see that this place was once a gigantic citadel, or rather, it was a divine city. Seeing these broken walls that towered to the clouds and surrounded the vast vicinity, it was apparent how huge this ancient city used to be. Some people were able to tell that these destroyed walls had been made from a black and extremely precious treasure metal. After so many years had passed, this black treasure metal had turned into scrap metal, the divinity was no longer present. Even so, the metal still instilled fear in the hearts of others. Who was it that spent so many resources to build such a gigantic city? Could this be a legendary city of gods? The young cultivators were shocked by the scene after they stepped inside. It took them all a long time before they were able to calm down. Great fortunes, here we come. A youth with his boiling blood shouted as others quickly rushed into these vast ruins. As they calmed down, they began to spread out. Some went south while others flew to the north. Some stayed behind in these ruins to meticulously explore to see if there were any treasures that remained. In just a minute, young ones from all over the world scattered to the four directions like the tide. They all had great expectations as they explored this mysterious world. Once they reached the deeper parts of the ruins, they discovered that this world was much larger than their imagination. There was no end to this endless place. There were divine mountains that pierced the horizon, they were too high for one's sight to enjoy. Some were entrenched horizontally in the earth like a coiling dragon, and there were mighty rivers flowing non-stop for 1 billion miles. Judging from the degree of destruction, they became ruins due to the chaos of war. These young cultivators could not stay calm after they saw this earth. Many of them had huge questions in their hearts. What is this place? What happened here? No one had an answer, but they were sure that there was an apocalyptic war that took place here. I found the first portal. Efforts were always rewarded, and eventually, someone found a portal. After hearing this news, many people quickly flocked to the location. An ancient Dao platform stood there. Although the Dao platform was destroyed, the Dao portal remained intact. Its color was faint, but it was still able to take someone to a different dimension. Seeing this broken portal, the group of young cultivators that were the first to find it glanced at each other since they weren't sure where this would take them. Screw it, how can we obtain a great fortune without taking risks? A person didn't care and shouted before they rushed into the portal. With someone taking the lead, those left behind were unwilling to linger for long, so they all soared into the portal as well. A Dao platform was excavated from the first ruins. However, the people at the entrance also found something. They engraved refined jades into the Dao platform and immediately rushed into the portal without any hesitation. Very suddenly, many Dao platforms were found. They all had unknown destinations, but this didn't deter the young ones from rushing inside in order to not miss out on any opportunities. One after another, Dao platforms were found. Those who didn't find any began to frantically dig around, hoping that they could find treasures or a Dao platform that led to different secret dimensions. This place became very rowdy with people digging holes everywhere. These youths were extremely enthusiastic and were anxious to flip over this land. While these young ones were happily digging in full swing, Wuxia took his time entering with his group. He didn't bring too many people. There were only Xikong Taotian, Little Autumn, and Qi Shaodai. The truth was that Qi Shaodao also wanted to go with Wuxia. However, Wuxia did not return at that time and Qi Shaodai didn't want to decide for Wuxia, so in the end, Qi Shaodao and the Lion's Roar disciples went into the portal with the Academy's Lui and some other disciples. Those who went along with Wuxia were also amazed by the vast ruins before them. What is this place? Xikong Taotian looked at the scene ahead and couldn't help but murmur. Qi Shaodai was completely dumbstruck. This scene was completely different from what they expected. Chapter 337, Amongst them, only Wuxia remained calm. Not even Little Autumn was able to contain his excitement. "Oh grandmother, I finally made it here." It still had enough self-control to not say, "I finally returned here." It actually was not sure whether it originated from inside the portal or not because it was in its infancy stage when the myriad images true God took care of it. After taking in a deep breath, Xikong Taotian turned and asked Wuxia, "Just what is this place?" I'm afraid this has always been a mystery. It could be a place for gods or a city for immortals. Wuxia shook his head and continued on, no one can answer this question. Let's go. Great fortune, here we come. Finally, Little Autumn excitedly shouted. Lead the way. Wuxia commanded and Little Autumn immediately went to the front, sniffing and smelling every direction as if it was searching for something. The rest of the group followed right behind it. Despite hiking for quite a while, Wuxia still didn't show any signs that indicated he was going to dig anywhere around here. This perplexed Xiaofan. Are we not digging for treasures? I heard that someone dug out a portal that led to a secret dimension yesterday. We will dig up a huge treasure. Wuxia calmly answered. Of course he wanted treasures, but ordinary treasures couldn't get into his horizon. Only two things would interest him, the Void Gate and the World Tree. Wuxia wasn't sure whether the Void Gate would appear or not, but he was confident that the World Tree would appear since its secret was hidden in this realm. No one was more suitable to find this secret than Little Autumn since it came from this place and was very sensitive to the changes of these portals. It would surely find the most valuable portal. Little Autumn continued to lead the group forward. Xiaofan and Xikong Taotian were similarly shocked by the very same war-ravaged scenery that was witnessed by the students earlier. They could imagine the terrifying scale of the battles that had occurred in this place, battles of the god level. While they were astonished, Little Autumn stopped at a nondescript mountain and said, right here. There were so many small mountains similar to this one in this realm. Treasure seekers would not put such a mountain in their eyes, let alone dig it up. Little Autumn circled around it and dug beneath the surface. After a while, it climbed back out and told Wuxia, yes, it is right here. Wuxia smilingly nodded and said, okay, we shall wait. Once everyone is here, we will start immediately. Finished speaking, he sat down and quietly waited. Without asking anything, Xikong Taotian also found a place to sit down. He only knew one fact, the fact that he would never be at a disadvantage as long as he followed Wuxia. However, despite the passage of time, no one had arrived. Xiaofan, sitting next to Wuxia, couldn't help but ask, are we waiting for young Master Bing Wuxia? Bing Wuxia had said that she wanted to join Wuxia inside the portal, but she still had not appeared. Xiaofan believed that she was the one Wuxia was waiting for. That tomboy? Wuxia shook his head and answered with a smile, the opportunity is within her grasp, whether or not she wants to let it go, that will be her business. I will not wait. However, right when Wuxia denied that he was waiting for her, two figures came by from afar and landed on the small mountain in just the blink of an eye. It seems that I'm not too late. It was Bing Wuxia, still dressed like a man with her supreme presence. She folded her fan in the most gallant and carefree manner. Wuxia looked at her with one eye and said, if you were late, then it could only be said that you wasted the best opportunity possible. Bing Wuxia ignored Wuxia's attitude and smiled, hey, don't speak such harsh words, I was only late because of you. She then pointed at the girl by her side and continued with an introduction, I brought along a beauty for you. Look, this is the inheritor of the Pure Lotus School, Princess Yi. This girl was around the same age as Bing Wuxia, but she was a lot more mature and calm compared to the carefree tomboy. Her appearance alone would brighten the eyes of others. Her light green dress indicated that she came from a country south of the riverside as her entire body was filled with the spirit of nature. She was modest and elegant. A single glance was enough to tell that she hailed from noble birth. However, she was not arrogant, nor was she snobbish with an oppressive aura. Instead, she was polite and had great manners befitting of a lady. There was no room for criticism. With soft brows and charming almond eyes, she had gentle features. She was tender and as soft as water, the definition of an alluring beauty. If Xiaofan was a golden canary, then this girl was a yellow oriole. The beauty of this girl was only more, not less than Qi Shaodai, the pure lotus inheritor. Qi Shaodai exclaimed with surprise. The Pure Lotus School was a great sect from the southern barren earth, and its power was no less than the furious immortal saint country. Rumor has it that this school had great ties to immortal Emperor Yen Wu. It was not considered the orthodox lineage of immortal Emperor Yen Wu, but everyone knew that they had something to do with each other. Li Qiye also smiled and replied, "It is indeed a joyful occasion to meet such a lovely lady. Yo, you guys are already in full swing after having just met. If you stay together any longer, then wouldn't it be a flame igniting on firewood, a romantic affair?" Bing Wuxia burst out in laughter and declared. She then hugged Yi Chuyan's shoulders and said, "Sister Yi got something new and instantly abandoned me. It really makes my heart ache." Yi Chuyan was very embarrassed from Bing Wuxia's teasing and her face became quite red. She glared at Bing Wuxia, but despite her anger, her protesting whispers were still very soft and pleasant to the ears. Bing Wuxia noticed that Li Qiye was still sitting there, so she urged, "Can we start now? At this moment, many people have already dug out a lot of treasures. If we keep on lingering here, we will only be able to pick up the scraps left by the others. Don't worry, we will begin once the others arrive. Who would dare to rob our things?" Li Qiye declared with nonchalance, yet it still sounded very domineering. "Don't tell me you are waiting for your mistresses?" Bing Wuxia looked at Li Qiye and continued, "Little demon, you have Miss Qi next to you, yet your eyes still hover toward Sister Yi, and now you are waiting for your mistresses. Eating from the bowl but still looking at the pot. You are too greedy, this will not do. I ask this world, who is the most unloyal lover? It is someone who loves too many." Bing Wuxia and Li Qiye were already quite close, so she bore no scruples and freely teased him. However, Qi Shaodai and Yi Chuyan were not as unrestrained as Bing Wuxia, so they became quite embarrassed and awkward from her words. Li Qiye slowly glanced at Bing Wuxia and said, "Little girl, stop playing around like a young master all the time. Watch it or I'll strip off your male clothing one day. You dare." Although Bing Wuxia was fearless, her beautiful face still blushed as she glared at him. Li Qiye comfortably retorted, "There are not many things that I do not dare to do in this world, and taking off your clothes is definitely not one of them. Little demon, one day, I will teach you a lesson." In the end, Bing Wuxia exasperatedly said, for she didn't know how to deal with Li Qiye. While Li Qiye's group was waiting at this insignificant mountain, many pieces of news spread inside this realm. Like Bing Wuxia said, the number of treasures found was increasing. A disciple from the Willow River School found a portal to a mysterious realm and obtained a divine river stone. The first message came from somewhere near the timeless portal's entrance. Sacred child Bao Xian from the Zenith Era Hall found an ancient fruit in a valley. Inside, one can find the essence of a thunder tribulation. It is a fruit of an ancient thunder god. Mei Suyao stopped by the small mountain occupied by Li Qiye. She observed this mountain and read the Grand Tao before she eventually spoke to Li Qiye. "Brother Li, Suyao is here for a great opportunity. If Brother Li and other Tao friends are willing to depart, Suyao will open this mountain." Her words caused those who had been paying attention to Li Qiye to become shocked. Her followers were also surprised and excited at the same time. Every time she did something like this, she had always opened a secret realm with treasures. She never took everything and only collected one or two items, so many people enjoyed following her. Outside of her pious followers, there were also those who found that following her was not a bad thing, for there would always be a big harvest. Li Qiye glanced at her and smilingly shook his head. "Unfortunately, I do not intend to move. I found this place first, and it will be up to me to decide whether or not to excavate this land. If you want to probe into the mysteries inside, then wait on the side." "Humph, this realm belongs to everyone. Do you want it all for yourself? A person declared in indignation after hearing Li Qia's response. Some became incensed, especially Mei Suyao's followers. They felt that Mei Suyao was number one amongst the contemporary younger generation, so Li Qia was out of line. So what if I want it all for myself? If you are not convinced, then come and bite me. Li Qia was too lazy to stare at the discontent crowd as he continued on. I found this place first, what I do with it is up to me to decide. However, I welcome all of those who disagree to step forward. This lazy tone was filled with an incomparable ferocity and contained an aura that looked down on the rest of the world with disdain. These domineering words from Li Qia forced many to halt their breath as they glanced at each other in anger, but no one dared to step forward. Who didn't know about Li Qia's viciousness? He dared to kill the descendants from 2 ancient kingdoms, and he even stole their immortal emperor life treasures. Was there anything he didn't dare to do? No matter how tough one's neck was, it would still not be enough to prevent this vicious man from chopping it in half. While many were silently enraged, a person descended from the sky. These words are too overbearing. Suddenly, an aura of a solitary tyrant filled the heaven and earth. His appearance was accompanied by myriad laws. One step created one world as the moon and sun became faint while the mountains and rivers shook. His visit caused the grand Tao to sing as if a god had descended from the heavens. Deity Jikong Wudi. Seeing the descent of this man, Mei Suyao's followers and those who were watching Li Qia were shocked to see him in person. Thunderous noises also arrived along with his entrance. Chariots and divine ships that were dragged by fierce animals carried many young geniuses who were following Jikong Wudi. Goddess Mei Suyao and deity Jikong Wudi could be said to be the apex existences amongst the younger generation. No one dared to stand beside them. They instead followed these two. Compared to Jikong Wudi, Mei Suyao's followers were a lot more complex and had a great variety as they came from all 4 directions in this world. They also had different goals. Some were in love with her, some were loyal to her, some wanted to help her preach to the world, and for some others, it might have been a combination of everything. Mei Suyao personally did not want to have this formidable force. Her trips around the world to preach the Tao was only for her own Tao heart, it was not to attract the talents of this world. Jikong Wudi's followers were completely different. The majority were geniuses from the great powers, and many were experts of the previous generations. The reason for them to follow deity was very simple. They thought highly of him and believed that he would shoulder the heavens' will to become an immortal emperor this generation. To his followers, the moment he becomes an immortal emperor, they would also become divine generals with illustrious achievements. Jikong Wudi, himself, directly or indirectly controlled this powerful force. It had to be said that this force also had great potential in the future. His arrival took many breaths away, Mei Suyao's followers were no exceptions. Jikong Wudi had triple saint talents and came from the Space Trample Mountain. In this generation, countless people greatly valued him. They were sure that he would become an immortal emperor to follow the footsteps of his ancestor, immortal Emperor Ta Kong. No matter how talented one was, they all felt inferior in Jikong Wudi's presence. Deity is the only person who was accepted into the Emperor Era Hall in this generation. During this academy's recruitment period, his reputation was great because he became the only student of the Emperor Era Hall. Rumor has it that this hall was very different from the other 4. It hid big secrets and had great opportunities. It had been speculated that he obtained something extremely amazing to calm his mind and learn the Tao during his stay at the Emperor Era Hall. They believed that this was enough to pave his future path towards becoming an immortal emperor. Mei Suyao remained calm and at ease despite Jikong Wudi's arrival. As fellow apex geniuses of this generation, Mei Suyao was very quiet and indifferent. Despite the fact that she came into the cultivation world from her reclusive sect, it seemed that she never wanted to compete for anything. Chapter 339, Li Qiye only gave him a languid glance. He had no interest in replying. Li Qiye's arrogant and overbearing attitude caused everyone's hearts to beat faster as they took in cold breaths. Someone who dared to reject Mei Suyao in person and didn't care for Jikong Wudi had appeared. This was the birth of an existence comparable to Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi within the younger generation. After careful thought, many people felt that his arrogance was not unfounded. Killing all of those geniuses and attacking the divine altar of the 11 old undyings, such a battle record was enough to flaunt to anyone from the younger generation and shock even those from the previous generations. Deity Jikong Wudi's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of starlight flashed across them. Although he didn't physically retaliate, his invincible aura was still as apparent as ever. Many geniuses who followed Jikong Wudi were quite annoyed with Li Qiye, especially those who had a good relationship with Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. One of them looked at Li Qiye just sitting there on top of the small mountain and couldn't help but sneer, such an arrogant person. What, you want to pick a fight? Li Qiye remained motionless and didn't speak. Instead, Bing Wuxia retorted in her free and elegant manner while swaying her fan, "Little Li is protected by this young noble. If you are not convinced, then step forward." Bing Wuxia's words were arrogant enough to cause this genius to become speechless. Everyone knew her strength. No matter how great one's talent was, they couldn't dare to bluster in front of her. 9 Palaces ancient saint, a supreme saint. Having 9 palaces was extremely venerable, and having 10 palaces would be a perfect circle. Bing Wuxia's cultivation was enough to trump over everyone since no one had heard of someone with 9 fate palaces in the younger generation. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet as Li Qiye proudly sat on top of the mountain. Even the powerful army before him could not shake him. Goddess Mei Suyao and deity Jikong Wudi were also unable to do anything, so they had to stand to the side. Even those who didn't like Li Qiye had to respect his domineering attitude. Eventually, the people who Li Qiye had been waiting for finally arrived. With a loud explosion, many young cultivators rapidly approached. A glance was enough to tell that these were young cultivators from some sect. These cultivators only had average cultivations, but the 2 women leading the pack were extraordinary. One was as cold as ice while the other exuded an unparalleled charm. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the small mountain. These disciples were extremely excited to see Li Qiye, and one of them even shouted, "First brother." Li Qiye revealed a smile after seeing this group. The 2 women went in front of Li Qiye and cupped their fists together, "Young noble." The 2 women greeted him at the same time, one with a cold and melodious tone while the other used a gentle and alluring tone. The 2 beauties' respectful attitude towards Li Qiye surprised many people. Just in time. Li Qiye nodded his head and gave a smile from the bottom of his heart. The 2 then stood right behind Li Qiye, one carried a long sword while the other had a divine saber. 2 supreme beauties, one had an emotionless arrogance while the other was like a blooming peony in spring, very pleasing to the eyes. Who else could they be besides Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan? With the appearance of the world tree, how could Li Qiye let his most trusted followers miss out on such a great opportunity? Many were envious of Li Qiye's domineering air while having 2 peerless beauties as his maids. A young cultivator from the Grand Middle Territory recognized these 2 women and emotionally said, "That's the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. She was once one of the most promising heaven's proud daughters in the Grand Middle Territory. You're causing my heart to beat faster by just staring, Pop." Before she could finish, Li Qiye had already smacked her buttocks as he laughed, "Little tomboy, don't aim for the women around me or else I will take off your clothes." Li Qiye's obscene and bold action shocked everyone present. This was the descendant of the Ice Feather Palace, a supreme saint. No one dared to tease Bing Wuxia like this in the current times. "Little demon, touch me one more time and I will cut off your hands." While blushing, Bing Wuxia jumped up and glared at him as her chest rose up and down from anger. Chen Baojiao, who was standing right behind Wuxia, chuckled and said, "Opposing young noble will only result in a miserable end." Her beauty was at such a supreme level that it could incite calamities. When she smiled in such a flirtatious and charming manner, all existences were swayed. Their souls escaped their bodies as they could only intensely stare at her. She stopped smiling after she saw so many gazes focused on her. However, her unique charm did not diminish one bit. Wuxia ignored the angry Bing Wuxia. He stood up and looked towards goddess Mei Suyao and deity Jikong Wudi to calmly speak, "Since you two came to this place, do you know what this place is? A great opportunity lies here." Deity Jikong Wudi spoke in a deep tone. His words were accompanied by the resonance of the Grand Tao. It was as if his response was an awe-inspiring decree from the heavens itself. Goddess Mei Suyao's pair of pure eyes looked straight at Wuxia as she said, "My guess is probably the same as Brother Li's. If I am not mistaken, then it is the World Tree. The Eternal River School is truly impressive. Extraordinary." Wuxia couldn't help but praise Mei Suyao. Very few people knew what the World Tree was, but deity Jikong Wudi's eyes narrowed and became more focused when he heard these words. Boom! Suddenly, Wuxia stomped down and the small mountain instantly shattered. With a buzzing sound, a huge ball of light abruptly appeared before everyone from the destroyed small mountain. Everyone could see a huge tree residing inside this ball of light. This tree stood tall and strong, and stars and other celestial bodies could be found orbiting it. Although this ball of light was not of an outrageous size, everyone felt that this was the largest tree in this world. They felt that this tree was capable of blotting out the sun and covering the earth. The World Tree. Mei Suyao emotionally murmured when she saw this tree. Legend has it that immortal Emperor Hao Hai once climbed the World Tree. Deity Jikong Wudi also exclaimed with a great change in expression. Rumble. Many eyes brightened from excitement after hearing deity's words. At this time, a person suddenly rushed forward and heavily slammed into the ball of light, but they were bounced back. Chapter 340. After they heard that immortal Emperor Hao Hai climbed the World Tree, a person quickly reacted in order to grab the great fortune, but how could it be so easy to climb the World Tree? They were immediately repelled by the ball of light. This is only a projection of the entrance. Goddess Mei Suyao explained, the true entrance is located where there is both a change in space and time. One would also be able to find an aggregation of incomparable power at this place. Without a secret treasure, one would not be able to enter this space and time. A person did not believe these words and shouted, "Open!" He attacked with a virtuous paragon weapon. Boom! This person was immediately blown away after he let out a miserable scream. Open for me! In a short period of time, many impatient people took action in order to open the ball of light. But needless to say, they were all deterred. In contrast to these people, Wuxia, Mei Suyao, and Jikong Wudi were not in a rush. They only quietly stared at the World Tree inside the ball of light. After attempting many times to no avail, the rest of the cultivators were quite alarmed while the geniuses from the great powers immediately left. They did not leave due to giving up. Instead, it was because they wanted to borrow ancestral weapons. After witnessing so many failed attempts, they understood that this ball of light could not be opened by force. It was just as Mei Suyao said, it needed a secret treasure in order to open this spatial area. No one was willing to miss out on the World Tree no matter who they were or what their background was, thus everyone went to bring out their great treasures. To many great powers, unless it was a time of distress, they would not easily take out their defining treasures. However, no matter would be of grave importance in front of the World Tree. Everyone knew what happened after immortal Emperor Hao Hai climbed the World Tree. Who didn't hope for their sect to become like the Thousand Emperors' Gate, a miracle throughout the ages? Even for those without ancestral weapons, they immediately went to find allies to see if they could work together. "Girl, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I will bring the two of you to climb the world tree, but it is now the time for you to perform." Li Qiye calmly stood there and glanced at Bing Wuxia. The world tree was such a great opportunity that no one was willing to share it with others. Li Qiye actually had the ability to open this door, but he brought along Bing Wuxia not because she carried the Ice Feather Palace's defining treasure with her, but because he liked her. Every time he saw her, it reminded him of immortal Emperor Bing Yu in the past. The always carefree Bing Wuxia became serious and took a deep breath. She slowly took out an item and threw it at the warping space entrance below and uttered with a serious tone, "Open." This item was not an old gate, and it was also not large, only the size of one's palm. The moment this gate came into contact with the shifting space, Bing Wuxia's vast amount of blood energy and her 9 palaces appeared. Countless Tao runes descended like an ocean that encompassed the tiny gate. Heaven-cutting gate, the Ice Feather Palace's defining treasure. Mei Suyao saw this gate and emotionally exclaimed, "The heaven-cutting gate." Deity Jikong Wudi also uttered with a profound gaze. Those who didn't know what it was found the whole thing to be strange. The defining treasure of the Ice Feather Palace should be immortal Emperor Bing Yu's true fate treasure, so why was it this unknown heaven-cutting gate? However, this was indeed the case. The heaven-cutting gate's origin was extremely mysterious, and even the palace's elders couldn't clearly explain it. Its future generations only knew that immortal Emperor Bing Yu brought the heaven-cutting gate back from a foreign realm. As for how she did it, this was an unknown mystery to the world. Her numerous Tao runes turned into laws as the lock on the gate slowly opened. An entrance the size of an ordinary door appeared by the ball of light. At this point, Bing Wuxia turned pale. Opening this portal had expended a lot of her blood energy, even a 9 palaces supreme saint like her couldn't withstand such a toll. "Let us go." Li Qiye swung his sleeve and entered with his group. Then, the entrance disappeared. Others couldn't follow them even if they wanted to. After stepping inside, they could feel an endless amount of life. It was as if they were bathing in a sea of life back in their nascent stage. They found that they were standing right below a cliff, and there was nothing else in sight. However, once they lifted their heads to observe with their heavenly gazes, they found that this was not a cliff at all. Instead, it was a huge tree of immeasurable size. Above the horizon, one could find countless sections of giant mountains crossing together, each of them were millions and millions of miles long. "These are tree branches," Li Qiye slowly said while all the others were in a daze. Right now, standing at the base of the world tree. It was like a dream. In a generation from long ago, it had appeared once before. Unfortunately, due to Li Qiye's hasty arrival, he could not climb to the top and missed a good opportunity. At this time, the group of Qi Shaodai understood why this was called the world tree. There was no other tree comparable to its incalculable majesty. This tree was shouldering a world by itself. It could be said that it was able to prop up the 3,000 grand worlds. It towered at an unimaginable height. If there were the 9 heavens, then this tree was taller than the 9 heavens. The tree trunk was of an unbelievable size, and each of its branches was a separate world while each of its leaves was a continent. What was even more shocking was that the leaves of this tree were supporting the stars and giving birth to many things. These leaves could become their own country or world with galaxies and celestial bodies between the gaps. Bing Wuxia, Li Shuangyan, Qi Shaodai, and Chen Baojiao were stunned. They were unable to even speak for a very long time. "How long does it take to fly up there?" Xikong Taotian, who had seen many wonders, still murmured in astonishment. "You can give it a try." Li Qiye replied with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Xikong Taotian then shouted and turned into a beam of light to rush up at an incredibly fast speed. Amazing! No one could resist praising his flying technique, and Nan Huiran even exclaimed. However, while Sikong Taotian was soaring above, thunderous noises started to emerge around him. With his speed, he could travel 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye, but at this time, he was flying countless times slower because he felt an unbearable force suppressing him from above. This made him feel as if there were numerous divine mountains bearing down upon him. Compared to the unreachable height of the world tree, Sikong Taotian's speed was slower than a snail crawling. It would require countless years for him to reach the nearest branch. He gave up and landed to say, "I won't reach it even after flying for 1,000 years. Flying to the top. Even a virtuous paragon would not be able to do it." Li Qiye laughed and shook his head. "This requires the help of treasures. If you want to use your own strength to fly up, then only virtuous paragons are qualified to do such a task since they can handle the suppressive force from above. However, as for how high they can go, it would be hard to say." "Where are the fortunes and treasures?" Nan Huiran greedily asked. "Each branch and each leaf is a fortune. The greatness of these treasures depends on how high one can fly. The higher ones are usually better, but this is not always the case. In order to obtain the greatest fortune, one must have sharp insight along with enough luck. If you apply these two things correctly, then even if you can't fly high enough, you can still reach a mysterious place and obtain a great fortune. Each branch and each leaf is a fortune," even the dignified Yi Chuyun emotionally murmured. "Each of them is a separate world. There is fortune everywhere, but it is up to you to find it." Li Qiye smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. I will surely find the greatest fortune. Immortal Emperor, how high is nothing. My fortune will greatly exceed his." At this time, the never-quiet little autumn was ecstatic and declared with arrogance. At around this time, Mei Suyao also arrived. However, the treasure she used to come in was not known. A moment later, deity Jikong Wudi also came in. As the descendant of the Space Trample Mountain, he definitely did not lack treasures. One of them was surely capable of opening the gate. They couldn't escape from being astonished when they directed their gazes up to the horizon. "I'm going." In the end, Jikong Wudi was the first to take action. In just a blink of an eye, he flew up into the sky and disappeared amongst the leaves the size of continents. This kid really has a lot of treasures. His first move is not ordinary at all. Sikong Taotian's mouth became watery after watching Jikong Wudi. He wanted to steal his stuff. "Brotherly, shall we go together?" At this point, the peerless Mei Suyao smiled at Li Qiye and asked. Chapter 341, Climbing the World Tree. When Li Qiye heard her request, he took a glance at her and lazily spoke with a smile. "People walking on different Dao will not tread on the same path. Little girl, don't tempt me, you are still inexperienced regarding schemes. Don't use your little methods against me, lest I become angry and carry you back naked." The group of Qi Shaodai was silent, but they all started to blush. This was Goddess Mei Suyao. Who would ever dare to speak like this towards her? "I agree, little demon, I like doing stuff like this the most." Bing Wuxia smilingly added, "A goddess in the contemporary times being stripped naked, how amusing." She put on a lustful appearance. Those who didn't know her would actually think that she was a perverted womanizer. Pop. Li Qiye patted her fragrant butt again and lightly said, "You are a fake man, so this matter has no room for you." "You." Bing Wuxia jumped up in anger and glared at him, but Li Qiye met her eyes without a care in the world. Li Qiye's attitude really shocked the others because of how great Mei Suyao was. As the representative of the Eternal River School, as well as being an existence standing at the peak of the younger generation, even an expert of a great power would be apprehensive towards her. However, Li Qiye acted as if teasing her was something natural. Mei Suyao did not become flustered. She kept her pure appearance as she answered, "I won't force it if Brotherly doesn't want to." "We're going." Li Qiye smiled and said. He then called for the Tetrawar bronze chariot to take the group of Li Shuangyan up. The chariot crushed space itself and flew into the sky at an incredible speed. Bang, bang, bang. It emitted so many explosions as it flew. The world tree was bigger than one's imagination, so as the chariot was climbing its trunk, there appeared to be an endless amount of land. Even a piece of cracked old bark could be considered an entire continent. The chariot, with its fast speed, resembled an insignificant speck of dust. If one were to spectate the world tree from a distance, they would find a pitifully small chariot with a man on top, like a drop of water in the ocean. A corner of the world tree was even larger than the entire mortal emperor world. Rumble. Explosions kept on ringing as the chariot crazily rushed forward. The 4 bronze stallions became 4 running streams as they left behind only golden glitter and hoof prints. It was as if these marks were engraved onto the tree trunk. The suppression from the world tree did not slow down the chariot despite having the weight of myriad mountains. Each hoof stomp was able to crush the earth. The world tree's bark was countless times tougher than even divine steel, it was near the point of being impervious. However, the stallions still left their marks, which was indicative of how powerful the overhead suppression was. Seeing the prints left behind by the chariot along with the explosive noises, all of the passengers were quite alarmed. If it was them being suppressed like this, then they would not be able to maintain such a fast speed, so this bronze chariot was absolutely a rare divine treasure in this world. The chariot had been running for an unknown amount of time and the suppressive force became increasingly stronger. As they traveled further up, many strange phenomena and images began to appear, but the chariot managed to break through the void. It tore through the stars to overcome this suppressive force. In just a second, a countless amount of debris from the stars was scattered in the sky. As the chariot managed to overcome all these obstacles, unrelenting sounds of thunder emerged as lightning started to gather above as if the heavens was about to unleash its retribution by destroy the 4 stallions. However, the 4 stallions were heaven-defying to an unbelievable level, their radiant bodies were the most invincible things in this world. Despite the thunderous lightning, they kept on pushing forward and even shattered the lightning bolts themselves. Qi Xiaodia's group was completely amazed. This was going against the world tree suppression along with a punishment from the heavens. They would not have the strength to accomplish such a task. Even heavenly kings would not be able to do this, yet the 4 stallions had done it. Tetrawar bronze chariot, a legendary existence. Bing Yuxia's mind was lost as she murmured. She then thought about a legend that was written down in the Ice Feather Palace. This was a secret recorded by her patriarch, immortal Emperor Bingyu, a secret of the palace that only the descendants of each generation were allowed to read. The chariot's speed kept on increasing as an unknown amount of time flew by. The pressure from the heavens became even stronger, and eventually, the 4 stallions were no longer able to bear it as their speed slowed down. Go! At this time, Li Qiya shouted. He spewed out a true mantra and formed a seal with his hands, and then he stamped it onto the chariot. Boom! With an explosive blast, the chariot ignited with an invincible power like the awakening of a god. The true dragon soared above, the white tiger pounced at an extreme speed, the phoenix flew beautifully, the qilin stomped on the heavens. At this moment, the 4 divine beasts that were carved on the chariot appeared and tore apart the pressure from the heavens. With the help of the 4 divine beasts, the 4 stallions became spirited once more and quickened their hooves, resulting in regaining their initially fast speed. Rumble. The heaven and earth roared out in protest as all laws broke loose. However, even the maximum pressure from the heavens was unable to stop the chariot's penetrating advance. Not to mention Qi Xiaodai, even the ones that were usually more calm, like Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, were shocked. They felt the awakening of the divine beasts as the chariot exuded a power on par with immortal emperor true weapons. Qi Xiaodai had seen it before, but she didn't think that this bronze chariot would be so powerful. When the 4 divine beasts unleashed their power, it was as if nothing in the 9 heavens and 10 worlds could stop them. With this treasure, there would be no need to fear immortal emperor life treasures, Sikong Taotian quietly muttered in amazement. Little Autumn loudly laughed and said, life treasures are nothing. Young noble's carriage is number 1 in this world. Back in those days, when the bronze chariot appeared, before Little Autumn could finish, Wuxia knocked on its head so it immediately shut its mouth. Little demon, with such a great treasure, why did you have to go through so much trouble that day? Against great child Yao Guang and the others, you could have just used this chariot to kill all of them in one go. Even unobservant people would be aware of this chariot's power. They're not qualified for me to use this chariot. After all, it has its own life. This time, climbing the world tree is taking a huge toll on it. In the 9 heavens and 6 Tao, one would be hard-pressed to find more than 3 items that could take one to the peak of the world tree. Wuxia caressed the bronze chariot and then glanced at Bing Wuxia, little sister, despite the fact that you have a lot of treasures, your chance of reaching the top is very slim. Me taking you to the top is already showing enough love to the Ice Feather Palace. Without a doubt, Wuxia's bronze chariot was absolutely invincible. In the past, it carried him to fight all over the world. During the darkest era, Wuxia arrogantly rampaged and, in the end, swept away all the darkness. Amidst all of these events, this divine chariot deserved a lot of credit. If it wasn't for an old general who contributed many great merits across numerous battles and eventually died in the final confrontation, Wuxia wouldn't have given this chariot to his daughter out of consideration for his arduous deeds. The chariot was not a treasure and was more of a living being. This was why Wuxia didn't freely use it, since exerting its most powerful strength placed a great burden on its life force. Which is why, in order to show my gratitude, I introduced Sister Chuyun to you. Bing Wuxia said with a grin. Yi Chuyun's face became hot from these words. She didn't say anything, and she still had a shy and dignified expression despite her displeasure, still as charming as ever. Pop. Wuxia slapped Bing Wuxia's sweet buttocks and said, little sister, don't act like this with me all day, or else I will make you warm my bed. Little demon. The indignant Bing Wuxia stepped on Wuxia and angrily said, if you molest me one more time, I won't leave you alone. Are you not a man? Why is this considered molestation all of a sudden? Wuxia glanced at her and retorted. Bing Wuxia was too angry to say anything and could only glare at Wuxia. Even the cold Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were smiling. Qi Xiaodai also wanted to laugh, but she managed to refrain from doing so. Sikong Taotian, Nan Huiran, and Little Autumn crowded together and acted as if there was nothing to see. Rumble. A long while later, the bronze chariot leaped up high like a fish jumping out of the water. At this moment, as it could do as it pleased, it was like fishes swimming the vast ocean and birds flying in the free sky. After traveling even more for an unknown period of time, the chariot finally reached the top of the world tree. At this point, the 4 sweat-stained stallions and 4 divine beasts were extremely fatigued. Their brilliance became faintly dimmer. Seeing this scene, Bing Wuxia's group realized that Wuxia had spoken the truth. The chariot was indeed in existence with its own life essence. When Wuxia heard her request, he took a glance at her and lazily spoke with a smile, wait for Bao to release the next chapter to know the answer. Chapter 342, Choices Above the World Tree. Wuxia dripped 4 drops of myriad star water on the chariot and said, this is your reward. The 4 droplets were immediately sucked in by the stallions. Nay! The 4 stallions jumped up high as their fatigue immediately disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a bronze beam that resembled starlight. The 4 divine beasts also roared and flew around. In just a moment, the chariot became extremely bright as its life essence absorbed the myriad star water. The one who was most informed was Bing Wuxia. She was completely awestruck and couldn't believe the scene unfolding before her eyes. This is myriad star water. A while later, she regained her composure and shouted at Wuxia in a very exaggerated manner, "You are insane. This is myriad star water. 1 drop is enough to tempt even immortal emperors, yet you fed 4 drops to a horse carriage. So what?" Wuxia nonchalantly answered as he stroked the chariot, "This is my baby." At this time, the others became shocked. Even though there were ones who didn't know what myriad star water was, they knew the priceless value of something craved by even immortal emperors. "Motherfucker, you are a wastrel." Bing Wuxia couldn't help but curse even though she was a girl. "Pop." Wuxia slapped her butt again and angrily scolded, "Little girl, don't swear or else I will have to teach you a lesson." However, Bing Wuxia forgot to become angry. She wanted to bang her head against a wall. This was something that could make everyone salivate with greed, not to mention that old undyings, legendary experts, eternal existences, timeless untouchables, and unbeatable beings all wanted it as well. Yi Chuyun of the Pure Lotus School was also about to go, but before that, she bowed towards Wuxia and said in an elegant manner, "Thank you, brotherly, for leading the way. Goodbye for now. We'll meet again should the opportunity arise." Wuxia quite liked Yi Chuyun, so he gently nodded his head and smiled. Yi Chuyun chose a leaf filled with lightning and jumped inside. The lightning surrounded her body as she disappeared all of a sudden. "I feel that this girl isn't bad. Why don't you take her in?" Chen Baojiao alluringly smiled and asked. "Everything is up to fate. If it is destined, then we will meet again." Wuxia laughed and then coolly said, "I'll go this way." "No, I'll go over there." "Nah, I'll still go this way." Little Autumn was the most troublesome. It kept on circling around not knowing what to pick. "Little Autumn." Wuxia signaled for it to come over. Little Autumn excitedly jumped around and smiled, "Will young noble choose for me?" "You are right." Finished speaking, he threw Little Autumn really far away. Whoosh! Wuxia threw it onto a green leaf with a dazzling time-space. In just a second, it was immediately enveloped by this time-space. "Young noble, you cannot treat me like this." Little Autumn bellowed out before disappearing inside time itself. "Is this okay?" Chen Baojiao said with her mouth wide open. It didn't look too happy. It was afraid. Li Shuangyan was a meticulous person, and she answered with a cold voice, "Earlier, when we reached the top, it kept looking over there. It obviously wanted to go, but it didn't have the courage. Little Shuang is truly the most observant. That little guy was once tricked, so it was not willing to face its destiny, but time-space is definitely its most suitable choice." Wuxia grabbed Li Shuangyan by the waist and smilingly said, "Who is your little Shuang? I'm older than you." The blushing Li Shuangyan patted his hand away and snappily said. Wuxia didn't mind, he only shrugged his shoulder with a smirk on his face. The remaining Qi Shaodai gently lamented in her heart with a sigh, then she softly said, "I will pick this branch." She chose a faint golden branch. "You can stay behind with Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao." Wuxia shook his head and said. These words suddenly froze Qi Shaodai. Once her thoughts returned, an indescribable feeling filled her heart. There were sweet and happy feelings as if she was floating in the clouds. At this moment, she felt as if there couldn't be anything in the world that could make her happier than this. After being in a daze for a long time, she recovered and noticed that Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were smiling at her. She blushed and quickly hid her head before she happily stood behind Wuxia. The quite embarrassed Qi Shaodai couldn't help but to look up a bit later to see Wuxia staring into the far distance. He didn't seem to notice her feelings, but she didn't seem to mind, for her heart was quite satisfied. Credit to Salanti on the WW Discord for tonight's teaser. Next thing they knew, she was already standing to the side without being tainted by the flaws of the mundane world, as wonderful as ever. Li Qia's shout was like a divine bell. It immediately woke up the three who were affected by Mei Suyao. The three of them were startled and surprised at the earlier occurrence, for they almost fell to Mei Suyao's Tao. "Little girl, your Alaya heavenly fragrant Tao is only an insignificant skill to me." Li Qia squinted his eyes at her and said, "Don't think that your minor art can become a Tao. You better play nice, otherwise, don't blame me for stripping you naked and destroying your eternal river school." How fierce and bold was this declaration! Mei Suyao was a heaven's proud daughter who stood at the top of the current younger generation. She was known as a goddess by others, so who had ever dared to talk to her like this? As for the Eternal River School, it was even more unnecessary to explain. The school was one of the strongest heritages in the contemporary times. One sect, 3 emperors, who would dare to say that they would destroy the Eternal River School? Mei Suyao was not angry. She maintained her transcendent aura like a goddess. "No need to be angry, brotherly. I only wanted to test your willpower." Li Qia peered at Mei Suyao like a wild beast. At this moment it was as if he was an entirely different person. He seemed to be an eternal evil exuding a terrifying aura that refused to disperse. "Test me?" Li Qia narrowed his eyes and looked at Mei Suyao, then he slowly said, "Girl, do you think that I won't just eat you right now? When I take you in for my personal use, don't blame me for not being considerate towards your patriarch." At this moment, Li Qia was like a ferocious wolf staring at Mei Suyao, a naked, vulnerable lamb. Her heart started to beat faster from his gaze. She felt a dangerous sensation for the first time ever. As the representative of the Eternal River School, she had gone on many adventures and met many characters, but at this moment, Li Qia gave her an inexplicable dread, as if a fierce monster from the ancient past was staring straight at her. Coming from the Eternal River School and having an immortal bone, she was usually filled with confidence. However, she felt that she was but an insignificant lamb in Li Qia's sight. "Please calm your anger, brotherly, goodbye for now." Mei Suyao gave a smile with an unspeakable charm that was capable of toppling all existences. The very next second, she disappeared into a branch filled with auspicious purple clouds. What a demoness! After Mei Suyao left, Chen Baojiao angrily said, "She seemed to be all pure and holy, but that was only a means to bewitch people." Li Qia then replied with a smile, "Who can be more of a demoness than you? You are the most charming, pretty, and flirtatious in this world. Your misty eyes are the most enchanting things." "I'm nothing like that. Why are you defending that demoness?" Chen Baojiao coquettishly spoke. This expression was indeed charming to the bones, causing others to lose their minds and souls. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but smile, then she said, "Mei Suyao's technique is indeed extraordinary. We all inadvertently fell into her Tao. If she wanted to gather all the heroes in this world, very few would be able to escape her grasp. Alaya heavenly fragrant Tao, this girl is applying it for the wrong things." Li Qia calmly said, "Although this Tao has a great origin, in the end, it was because you were careless. Your void imperfection physique is very amazing. It is untouchable by all universal laws and impregnable by all demons. What in this world could compare to its defensive capabilities? The 12 immortal physiques are not famous for nothing. If you were a bit more careful, then the Alaya heavenly fragrant Tao would not have been able to do anything to you." Li Shuangyan silently nodded and memorized Li Qia's words. Meanwhile, Qi Shaodai was quite surprised. Void imperfection physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. Although she had not seen its power, she had seen the might of the hell-suppressing godly physique, so she could imagine just how strong the void imperfection physique was. Li Qia analyzed the area around them. Eventually, he selected a location and called the other 3 over. He grabbed Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan with both of his hands while Chen Baojiao grabbed Qi Shaodai. "This is embarrassing, but I made a mistake with the teaser. Are both Jian in pinyin and Han Viet, so I thought it was an arrow. It should be a scissors instead. Chapter 344. Above the top, Li Qiye spoke to the girls in a very serious manner. Wait a bit. Then, we will jump down from here. Remember, when I say, jump, you guys must use all of your strength to jump. The higher the better. We will repeat this 3 times, got it? Li Qiye showed a solemn expression that was never before seen, taking the 3 by surprise. They finally managed to climb to the top of the world tree. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. But now, they were asked to jump down. This was too hard to believe. Why do we have to jump down? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Jump. However, Li Qiye didn't answer her and immediately jumped down. The girls were also dragged along. In just a split second, a blinding darkness encompassed their vision. Hush! There was only the sound of wind assaulting their ears as they rapidly fell down at an incredible speed. Ah! The 3 girls couldn't help but scream. Even though cultivators were not afraid of heights, they were jumping down from the top of the world tree. This was a height even greater than descending from the 9 heavens, so how could they refrain from screaming in fear? They were falling down at an extremely fast pace, but there was only darkness in front of their eyes. There was no world tree nor was there an endless horizon, only pure pitch-black nothingness was present. They kept on falling as if there was no end. The girls' hearts were high-strung from anxiety. Theoretically, with their cultivations, there would be no fear of falling to death even if they were to fall from a very high point. However, the world tree was of an unimaginable height. No one could say for certain whether they could survive a jump from the top of the world tree. Their descent kept on going and going as if there was no final destination. The initial screaming eventually turned into surprise, then amazement, before turning into complete silence. They fell for what seemed like an eternity before the group felt their feet meet something. At this moment, they didn't even have the time to feel relieved. Just a second later, an amazing force from the ground below propelled them upward. The sound of wind came again as the 4 of them bounced up at an extreme speed. After an unknown amount of time, their surroundings suddenly became bright as the world tree appeared before them. Jump! Amidst all this chaos, Li Qiye loudly roared. In this moment, he didn't hold back as his blood energy soared in the form of a jumping Kuanpang. He borrowed this momentum to leap upward. The 3 girls also channeled all of their energy into their most powerful jump. Bang, bang, bang. At the time when they jumped, explosions continuously rang out. Strange images emerged as 3,000 worlds appeared right on top of them. At this moment, these worlds created a suppressing force and rendered them breathless. Nevertheless, their jumps propelled them to a height dozens of feet higher than the peak of the world tree. However, they were suppressed by the 3,000 worlds above, so they fell down at a rapid speed. The group repeatedly jumped 3 times. Each successive jump would bring them a few dozen feet higher. On the 3rd jump, Li Qiye shouted, "One last time. The opportunity is within your grasp." Having said this, his yin-yang sea of blood erupted as a blood energy drowned out everything. The girls also used their most heaven-defying means to jump higher. If they were outside, then these jumps would reach millions of feet high, but at this moment, they could only manage to leap dozens of feet up. Li Qiye jumped the highest and he suddenly disappeared. Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan also disappeared. Qi Xiaodai was the weakest in the group, so her jump was 10 feet lower than Li Shuangyan's. At that time, Chen Baojiao couldn't continue pulling her any further. The powerful suppression from above pulled on Qi Xiaodai, so Chen Baojiao had to let go. At that instant, Qi Xiaodai couldn't advance any further as her body started to fall down. She was quite aghast because she knew she had let go of the greatest opportunity in this world. Up you go! In this delicate moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed her and pulled her up to escape from the suppression of the 3,000 worlds. The moment their feet touched the ground, everyone, including Wuxia, were weak in the knees. They all sat down with their butts on the ground. Qi Xiaodai was still in a panicked state when she also sat right down. After a while, they managed to calm down and found themselves standing on a sparkly surface that looked like floating scintillating jade. Before them, there was no world tree, no space, and no galaxy. There was only an ancient temple made of bronze. Its size was quite modest, but its magnificent aura was as high as the 9 heavens. It was the ruler of all things, the tyrant of the 9 worlds. It commanded respect and fear from all. It was casted entirely from bronze of an unknown era and had an azure glow with a complex ancient architecture. The 3 girls were frozen in place since they didn't expect a bronze temple to be on top of the world tree. Keep in mind that just a few moments earlier, they were already standing at the peak. To the inhabitants of this world, climbing to the top of the world tree was an extremely arduous and difficult matter. Even the descendants of immortal emperor lineages would not necessarily be able to complete this feat. The 3 of them wouldn't even dare to dream about it without Wuxia's tetrawar bronze chariot. While standing on top of the world tree, anyone would think that it was already the highest location, a place with no higher destination. The truth was that when they looked up, there was nothing but emptiness. They didn't expect to exceed the top of the world tree after jumping several times with a temple appearing before their very eyes. What is this place? Qi Xiaodai asked in astonishment. Reaching the peak of the world tree was a dream to her. If it wasn't for Wuxia, then she wouldn't have been able to even come close to the tree, let alone reach the top. However, today, she not only reached the top, but she arrived at an even higher place as she stood before this unknown temple. This is what Mei Suyao mentioned before, the greatest fortune was not the world tree itself. Li Shuangyan emotionally said. Her meticulous and shrewd mind recalled Mei Suyao's words. While looking at the bronze temple, Wuxia couldn't help but emotionally say, World Temple, just like what the legend stated. No one had seen it before since the start of time, but the World Temple truly exists. Is this place an even greater fortune than the World Tree? Qi Xiaodai looked at this bronze temple and asked in surprise. Well, not necessarily. Wuxia answered, this is up to each person's luck. In theory, those who climb the World Tree can meet different fortunes. How great these fortunes are depends on the person. However, some do come back empty-handed. The higher one climbs, the lower the chance of not meeting any fortune. Nevertheless, the magnitude of the fortune still depends on one's own fate. And as for the World Temple, Wuxia looked at the temple before him and smiled. As long as one reaches the World Temple, this would already be an opportunity, a complete blessing. Once again, the magnitude depends on the person. Maybe you will obtain the greatest fortune in this world, but it might also be a fortune not as great as one you could have gotten back at the World Tree. For example, the 3 young leaves at the top of the World Tree are one of its greatest fortunes. How do you know so much? Mei Suyao wasn't sure of the temple's existence, so how do you know? Moreover, how did you know that such a method could take us to the World Temple? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask. Qi Xiaodai also wanted to know the answer to this question. Mei Suyao came from the Eternal River School, very few people could match her vast knowledge. This is the consequence of not reading often enough. Wuxia tapped Chen Baojiao's head and said, a lazy reader will amount to nothing. One must read more to know more. Chen Baojiao, who was tapped on the head, indignantly retorted, I have never seen you read before. On the other hand, Li Shuangyan simply smiled. She had heard these words too many times. Of course, she didn't believe that reading would make one omniscient, but if Wuxia didn't want to reveal the truth, then she wouldn't pry any further. Wuxia had studied and researched the World Tree for more than just one generation. He had missed an opportunity before, so he had spent even more time later on to understand the world tree even further. It could be said that no one in the contemporary times has a better grasp on the world tree than him. Even back then, when immortal Emperor Hao Hai was still in this world that year, he did not know more about the world tree than Wuxia. It was out of sheer luck that he was able to obtain such a supreme fortune. To Wuxia, as long as the world tree appeared once more, he would absolutely not miss this opportunity again. Chapter 345, Fortunes in the World Temple Enter. The opportunity is right there, but it is up to you to determine how great it is. I can only help you so much. Wuxia smiled and said while the other three were still in a daze. He took the lead to enter the temple while the other three excitedly followed behind him. To them, this perhaps could be their greatest opportunity in their lifetime. No one in the world knew about this temple's existence, but they managed to reach it. This was the most tempting and mysterious fortune. Once they got inside, they discovered that this ancient temple cast from bronze was completely empty. The entire place gave an impression that no one had entered for tens of millions of years. They also found that the temple's dome was open like a patio. They looked above only to find a vast and indiscernible nothingness. Beneath the dome was a bronze crane that was exceedingly vibrant. It was as if this bronze crane existed all alone by itself, modeled by the ravaging of time just like the rest of the temple. Besides this bronze crane, nothing else could be found inside. The three girls were quite stunned because they didn't expect to only find this crane at this place. Where are the fortunes? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but look around and say, is there only this bronze crane? I thought that there would be countless immortal treasures and divine weapons stacked on top of each other like a mountain. This bronze crane alone is not enough to be shared among the four of us. Immortal treasures and divine weapons, these things are too common. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. To us, immortal treasures and divine weapons are only external things. We came here to ask for a chance of self-improvement, a new fortune. We do not need to come to this place for immortal treasures and divine weapons. After all, this world is extremely vast and has so many places that we can rob these items from. How do we ask for a new creation? Qi Shaodai couldn't contain her curiosity. However, entering did not mean that they could climb the tree, and climbing the tree did not mean that there was a sure chance at obtaining a fortune. Sure enough, some disciples with ancestral weapons were able to open the way into the time-space, but these ancestral weapons did not help them climb up the world tree. They could only muster their own strength to ascend. Unfortunately, many people did not make it very far before the suppression forced them back down. Of course, these disciples were not discouraged. It was quite difficult just to enter, so how could they give up? They kept on climbing and falling. In the end, a few of them barely managed to reach the nearest branch from the ground. Those who had no methods of climbing racked their brains. Some of them decided to cut down the world tree. They thought that even if they couldn't climb any higher, they could chop off a piece of bark or two and take it back. This would still be a great merit. However, the world tree's toughness was far beyond their imaginations. They had ancestral weapons with them, but even after using every last bit of strength, they couldn't cut off a big piece of bark. One or two of them, with extremely powerful ancestral weapons, were able to scrape down a piece of bark the size of a fingernail after using all of their blood energy. It goes without saying that the great fortunes of the world tree were not so easily obtainable. Even a successful climber would not necessarily be able to meet any fortunes. The first unlucky person was the descendant from a great power in the western desolate wasteland. He made it to the first branch and stepped inside its world, but he was kicked out not too long after and was without any benefits. After being sent outside, he was no longer allowed to enter. After learning the lesson from such a hapless fella, many experts realized that the chance for a fortune increased with how high they ascended, so they risked their lives to reach greater heights. Can anyone make it to the top of the world tree? While many were eager to climb, there were also countless people who were excited from anticipation as they waited. Since so many great powers sent their disciples here using the fastest means without caring about the waste of refined jades, spectators were discussing this matter with great interest. "I'm afraid to do so would be very hard." Someone replied, "Rumor has it that even immortal Emperor Hao Hai did not reach the top during his climb. Although immortal Emperor Hao Hai did not reach the top, he obtained the greatest creation." A few ancient predecessors said that reaching the top was not a prerequisite to obtaining the greatest creations. An older expert said, "The first to enter were Jikong Wudi, Mei Suyao, and Li Qia. Perhaps those three have already taken the greatest creation." A person said with admiration, "I heard that Li Qia even brought many people along with him. This brat is too heaven-defying. Deity and goddess only went by themselves, but Li Qia actually brought others with him. This person is devilish beyond all heavenly laws." As time passed, more and more people wanted to enter this changing timespace in order to climb the world tree. Many descendants from the great powers gave up on investigating within the timeless portal and focused solely on the world tree. Chapter 346, Worldly Prime Liquid. As a result, many young cultivators that came from weaker sects enjoyed a lot of benefits since a lot of the strong competitors were no longer present. For those who hailed from weaker sects or were vagabonds, they didn't have the ability to climb the world tree, so they chose to look for fortunes inside the timeless portal instead. Those with these reasonable thoughts actually managed to obtain quite a harvest. As time went on, more and more sects from all over the world arrived while bringing along most of their disciples. Crossing over domains required a large amount of refined jades to use the Tao gateways. Normally, sects would not accept such a loss, but at this time, they were willing to spend even more than they did to send their capable young disciples over. The Heavenly Tao Academy stayed true to its words. Regardless of whether these sects were early or late, as long as they were not part of the list, their young disciples would be allowed entry. Since older experts could not enter, many great sects chose to employ the tactic of strength in numbers and brought many teenagers inside. One extra person was another sliver of hope. Meanwhile, as the news traveled, even more sects arrived, including a few ancient hidden lineages. In just 6 months, many formidable characters arrived, and one of them was particularly famous. The Heaven Protector Goddess has arrived. A message shot across the eastern 100 cities. Heaven Protector Goddess. Many hearts dropped with a thump as the younger generation turned pale. The northern Grand Sea was extremely far from the eastern 100 cities. Matters at the eastern region rarely made it to the northern Grand Sea and vice versa. However, there were some people and places that always garnered a lot of attention and interest, and the Heaven Protector City was one of them. As the descendant of the palace, the Heaven Protector Goddess had always been watched over by many heritages, especially those who intended to obtain the current heaven's will. Regarding discussions about the last 3 generations, no one could refrain from talking about the Black Dragon King and his Heaven Protector City. 3 generations of prestige alongside immortal emperors without having to halt his blood force or enter hibernation. The Black Dragon King was an unbeatable existence, someone who was absolutely part of the greatest individuals throughout the Sea of Time. This was now the 4th generation. Although the Black Dragon King was no longer alive, the Heaven Protector City still warranted dread from others. No other heritage, including immortal emperor lineages, would dare to underestimate the palace. As the current descendant of the palace, rumor has it that the Heaven Protector Goddess inherited the essential arts of the Black Dragon King. She was accepted by the elders and obtained the qualifications to carry the heaven's will. If the eastern 100 cities had goddess Mei Suyao, then the northern Grand Sea had goddess Sea Queening. Her fame was no less than Mei Suyao's. There is a rumor that the Heaven Protector Goddess was the successor personally chosen by the Black Dragon King. When he was still alive, he already divined her appearance, so, on that very day, he made a decree to declare her as a successor even though it was still a few generations early. Older cultivators were alarmed at the arrival of Z Queening. Who would not be in awe when they listened to the stories of the Black Dragon King, who was prosperous for 3 generations even with the existence of 3 immortal emperors? Even they had to take the long way to avoid his path. No immortal emperor lineages were willing to challenge the Heaven Protector city when the Black Dragon King was there. Even though he did not become an immortal emperor, he still soared over the 9 worlds and was worshipped by its inhabitants. Later on, he fought against immortal Emperor Takong and tore apart the heaven's will, sending the world into the difficult Dao era. Since that day, the world no longer saw the Black Dragon King nor immortal Emperor Takong. What kind of terrifying existence could cause the disappearance of an immortal emperor? In this world, no one even dared to imagine the great power of an existence capable of such a feat. Deity will finally meet his match. Many young geniuses were gloating after they heard of Z Queening's arrival. Deity Jikong Wudi could be said to be standing at the peak of the younger generation, overshadowing all other devilish geniuses. To the younger generation, they would never be in the limelight as long as Jikong Wudi existed. Today, Goddess Z Queening had arrived, and even characters like Jikong Wudi would not dare to underestimate her. The Heaven Protector City and Space Trample Mountain were old enemies. Today, when their descendants meet, a great battle would be inevitable. After arriving, Z Queening immediately entered the area of altering time-space and climbed the world tree. No one knew how far she managed to climb. The world tree possessed an incomparable amount of allure that ignited countless people's desire to swarm to its location. In a mysterious location, Wuxia sat cross-legged by the empty pool that was now without a single drop of worldly prime liquid. A long time had passed and the pool that used to be filled with liquid has now been completely absorbed and refined by Wuxia. Worldly prime liquid and myriad star water, ultimately, their value would depend on the individual. Myriad star water was indeed rare and incomparable, but such a thing was not usable by just anyone. It was too powerful, and even heavenly kings would not necessarily be able to enjoy it. Wuxia had a peerless formula to dilute the myriad star water, but he himself did not dare to use it because it was too overpowering. Think about it, just a diluted drop of myriad star water was enough to unlock the seal of immortal emperor life treasures. From this alone, one could already imagine its terrifying power. To immortal emperors and eternal existences worthy of being deified, the value of the myriad star water was much greater than the worldly prime liquid, especially for immortal emperors. At their level, they no longer needed the worldly prime liquid and instead desired more myriad star water. To weaker cultivators, the value of the liquid was much greater than the myriad star water. It was capable of turning something rotten into something magical, changing oneself completely. The current situation was very appropriate for Wuxia. This time, the fortune of the worldly prime liquid had changed Wuxia a lot. At the very least, his future path became even smoother. At this time, Wuxia was wrapped in an extremely dense primordial chaos just like the time before the formation of the heaven and earth. Anyone with great insight and the capability to see through all things would be startled if they knew Wuxia's situation. His entire body was dazzlingly transparent. Its supreme image, without any blemishes, was like a body from the heavens. Wuxia's bones and muscles were priceless treasures that could be utilized with its endless potential for the rest of his life. What was even more terrifying was that Wuxia's main palace had become very mysterious. Filled with the breath from the primordial chaos, his main palace became something that was crafted by divine jade, giving off an extremely sacred atmosphere. The true fate that presided inside the main palace exuded an immortal breath. It felt as if this breath would last an eternity from now till the end of the world. The Tao foundation erected by the Kunpeng's 6 variants became crystal clear without any defects. This was an impeccable Tao foundation close to the Grand Tao. Wuxia's Tao foundation was the Tao of the heaven and earth, the Tao of the heaven's will. When this Tao foundation turned into a Kuanpeng, there was a heaven-shattering transformation, as if the great beast was no longer a divine Kuanpeng, but something even greater. Inside the Fate Palaces, even the four images underwent an earth-shattering change. The tree of life pierced the sky with its verdant freshness. The water surged through the spring of life. No one could stare straight into the ignited flame inside the cauldron of life. The pillar of life created endless grand Tao, as if it was about to turn into a heavenly grand Tao. At this moment, the four images created a startling scene, as if they were about to give birth to a new world as a result of deriving the last profound mystery of myriad Tao. One could faintly make out divine items floating inside the four images, and they all transformed into something entirely different. Clank, clack, clack. Noises of something breaking suddenly appeared, as if something was about to break out of its shell. Pa! A fate palace flew out from Li Qiye's meridian via his forehead and floated above his head. Boom! At this time, the cauldron of life started to burn, and the spring of life's water flooded this new fate palace. If anyone saw him at this moment, they would be extremely aghast. 6 fate palaces were floating above Li Qiye's head, 1 main palace and 5 vice palaces. The 5 vice palaces floated around the main palace to form a seamless, perfect unit. Having 6 fate palaces would be the limit of the royal noble realm. They would be a royal noble standing at the summit. In this period of time, Li Qiye opened his 6th fate palace to become a supreme noble. Once a royal noble opens their 4th palace, their level inside this realm was no longer important. The reason was very simple. Once they reached the mysterious fate realm, or became a royal noble, this would be their life's limit if they couldn't surpass their fate calamity. Some of you guys are reading too much into the teaser. Stop it. Chapter 347, Supreme Noble. The royal noble realm was divided into these 4 levels in ascending order: palace opening, beseech the heavens, rebel against the heavens, and decapitate the calamity. The respective names for these levels are New Noble, King Noble, Rebelling Noble, and Fate-Destroying Noble. This realm was extremely important to cultivators. What they achieved in this realm would affect them for the rest of their lives, because they would face their grand fate calamity at this point. Once one reached the 4th level, the first calamity would descend. No one could avoid the fate calamity if they want to break through this realm. There were even some cultivators who couldn't reach the royal noble realm, but the fate calamity would still come once they reached an old age. It was an inevitable disaster to all cultivators. Those who did not reach royal noble were simply delaying this calamity. If one died early, then this could be considered somewhat lucky because they managed to avoid their fate calamity. If one sealed themselves and lived a borrowed life in this world, one day, they would still have to face their fate calamity. The more powerful the genius, the more powerful the fate calamity would be at the peak of the royal noble realm. However, if one was able to open the 4th fate palace, it would be much easier when they eventually faced the calamity. The royal noble realm was the second time cultivators were given the chance to open new fate palaces. This realm only required opening the 3rd one, and the stronger cultivators could open a 4th. Opening the 3rd fate palace inside this realm was not difficult, but opening the 4th was harder than reaching the heavens. The reason was that outside of the 3rd palace opening, any further openings would be opposing the original intention, an action that rebelled against the heavens. To open the 4th, 5th, and 6th palaces within this realm. Besides having an exceedingly high aptitude, the most important things would be to have great wisdom and willpower. Without these 2 qualities, no matter how great one's talent was, they would not even be able to open the 4th palace, let alone the 6th. Royal nobles with 4 fate palaces had an easier time dealing with the fate calamity. They could easily suppress other royal nobles with fewer palaces. Having more palaces meant that one became more powerful. 4 palaces formed a domain, and 8 palaces formed a kingdom. 6 was the ultimate limit for the royal noble realm, a supreme noble. Just the word supreme by itself was enough to represent this level. A supreme noble could very easily deal with their fate calamity. At this time, Wuxia had 6 fate palaces, something that would be considered a miracle to others. However, Wuxia was extremely confident in himself, in his wisdom, and in his willpower. He had always known that he would open a 6th palace to reach the epitome of the royal noble realm. It was only a matter of time. However, there was an unexpected change that allowed for him to open a 6th palace in such a short amount of time. Even Wuxia couldn't help but emotionally sigh. This was truly a miracle. The worldly prime liquid had changed everything. After a complete refinement, Wuxia now possessed a primordial body instead of his previous mortal fate and mortal physique. At this moment, in Wuxia's eyes, a saint fate, a saint physique, and a saint life did not matter. All of them were inadequate. The primordial chaos was the original source, so it was the most precious of all. Wuxia slowly absorbed all the primordial air around him with a deep breath. He was very satisfied and couldn't help but murmur, "The worldly prime liquid is indeed amazing. Unfortunately, I couldn't find some of this for little Blackie in the past. Otherwise, his single body would not have just 2 physiques." Wuxia felt a deep sense of regret after uttering these words. That year, he tried to find this liquid for the Black Dragon King to no avail despite his best efforts. If the Black Dragon King obtained this liquid at a young age, then everything would have been different. Immortal emperors would have been nothing. Wuxia calmed himself and intended to stay longer. Although the liquid had been completely absorbed, this place was still a treasure earth that was very suitable for cultivation. 1 year went by in a flash. Those who obtained treasures and fortunes did not linger behind as they quickly departed. Even those who climbed the world tree and won their prizes were eventually sent out by the tree. Those who were sent out by the tree quickly left with the protection of their sects so that others wouldn't know what kind of prizes they obtained. And then there were the types who were not in a rush to leave. They happily showed off their fortunes. Of course, the majority of these people were the ones who obtained a new creation instead of treasures. Although these creations were coveted by others with bad intentions, they couldn't forcefully seize these creations. For example, a great power's descendant from the western desolate wasteland obtained a decent creation that turned his eyes into a yin-yang gaze. He quickly showed it off after being kicked out by the world tree. Yin-yang gaze, it is able to see all the small things in this world. Many were quite shocked after seeing the eyes of this descendant. Such a creation was even more powerful than a natural pair of yin-yang eyes. A few jealous ones lamented the fact that they couldn't instantly dig out his eyes. These creations were only for those who obtained them. It was meaningless for others to dig out his eyes. Those who obtained personal creations were not in a hurry to leave. The ones who left quickly were the ones who got treasures, since these things could be robbed. Of course, there were also those who didn't obtain any creations nor treasures and were simply kicked out by the world tree. These type of people had no choice but to give up. They remained inside the timeless portal to excavate the land, hoping that they could find a different stroke of luck. But alas, at this moment, the timeless portal had already been unearthed by so many people. All of the good locations had already been dug before. This caused those who failed to gain anything from the world tree to feel regret to no end. If they knew that this was the case, then they wouldn't have expended so much time and effort on the world tree. In the past year, those who found treasures departed, but many latecomers were still pouring in to join those who didn't get anything from start to finish. They had to continue to stay without giving up. During this short period of time, regardless of whether it was inside or outside of the timeless portal, both true and fake news was flying all over the place about who got which treasure and who lost a great opportunity. Nevertheless, the rumor about Jikong Wudi was the most astonishing. No one knew who started the rumor that Jikong Wudi followed the footsteps of immortal Emperor Hao Hai, but this shocked both the younger generation and all the great powers waiting outside. Could it be that Jikong Wudi also met a fortune on par with what immortal Emperor Hao Hai found? Even the experts of the previous generation were jealous of him. In present times, he was already extremely formidable. As someone nearing the point of invincibility amongst the younger generation, if he actually obtained something like what immortal Emperor Hao Hai found, then it would be too terrifying. Don't tell me that Jikong Wudi will become the immortal emperor of this generation and turn the Space Trample Mountain into the second Thousand Emperor's Gate. After this piece of news traveled to the outside, countless experts from the great powers were jealous to the extreme. Sigh, my son once found immortal Emperor Hao Hai's footsteps, but he lost sight of it in the end. A grand sect master from the southern barren earth lamented with incomparable remorse. People had heard that a few young geniuses with heaven-frightening origins were capable of finding the marks left behind by immortal Emperor Hao Hai on the world tree, but alas, they were not able to follow them like Jikong Wudi. I wonder what goddess Mei Suyao, who also went with him, encountered. One couldn't help but bring up Mei Suyao after having talked about Jikong Wudi. A person who tried to find out more information replied, I heard that goddess Mei Suyao aimed for the top of the world tree. The top of the world tree? Having heard this, even heavenly kings took cold breaths while one of them said, too difficult. I heard that due to the world tree's suppression, even virtuous paragons cannot reach the top. However, a lord who had some understanding of the Eternal River School emotionally said, I'm afraid she really can do it. The Eternal River School's power is very great. They have a few immortal emperor true treasures, and they might have even given her something that could help her reach the peak. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.